You see her? Look at that face. Oh my God. It's right there staring at me.
Deep in the dark, shadowy forests of the Appalachia region, one man's night takes a terrifying turn. As he struggles to close the door of his home, his dog suddenly starts barking frantically toward the woods. The calm night is shattered. And then, silence. A pause that feels heavier than anything. That's when it comes. A blood-curdling, inhuman scream rising from the darkness. It's not an animal. It's not human. It sounds almost like something is trying to imitate a human voice, but failing. The man panics. He leaves the door ajar and rushes away, breathing fast, heart pounding. The fear in that brief moment is palpable. You can feel how real it was for him. The scream seems to stretch into the night, echoing through the trees as if something unseen is watching, waiting, drawing him and anyone else into the woods. The tension builds not just from what you see, but from what you imagine might be lurking just beyond the tree line. What makes this even creepier is that the sound matches legends from Appalachia. Stories of mysterious entities that lure people into the forest, never to return. There's no clear answer, no visible culprit, just the question that lingers long after the video ends. So, what was really out there in the darkness that night? A few friends went deep into the jungle to see wild animals up close. It was broad daylight, and they were excited, talking, pointing their camera into the trees, hoping to capture something rare. The air felt heavy, but nothing seemed unusual. And then, without warning, a lion stepped out from the bushes right in front of them. Huge, muscular, staring straight at the group. For a second, nobody moved. Then panic hit. Someone shouted, "Run!" They all turned and sprinted toward their vehicle parked a short distance away. You can hear the camera shaking as one of them keeps recording, breathing fast, branches snapping under their feet. Most of them managed to reach the car, but one friend slipped behind. And in just seconds, a lion charged. The attack was sudden and brutal. The camera doesn't show everything clearly, but you can hear it. The growl, the scream, the chaos.
اختك قتلتها والله اكلتها. No, no, no, no. لا اله الا الله. بدي تعصفني.
Then the others screamed and cried from inside the vehicle as the lions dragged their friend away into the jungle. The person recording never stopped filming. From inside the car, you can hear sobbing, helpless cries echoing through the trees as the reality sinks in. They came to see wildlife. They didn't expect to become part of it. The jungle went quiet again, almost like nothing had happened. So if you were standing there in that moment, would you have known what to do any differently? A man went deep into a dense forest during the daytime, carrying a gun and planning to camp alone. The trees were thick, sunlight barely cutting through the canopy. He was filming casually, showing the quiet surroundings, talking like everything was under control. And then, out of nowhere, the bushes behind him exploded with movement. A bear charged straight at him. No warning. No time to think. He tried to raise his gun. You can see the camera shake violently as he stumbles backward. There's a loud thud as he falls hard onto the ground. After that, the footage becomes chaotic. Leaves, dirt, sky flashing across the frame. The only clear thing you hear is his groaning. Deep, painful sounds as the bear overwhelms him. No clear visuals of the attack, just the terrifying audio of a man struggling in the middle of nowhere. And then, the clip cuts off. No aftermath, no update. Later, no confirmed information was released about whether he survived or not. The forest went silent again. So if you were alone in the wilderness and something that powerful charged at you, would you even have a second to react? A solo camper was riding his bike down a narrow dirt path in the middle of the day. Sunlight pouring through the trees, birds chirping, everything feeling completely normal. It was the kind of peaceful trail people take to clear their heads. And then he heard it. Soft at first, almost blending in with the wind, but unmistakable. It sounded like a woman crying, not laughing, not calling out. Crying.
रोड कितने खराब है यार। अबे रोने की आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है? अबे कहाँ से आ रही है भाई ये आवाज? क्या सीन है भाई ये? Hello?
He slows the bike. The sound comes again. Clearer this time. A broken, desperate sob. Like someone in real pain. He pulls over completely and turns off the engine. Now it's just silence. Except for that crying. Coming from somewhere deeper in the trees. He calls out, "Hello, are you okay?" No response. Just more crying. Same tone, same rhythm. Not moving. Not getting closer, not getting farther away, just there. But the woods are empty. No movement, no figure, nothing. Now his voice starts to shake. He calls out again, louder this time. "Who's crying?" And just like that, the sound stops. Instantly. No fading, no footsteps running away. Just dead silence. The kind that makes your ears ring. That's when fear hits him. He rushes back to his bike, her heart pounding, and speeds off without looking back. Later, he said the crying didn't sound human anymore once he replayed it in his head. It sounded almost staged. So if no one was there, then who or what was crying in the middle of those woods in broad daylight? A young man was exploring a long, dark tunnel when he started hearing strange noises echoing from deep inside. At first, he thought it might be an injured animal or something harmless. So curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to investigate. The air felt heavy, the walls closing in, each step echoing unnaturally as he moved forward. Then, it happened.
What the hell? Hello? What the f*** was that?
A sudden, terrifying scream ripped through the tunnel. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human in any familiar way. The sound froze him in place for a heartbeat. Then his instincts kicked in. Heart racing, he spun around and ran as fast as he could. The echo of that inhuman scream following him all the way out. The video ends with his frantic breathing and the dark tunnel behind him. Whatever was inside, it wasn't friendly. So the question is, if you heard that scream echoing through a tunnel, Would you have had the courage to keep going? A group of friends went deep into the jungle for a weekend camping trip, miles away from the nearest town, and surrounded by thick trees and total darkness. That night, as they sat around their small campfire, laughing and telling stories, one of them noticed something strange in the distance. Far beyond the tree line, deep inside the dense forest, a sudden flash of light burst into the sky. It wasn't lightning. The sky was clear, and it wasn't a passing car. They were too far from any road. At first, they brushed it off. Maybe someone else camping. Maybe a flare. But then it happened again. This time, brighter. The entire sky above the jungle lit up for a split second, like a giant camera flash going off in the distance. One of them started recording. You can hear their voices shift from joking to nervous.
มันเป็นระเบิด เธอก็กลับสีมันระเบิดแล้วเธอจะอยู่ทำไปอะไร เอาฉันให้เธออัดคลิปเนี่ยอัดอยู่เนี่ยเธอกลับรถไปห่วยรู้ว่าระเบิดก็รีบกลับอู้ตชดอยู่ในนั้นเยอะอยู่เด้อตชดคืออะไรลูกตำรวจชายแดนลูกอุ้ยไปเร็วเร็วมันลงมันระเบิดเองเหรออุ้ยแม่ไปอยู่ห่วยอยู่ทำไปอะไร
The light kept appearing every few minutes. Flash, darkness, flash again. Each time stronger, almost rhythmic, like something powering up. But there was no sound, no thunder, no explosion, just light swallowing the treetops and then vanishing. The friends stood there frozen, staring into the darkness, waiting for the next burst. And when it came, it was the brightest yet, illuminating the entire canopy, casting long shadows toward their camp. And then, nothing. No more flashes, just deep jungle silence. They didn't sleep that night. The next morning, they searched the area from a distance and found no burn marks, no other camps, no signs anyone had been there. So what was producing a light powerful enough to brighten the entire sky from the heart of an empty jungle? It's just another normal night drive. Dash cam rolling, headlights cutting through an empty stretch of road. And then, out of nowhere, there's something blocking the way. Debris, maybe a stalled object, just enough to force the driver to slow down. For a split second, it feels like a minor inconvenience. But then the shadows move. Figures step out from both sides of the road. Fast, coordinated, closing in. Within seconds, it's clear this isn't an accident. It's a setup. Armed silhouettes rush toward the vehicle, trying to box it in. The tension is unreal. You can almost feel the driver's heartbeat through the screen. But instead of freezing, he reacts, instantly throws the car into reverse. Tires screech. The engine roars. The group starts chasing, trying to surround the car before it can escape. The vehicle whips around with inches to spare and launches back down the road, disappearing into the darkness before the trap can fully close. Text overlays flash warnings. Attempted carjacking/robbery setup. Never stop in isolated areas. Trust your instincts. Escape first, questions later. And that's why clips like this go viral, because it shows how fast an ordinary moment can turn into a life or death decision. When the road becomes a trap, hesitation is the real danger. So if you were behind that wheel, would your instincts kick in fast enough before they closed the circle? The storm rolled in fast, dark clouds swallowing the sky. 1 second the world was normal. The next, a blinding flash of lightning struck right over the house. There was no delay between the flash and the thunder. 0 seconds. It was like the storm had dropped its fury straight onto the roof, shaking windows and rattling doors. You can hear the faint hum of fear in the background as the camera trembles, capturing the raw, immediate power of nature. For a moment, everything freezes. Smoke or dust rises from the strike, and the house seems suspended in that split second between awe and terror. The sheer intensity is hard to look away from. Beautiful, deadly, and absolutely unforgiving. It's a moment that reminds you just how small we are compared to the forces above us. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrifying would it be to witness lightning strike your house directly above you? The footage begins in the deep ocean. Calm. Quiet. Just the steady sound of bubbles as a diver films the endless blue around her. The water feels peaceful, almost hypnotic. She moves slowly, focused on what's in front of her. But behind her, something shifts in the darkness. At first, it's just a shadow. Then it becomes clear. A massive great white shark gliding silently closer. The terrifying part is how unaware she is. The shark doesn't thrash or rush. It moves with slow, controlled power, closing the gap inch by inch. The silence of the water makes it worse. No warning sound, no sudden splash. Just a predator approaching from behind while the camera keeps rolling. And then the moment changes. Tension spikes as the reality of what's happening sets in.
Perfect down here, look at it. Right there. Ow!
There's no dramatic music, no edits, just raw footage of how quickly a peaceful dive can turn into a life or death encounter. The ocean may look calm on the surface, but beneath it, you're never truly alone. So if you were that diver, would you have sensed the danger before it was too late? At first, it looks like a sandstorm rolling across the horizon of the Sahara Desert. The sky darkens, the air thickens, but then you realize it's moving differently. It's alive. A massive locust swarm, millions, sometimes billions of insects, sweeping across the desert like a shifting, buzzing cloud. The sound alone is overwhelming, like distant rain mixed with static. Locust swarms form when conditions are just right. Rainfall, vegetation growth, rapid breeding. And once their numbers explode, they travel hundreds of kilometers searching for food. When they descend, fields can be stripped bare within hours. Crops, trees, anything green. Entire agricultural regions across North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia have historically suffered severe damage during major outbreaks. A single large swarm can consume as much food in one day as thousands of people. Scientists now track these swarms carefully using satellites and field monitoring because once they grow to full scale, and stopping them becomes incredibly difficult. Watching that living cloud move across the desert, swallowing the horizon, you can't help but wonder, if it suddenly changed direction, how long would it take to erase everything in its path? The video opens on a stormy lakeside, wind howling, rain hitting the water, and then you see it, a fallen power line dangling into the lake, glowing blue beneath the surface. At first it almost looks unreal, like special effects. But then the fish start reacting, hundreds of them, thrashing, jumping out of the water, surfacing all at once in total chaos. The water itself seems alive, vibrating with a silent, invisible force. Some people in the comments claim it's AI, but incidents like this have happened before, including verified reports from early 2026 near Table Rock Lake, where storm damage caused power lines to collapse into the water by electrocuting fish in large numbers. When high-voltage AC lines, often carrying between 7,200 and 34,500 volts, hit a body of water, the current spreads rapidly. Fish are extremely sensitive to electrical fields. The shock disrupts their nervous systems instantly, triggering violent disorientation known as electrotaxis, and then death. Watching the footage, the most disturbing part isn't the glow, it's how fast it happens. One moment the lake is calm, the next, it turns into a lethal electric field. No explosion, no dramatic warning, just invisible energy moving silently through the water. So if a single fallen line can turn an entire shoreline deadly in seconds, how safe are our power grids when storms hit? In a quiet, remote village, a local resident captured something that has the internet buzzing. A small, but strange creature that looks almost like a foal, but something about it is off. Its proportions are unusual, its movements unsettling. The video has gone viral, leaving people everywhere questioning what they're seeing. Is it real? A trick of the light? Or something far more mysterious? Some locals insist it's a rare genetic anomaly or mutation, while others are convinced it's the legendary chupacabra. Scientists haven't weighed in, and speculation is running wild. And neighbors insist they've never seen anything like it before, which only adds to the mystery. Every frame of the video leaves more questions than answers. Where did it come from? Why does it look so unnatural? Whatever it is, one thing is clear. It doesn't look like any normal animal. Tiny, strange, and a little creepy. It could be a mutation, a new species, or even something unknown to science. So the real question is, if you saw it standing in front of you in the wild, would you get closer or run? At the National Championship air races in Reno, pilot Tom Richard came closer to disaster than anyone could imagine. Preparing for takeoff in his Formula One plane Precious Metal, he noticed engine trouble and wisely aborted the launch. He shut down the engine, opened the canopy, and raised his hands, signaling he was out of the race. But safety in air racing is razor thin. Moments later, John Parker, piloting Sawbones directly behind Richard, began his takeoff roll. The footage is tense. Parker's aircraft sped straight toward Richard's stationary plane. At the very last second, Parker veered slightly, but his right wing struck Richard's open canopy and brushed his raised hand, missing his head by inches. The canopy shattered. Parker's wing suffered minor damage, yet both pilots stayed remarkably calm. Richard climbed out unharmed, signaling he was safe, and the race was immediately halted, and safety protocols were re-evaluated. Communication procedures, abort protocols, and takeoff spacing were all improved. This near miss serves as a chilling reminder of how little separates control from catastrophe in high-speed aviation. So, if you were in that cockpit, would you have stayed calm or frozen in terror? Deep in the quiet corners of the forest lives the fern hugger, a plant that seems almost alive. Touch its delicate leaves, and they fold inward in an instant, like it's shyly retreating or giving you a secret, leafy hug. It's a simple movement, but watching it feels magical, like the plant is aware of your presence.
Он живой.
Every touch turns a normal moment in the forest into something mysterious, almost alive. But this isn't magic. It's nature's clever trick. The fern's cells shift water pressure in seconds, folding the leaves to protect themselves from harm. It's fast, precise, and completely intentional. Every movement is a reminder that even the smallest living things have hidden intelligence, and the forest is full of secrets, waiting for someone curious enough to notice. So the next time you wander into a dense forest and brush against a fern, would you pause and see it fold back at you? Or would you keep walking, missing the tiny miracle hiding right under your fingertips? She was alone, late at night, walking a forest trail with nothing but darkness on either side of her. No companion, just the sound of her own footsteps and the occasional rustle of something in the trees. Then she stopped. Up ahead, 4 figures, standing perfectly still in the middle of the path, not moving, not speaking, not reacting to her presence at all. Every single one of them was dressed in white, head to toe, and each one was wearing a mask. Now think about that for a second. 4 people in matching white clothing, wearing masks, standing in complete silence in the middle of a forest trail at night. There's no version of that scenario that feels okay. She didn't call out. She didn't ask if they needed help. Every instinct in her body told her not to get any closer. So she did the only thing that made sense. She raised her phone, snapped a photo as fast as she could, and walked away. Quickly. The footage was uploaded afterward, confirming she made it home safe. But here's what nobody could answer. Who were those 4 people? Why were they there? Why were they dressed like that? And why were they just standing there in total silence, in the middle of the woods, in the dark? No one came forward. No explanation was ever offered. Those 4 figures are still unidentified to this day. He and his wife had been to Gettysburg before. Multiple times, actually. They were the kind of couple who took ghost hunting seriously, bringing equipment, doing research, and knowing the history behind the locations they visited. So when they returned in November, they knew exactly where they wanted to go. There's a bridge in the area with a dark history connected to the reported hanging of 2 Confederate soldiers. A place with weight to it. A place people don't linger around after dark. They took a few photos on the bridge. Nothing unusual in the moment. No sounds, no feelings, no flickering equipment. Just a cold, quiet November night. On the way back to the car, they pulled up the photos to review them. That's when they both went quiet. In one of the images, right in the spot they had both been standing and looking at, there was something there. Something neither of them had seen with their own eyes. Something that had no business being in that photo. His wife had been shoulder to shoulder with him, both of them staring in the exact same direction. Neither one of them saw anything unusual, but the camera did. They've shown the photo to people. They've tried to find a rational explanation, and they've come up empty every time. To this day, they believe that Bridge gave them something they weren't expecting, proof that they weren't as alone as they thought. It started as a joke. A group of friends were camping late at night, deep in a wooded area. The fire was low, the conversation had died down, and the forest around them was completely still. Then a sound broke through the trees. Strange. Low. Not quite an animal. Not quite anything they recognized.
Wait, do it again.
Yeah.
Watch, it won't. Do it again.
Yeah.
Bug, you might be right.
That is not a fucking owl.
That's not
Do
an
it,
owl.
do it one more time.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them, trying to lighten the mood, cupped his hands and mimicked it. Just messing around. Something to get a laugh. Nobody laughed, because the sound came back. Same pitch, same rhythm, but louder this time and coming from deeper in the trees. They looked at each other. One of them shrugged and tried it again. It answered. Again. The joking was over. They grabbed their flashlights and started scanning the darkness around them. And that's when someone spotted it. A shape, just barely visible between the trees to the right. Tall, still, not moving at all. It wasn't coming toward them. It wasn't running away. It was just there, standing in the dark, watching. The distance made it impossible to identify. The darkness made it worse. And that combination, not knowing what it was, not being able to see it clearly, was enough. They didn't investigate. They didn't call out. They broke camp and left without saying much to each other. To this day, none of them have gone back to that area. Was it an animal with a strange call? Some kind of echo bouncing off the trees? Or something that had been sitting out there in the dark, listening to them, waiting to see if they'd come closer? They didn't want to find out. A Reddit user got a message from a friend, and inside that message was a photo that stopped him cold. The image came from his friend's uncle's trail camera, mounted deep in the woods. These cameras are motion activated, designed to catch deer, maybe a fox, maybe a bear passing through in the middle of the night. And at first glance, that's exactly what this looked like. But then you notice what's behind it. A figure, standing upright, positioned unnervingly close to the deer, closer than any person would reasonably stand in the middle of the woods at that hour. It could be someone in a hoodie, maybe, but the shape is off. The posture is wrong, and something about it just doesn't sit right. Here's the part that makes it harder to explain away. Deer are prey animals. They're wired to detect threats. A twig snapping 50 yards away will send them bolting. They don't stand still while something human-sized creeps up directly behind them. And yet there, it is calm, undisturbed, completely unbothered by whatever is standing right behind it. The deer appeared in multiple photos from that same camera, taken over several days. Confirmed real, the figure appeared in exactly one image. Never before, never after. One frame, or one moment, and then gone like it was never there. So what was standing in those woods? A person? A trick of light and shadow? Or something the camera picked up that the deer somehow already knew not to fear? A woman living on the edge of a wooded area stepped outside. One night, just to test her outdoor lights, she wanted to show how far they reached into the yard. She pointed her phone at the tree line, took the shot, and went back inside. Simple. Routine. Nothing special. But when she looked at the photo, she felt something shift. There was a face in the image, barely there, just at the edge of the light, where the yard meets the trees. Faint enough that you might dismiss it on first glance, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. She brightened the photo to get a better look. That made it worse. The face became clearer. Still not sharp, but defined enough that the people who later analyzed the image couldn't dismiss it as a shadow or a trick of compression. The shape was too deliberate, the features too specific. Something was standing at the tree line while she was outside. Something she never saw in real life. Something that was close enough to the edge of her property to be caught in the light, but far enough in the dark to stay hidden. Viewers who examined the footage came up empty. Analysts couldn't offer a clean explanation. Just one quiet night, one routine photo, and one face that had no reason to be there. She hasn't gone outside alone at night since. While trekking deep into the Appalachian wilderness for a midday camping trip, two friends noticed a sudden, heavy silence fall over the forest. The footage starts as they navigate a dense thicket, where a tall, matted figure is seen crouched in the shadows of the brush, watching them with a chilling stillness. The tension breaks instantly when the figure stands upright, revealing a massive, gaunt frame covered in layers of dark, tangled hair. Instead of retreating, the wild man begins to move toward the hikers with a fast, jagged stride that feels disturbingly human. Its proportions are unsettling, and it shows no fear of the two men, closing the distance between the trees and the trail with terrifying speed. The encounter ends in a blur of motion as the hikers turn and run, their heavy breathing filling the audio as they flee back toward civilization. The camera catches one final shaky glimpse of the figure standing in the middle of the trail, watching them retreat before it melts back into the green labyrinth of the mountains. They left their gear behind and never looked back, leaving only this footage as proof of what they found. If you were miles from the nearest road and realized you were being hunted in broad daylight, would you ever go back? A car accident near Yellowstone National Park, late at night. A vehicle flips on the highway, and somehow the driver gets out and walks away. The dash cam keeps recording. For a moment, nothing happens. The overturned car sits there in the dark, still, smoke rising, hazard lights blinking, and then it starts shaking, not a little violently. The whole frame rocking back and forth like something is pushing against it from outside. But there's nothing there. No animals in the frame. No other people. No wind strong enough to explain it. The road around the car is completely empty. Then something strikes it. Hard. A visible impact. The car jolts and still, there's nothing visible that could have caused it. Experts who reviewed the footage couldn't identify a natural explanation. The force was too significant, too directed, too specific to be dismissed as settling or mechanical movement. No animal attack. No person. No debris. Just an empty road, an overturned car, and something that hit it with enough force to shake the whole frame and left no trace of itself behind. That stretch of highway near Yellowstone had never had a report like this before. It hasn't had one since. In 2013, a short video started spreading across the internet, not because it was dramatic or loud, but because it was quiet in a way that felt deeply wrong. The footage was filmed at night, from inside a car, pointed out at a parking area somewhere in the United States. Above one of the parked cars, something hovers, completely motionless. No sound. No flashing lights. Just a dark object hanging in the air like gravity had forgotten about it. And then the beam appears. A column of light extends downward from the object and begins sweeping slowly across the car beneath it. Not flickering, not swinging, moving with the kind of controlled, deliberate precision that doesn't suggest malfunction or coincidence. It moves like something operating it, like something looking. Some people placed the location near Port Huron, close to Lake Huron. Others claimed they'd seen nearly identical footage taken in entirely different states around the same time period. No government agency addressed it. No official explanation was released. The video was never debunked, but it was never confirmed either. It just exists. Sitting online, 15 seconds of something hovering silently above a car, running a beam of light across it slowly and carefully in the middle of the night. And whatever it was, it didn't seem to be in any hurry. A young man was exploring an abandoned house late at night. The building had been empty for years, and locals avoided it after dusk. As he points his camera toward a distant window, he sees it a shadowy figure standing completely still. You can just make out the shape of a head, staring from the dark interior, like someone or something is watching. The air grows colder. Every step echoes unnaturally. He moves closer, heart pounding, on trying to capture the figure on camera. But when he gets near, the window is empty. Just darkness. No doors open. No hiding spots. The figure has vanished. Completely.
Guys, ada yang lihat sesuatu nggak ya? Sebentar. Kalian ngelihat sesuatu nggak ya? Tuh. Ya kan? Hilangkan. Astagfirullahaladzim, la haula wala quwata illa billah. La ilaha illallah. Apa ya? Hah? Gak tahu gak? Apa kak? Apa guys?
Locals say the place is haunted by spirits that only appear from afar, vanishing when approached. The silence presses in. The shadows feel alive. If something was watching you from inside an empty house, would you dare to step closer? A security guard was on a routine shift, monitoring the cameras at his remote post, somewhere in the mysterious Appalachian Mountains. The kind of place where the wind whispers through the trees, and shadows move when you're not looking. Everything seemed normal, until the monitor started showing something that didn't belong. At first, it was subtle faint movements in the distance, shapes slipping between the trees. Then, more alarming sounds began echoing across the footage. Low, the guttural noises that didn't match any animal he knew. His heart started racing as the camera captured something or someone watching from the darkness. His dogs, trained to alert him to danger, began growling off-screen, tense and rigid. And just when he thought it was safe, a chilling scream cut through the night. A woman's cry, desperate and raw, bouncing between the mountains, as if something, or someone, was tormenting her. The guard froze, staring at the screens, and in that moment, he realized the cameras weren't just recording. They were watching him too. What would you do if you saw that on your monitor, and knew the thing behind it was still out there? A tourist was hiking alone through a national park when something on the trail ahead made them stop. Something was moving, low to the ground, fast and wrong. They ducked behind a tree and pulled out their phone without making a sound. What they captured still hasn't been explained, moving through the trees on all fours, hands and feet, moving with a speed that didn't seem right, was a small figure dressed entirely in black. Not an animal. The shape was wrong for that. Too symmetrical, too deliberate in its movement. Looked like a child, a small child, crawling through the forest floor at a pace that no child should be able to sustain in a national park, in an area with no nearby campground, with no adult anywhere in sight. It didn't look up. It didn't stop. It moved through the frame and disappeared into the trees like it knew exactly where it was going. The tourists stayed behind that tree for a long time before they felt safe enough to move. When they reported it to park staff, no missing children had been reported in the area. No explanation was offered. The footage exists. What's in it? Nobody has been able to say for certain. When he pulled up the night vision feed, so he didn't go back to sleep. Two figures were moving down the road, slowly, steadily, side by side. They weren't human. The proportions were wrong tall, with long white legs that moved in a way that didn't match any animal native to the area. And behind them, trailing close, were smaller shapes. Following. Keeping pace. The camera footage was clear enough to study. Clear enough, apparently, that when it was investigated and reported, it ended up airing on a local news channel in 2011. No wildlife expert could make a confident identification. No one in the neighborhood reported seeing anything unusual that night, except the dog, who apparently saw plenty. Whatever those figures were, they moved through that neighborhood in the middle of the night, calm and unhurried, like they had every right to be there. Nobody has seen them since. The first time they saw her, they thought nothing of it. A tall girl in white, walking along the path ahead. Alone, slow, just moving through the park. Strange hour for a walk, but not impossible. But then the jogger moved to a different part of the park, and there she was again. Same girl, same white clothing, same unhurried walk. The jogger changed direction, covered ground, ended up on a completely different trail. And there she was. Again. By the third or fourth time, the jogger had their phone out and was recording. The footage shot across multiple locations, different angles, and different parts of the park shows the same tall figure in white, moving through the dark trails like she belonged there, never reacting, never acknowledging the jogger, never appearing to notice that someone was watching and recording her. How was she in multiple places across the park that fast? How did she keep showing up no matter which direction the jogger went? The person who filmed it said it was the most disturbing experience of their life. They haven't jogged in that park at night since. And honestly, can you blame them? Something was out there, and it was following the vehicle. This clip was posted on Bigfoot.igfan's Instagram. A patrol vehicle moves slowly through a dense forest at night, body camera rolling, a handheld torch cutting through the dark. Trees press in tight on both sides. No buildings, no traffic, just road, trees, and silence. Then the sounds start. Coming from somewhere beyond the tree line. Not wildlife, not wind, not anything the driver can place. And they're moving. Every time the torch swings toward the source, it's already shifted position. Left, then right, then further back. Like something keeping pace with the vehicle while staying just outside the light. The driver pauses, scans, finds nothing, keeps going. No figure ever appears. No explanation is ever found. The footage ends quietly, not with a bang, but with unanswered silence. If strange sounds followed your vehicle through a dark forest and you couldn't find the source, would you convince yourself it was nothing? You almost miss it. Almost. This image started circulating after being shared on a blog about unexplained forest sightings. At first glance, it looks like any other forest photo. Tall trees, uneven ground, natural shadow. The kind of image you scroll past without thinking. But then something in the background catches your eye, a dark shape, standing between two trunks, upright, still unnaturally still compared to everything around it. Partially hidden by shadow, but present enough to make you stop. Its placement doesn't feel accidental. It feels chosen. No features, no movement. Just one dark shape in a forest that should be empty. Once you find it, nothing else in the image matters. Would you dismiss it or look twice? She didn't hear anything. She didn't see movement. She just felt it, and then she saw it. This footage was shared on Creepy Zone 4's Instagram by a woman hiking alone through a familiar trail. The day had been completely ordinary until the deeper section of the path, where the trees grew closer and the space between them narrowed. That's where she stopped. Something between the trunks caught her eye. Not solid, not moving the way animals or people move. It shimmered, faintly, like heat rising off pavement, except the forest around it was cool and still. It held a shape. Tall, vague at the edges, positioned in a way that felt aware rather than accidental. She said it felt like it already knew she was there. She didn't move toward it. She stood for a few seconds, long enough to be sure of what she was seeing, then slowly backed away without turning her back to it. By the time she felt safe enough to breathe normally, the shape was gone. When she reviewed the footage later, the shimmer was still faintly visible in the frame, right where she'd seen it. There, and yet, not entirely there. She never went back to that section of the trail. If you saw something shimmering in the shadows ahead, would you move closer or trust the feeling telling you to walk away. This chilly clip was uploaded on Haunted TikTokers' TikTok. They came for peace and quiet. At 2 a.m., the forest made sure they understood how wrong they were. A woman and her friend had rented a secluded cabin inside a national park, the kind of trip that's supposed to reset you, remote enough that the nearest neighbors were miles away, but quiet enough that the loudest sound at night was supposed to be wind through the trees. They'd heard the local talk about strange things happening in those woods. Vague warnings from people who knew the area, the kind of thing that sounds like local color until it doesn't. At 2 a.m., a scream came through the dark from somewhere close outside. Then seconds later, a gunshot. They lay completely still in their beds. Every instinct locked them in place. The forest outside, which had felt like a comfort a few hours earlier, felt entirely different now, alive in a way that didn't feel safe, pressing against the cabin walls from every direction. Every sound was amplified. The darkness outside the windows felt occupied. They stayed silent and motionless through the rest of the night, not knowing whether making noise or calling for help would make their situation better or announce their presence to whatever was outside. Morning came slowly. When the light finally arrived, nothing else had happened. No one came to the door. No evidence of anything appeared around the cabin in daylight. No explanation was ever found for the scream or the gunshot. No report. No incident. He felt it before he saw anything. That should have been enough warning. This clip was posted on the _certified_Geo's TikTok. A man exploring an old abandoned farmhouse stepped inside and immediately felt at that specific, unshakable sense that something else was in the space with him. He checked every room, every corner, nothing visible, no movement, no sound, but the feeling didn't leave. He walked outside, put some distance between himself and the building. Then something made him stop and look back. On top of the house, a figure, human in shape, but completely wrong in its movement. Jerky where it should be fluid, deliberate in a way that felt mechanical, like something approximating human motion without fully understanding it. Then it was gone, into the dark, like it had never been there. The silence that followed felt worse than what he'd seen.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Would you have believed what you were looking at, or tried to explain it away? They thought they were watching old vacation memories. They weren't prepared for what was in the background. This clip was posted on Scare Mystic's Instagram. A family sat down to re-watch footage from a trip taken years earlier. Familiar places, familiar faces. Nothing unusual until someone noticed the background of one clip, a large, dark silhouette moving slowly between the trees. Tall, almost absorbed by the shadows, but not quite. Its movement wasn't random, slow and controlled, like something that knew exactly where it was and what it was doing. They had been standing right there. They never noticed it during the trip. Never caught it in all the years they'd watched the footage before. And now there was no way to go back. The video ends without answers. Just a shape in the background of an ordinary family memory patient, quiet and completely overlooked for years. When something hides in plain sight that long before you finally see, does that make it more unsettling or less? A young man was driving alone late at night. The streets were empty. the air thick with silence. Everything seemed normal until he saw it. A dark figure, cloaked and hooded, kneeling by the side of the road. At first, it didn't move. Just a shadow blending into the night, barely noticeable, but wrong somehow. Then, without warning, it begins moving toward the car. Fast. Silent. Unnatural. The driver freezes. His heart pounds. Every second stretches like an eternity.
What the freak was that? Oh my god! What the freak was that?
The peaceful night twists into a nightmare. The figure glides closer and closer, its presence heavy, suffocating, like it knows exactly where he is. The fear builds with every heartbeat, every moment filled with dread. He can barely breathe, can barely think. And just when it seems like there's no escape, the figure keeps coming. If something like that was moving toward you in the dark, with no sound, no warning, would you stay or would you run? They went in looking for something interesting. They weren't prepared for what they found. This clip was posted on Strike It Captured's Instagram. A group of urban explorers entered an abandoned mine. Old, dark, structurally questionable in the way that all abandoned mines are. They moved carefully, the way you have to in a place where the wrong footfall can shift something that shifts something else. The air was heavy with the specific stillness of underground spaces, where sound behaves differently, and the dark is total beyond the reach of your light. At first there was nothing unusual, just the tunnel, the dark, the sound of their footsteps, and the focused silence of people paying attention to where they were stepping. Then one of them caught something in their light from further down, a faint reflection from the dark ahead. They adjusted their direction and moved toward it. The closer they got, the more the tunnel changed in feeling. Hard to explain precisely, but the atmosphere shifted the way atmospheres do when something is wrong, before you know specifically what it is. Then they found it.
Do you see that reflection? You're trying to...
Beside a thin stream of water running along the tunnel floor, a pile. Old shoes, multiple pairs, scattered and layered together in a way that had no innocent explanation. And among the shoes, partly visible, what appeared to be bones. The group went completely still. No one spoke. The sound of the water continued, indifferent. The tunnel held the silence around them and offered nothing else. Whatever had happened in that place, it had happened a long time ago and far from anyone who might have intervened. The mine had kept its secret well. And standing there in the dark with the water running past the shoes and bones of something they couldn't explain, the only thought that felt rational was the same one every instinct was already producing. Leave Odina. Don't touch anything. Don't stay another moment longer than it takes to turn around. They listened. Some places earn the right to keep their secrets. When you find something in the dark that should never have been there, do you stay to understand it, or trust the part of you that already knows to leave? Empty road. Dead of night. Then something crossed his headlights, and nothing about it made sense. This clip was posted on Reddit by Whole Negotiation 1843. Late at night, alone on a quiet stretch of road, with no other traffic in either direction. The kind of drive where the miles accumulate without demanding attention, where the dark, outside the headlights, becomes invisible wallpaper. Movement in the beam of the headlights pulled his attention back instantly. A figure crossed the road directly ahead. Pale, visibly, distinctly pale against the dark asphalt. Thin, with proportions that registered as wrong almost before he could consciously process what he was seeing. The movement was the worst part. Not walking, not running something in between, but lower, more horizontal than a person's gait. Distorted in its motion, or crossing the road with the kind of movement that doesn't belong in any category of things that cross roads at night in the dark. It was in the headlights for only a moment, a second, maybe two, and then it was on the other side and gone into the dark before he could fully process what he was looking at. He didn't stop, didn't slow down significantly. Some part of his brain made that decision without consulting the rest of him, and in the moment, it felt like the correct one. The road behind him went immediately silent and empty, the way it had been before. No evidence, no trace. Nothing that would tell anyone who came along 30 seconds later that anything unusual had happened there. That moment stayed with him in the way certain moments do, the kind you keep returning to. Keep trying to fit into a framework that explains it cleanly, and keep failing to. Some things resist the explanation no matter how many times you attempt it. When something crosses your path like that in the dead of night, do you spend the drive home trying to explain it? Or do you accept, quietly, that some things aren't going to be? The lights moved like nothing natural moves, and everyone who watched agreed they'd never seen anything like it. This clip was posted on TheX_PlorWorld's Instagram. A 62-second video, filmed somewhere over Canada, shows multiple glowing green lights in the night sky. Not static points moving, reforming, bending into arcs and rings with a fluid precision that feels controlled rather than atmospheric. The people filming are audibly reacting in the background, on their voices tracking the lights as they shift and regroup in the sky above them.
What in the world am I watching, bruh?
That is no drone. Why is it green?
The comment section divided immediately and stayed divided. CGI was the first suggestion, and it's a reasonable one. The lights are almost too fluid, too deliberate in their movement to accept at face value. Laser projection was another theory. Others pointed to ongoing discussions about unidentified aerial phenomena and drew their own conclusions. What makes the footage difficult to simply file under hoax and move on is the nature of the movement itself. There's a precision to it that sits uncomfortably between the categories available. Too smooth to be conventional aircraft, too structured to be atmospheric light refraction. If it's manufactured, it's well made. If it's not, then the question of what it actually is opens up into territory that doesn't have comfortable answers. The debate in the comments never settled. Every explanation attracted a counter-argument. The lights in the footage remained exactly what they appeared to be: green, moving, structured, and unexplained. When you see something in the sky that genuinely resists every category you try to put it in, do you keep looking for the logical answer, or let yourself sit with the uncertainty? This chilly clip was uploaded on Jerry_Adrico's TikTok. They saw something in the dark below them that none of them could explain. The footage confirmed it was real. A group of hikers camping overnight in a national park noticed something unusual during an evening walk. A shape, faint and far off, visible from a rise in the terrain where the ground sloped downward and opened up visibility into the area below. One of them raised a flashlight. The beam reached far enough to make out a figure dressed in white, moving slowly in the dark below them. Small. Its proportions were closer to a child's than an adult's, but the movement wasn't childlike. It was slow and deliberate in a way that felt wrong, not the natural walk of a person moving through terrain, not the movement of any animal they could identify. Something that occupied a category between those two things and fit comfortably in neither. They filmed as much as their cameras could capture at that distance and in that light. The figure continued its slow movement for a stretch of time, then was simply gone, not walking out of frame cleanly, just no longer there. The group went back to the exact spot the following morning, as a group in daylight, looking for any sign of what had been there. No footprints, no disturbed ground, no evidence that anyone or anything had been moving through that area the night before. When they described it to locals, they weren't met with skepticism. People in the area recognized the description. Similar things had been reported there before a white figure, small and slow, seen at night and gone before anyone could get close. Something was standing in the dark, just standing there, watching. This clip comes from the Squatch Mafia's YouTube channel, filmed deep inside the Ouachita National Forest, a massive stretch of wilderness cutting across Oklahoma and Arkansas. It's the kind of place where cell service dies and the trees go on forever. The filmer is moving slowly through the dark, sweeping a camera light from tree to tree. Nothing. Nothing. And then there, in the distance, half swallowed by shadows, a figure. Tall, upright, completely still. It doesn't flinch, doesn't react. It just watches. And then, like it decided it had seen enough, it steps back into the dark and disappears. The camera keeps scanning. Nothing else shows. But that's what makes it stick. It didn't run. It chose to leave, like it was done watching. Would you still feel alone out there after seeing that? The campfire feels like safety. The warmth, the light, the ancient comfort of a flame pushing back the dark. But that light only reaches so far. And beyond the edge of it, the forest doesn't care how secure you feel. This footage was uploaded to Cryptayik's TikTok. A group of hikers had gone deep into a remote stretch of forest, far from roads, far from other campers. They set up their site without hurrying, cooked their food, sat around the fire as evening settled in. Easy conversation, relaxed energy, a completely normal night as far as they knew. They had no idea until they reviewed the footage later. Because there, just past the reach of the firelight, something was standing in the trees. Tall and upright, covered in what appeared to be thick, dark hair. And it wasn't staying in one spot. Across multiple clips filmed at different points during the evening, the figure had shifted position further left in one frame, further right in another, seemingly closer in a third. Moving slowly and carefully along the tree line, keeping itself just at the edge of visibility, always outside the light, always watching. The group never knew. They packed up, drove home, and thought nothing of it. It was the footage that told a different story. Whatever was out there moved through those trees for hours. Patient, silent, deliberate. How long was it there before the camera ever caught it? At first, you don't see it. Then you do, and you can't unsee it. This image was pulled from a blog post, said to be taken somewhere in a dense forest. Tall trees, thick undergrowth, layers of shadow. The kind of photo you'd scroll past without thinking twice. But near the center, half hidden in the foliage, there's a shape. Dark, upright, bipedal. It doesn't move the way a tree moves. It doesn't blend in the way a shadow should. It just stands there, completely still, like it belongs, except it doesn't. Low resolution makes it impossible to confirm. The forest gives no context, and the image ends without explaining anything. But once your eye finds it, it stays found. Would you trust what you're seeing or talk yourself out of it? Distance gives you the option of doubt. When something is far enough away, you can almost convince yourself it isn't real, that it's a shadow, a branch, a trick of the light. Sometimes that doubt is the most comfortable thing available. This footage was shared on Sanjay_Kotik.vlog's Instagram. A group of friends hiking a mountainous trail during daylight hours. Good visibility, open sky, the kind of conditions where you'd expect to notice anything unusual. They're moving at a steady pace, relaxed, not expecting anything to change. Then one of them stops. He doesn't say anything at first, just stops and stares toward the tree line. The camera follows. At first there's too much visual noise to pick anything out. Trees and rock and layered shadow. Then the camera zooms in and the image sharpens. A shape standing in the trees maybe 200 feet away. Tall, upright, proportions that don't match any animal the group can immediately identify. Its outline is broken up by branches and shadow, but the overall form is clear enough. 2 legs, broad upper body, at a posture that registers as wrong without being easy to explain. Then it moves, slow and controlled, one deliberate shift of weight. Not the startled bolt of a deer, not the rolling gait of a bear. Something measured, like something that knows it's being watched and has decided, for now, not to run. Or maybe it's just the wind moving the branches. That's the honest truth at that distance. Certainty isn't available. The gap between what you can see and what you can prove is where all the unease lives. The group doesn't approach. They watch until the shape stops being visible, then keep walking. The mountain goes quiet behind them. When something stays just far enough away to stay unclear, do you trust your eyes or let the doubt win? Before we go any further, I'd like to ask you for a quick favor. If you are enjoying the video so far, please give it a like. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is the perfect time. We're getting closer to 30,000 subscribers, and once we hit that milestone, a few lucky subscribers will receive a special surprise. Now let's go back to the video. She was just taking a video, and she had no idea what she'd captured until her followers pointed it out. This chilling clip was uploaded on strange_but_interesting's Instagram. In 2022, a tourist visiting the famous Buddha statue in Phuket, Thailand, pointed her camera toward the sky. Monks were chanting nearby. Incense drifted in the warm air. Bright, clear afternoon, everything ordinary, everything peaceful. What appeared above the statue in that footage stopped people cold. A formation in the sky, too structured, too deliberate to be easily dismissed as a passing cloud or a random light refraction. Her comment section filled within hours, viewers pointing out something she hadn't noticed while she was standing there filming it. When she finally saw what they were describing, she said it changed something in her, not dramatically, not in a way she could fully put into words, but she described feeling like she was looking at something that was meant to be found. The chanting in the background, the stillness of the ancient stone, and whatever had formed in the sky above it all, quietly, in plain daylight. The footage was independently reviewed and confirmed authentic. No digital manipulation, no post-processing, exactly as the camera recorded it. Whether what appeared in that sky was a rare natural phenomenon, a remarkable coincidence, or something that resists ordinary explanation entirely, that question has never been settled. People who watch it tend to land in very different places, and very few of them feel neutral about what they've seen. If you had been standing there with a camera and looked up to find that forming above you, would you call it chance? This footage was uploaded on Creepy Zone 4's Instagram. Curiosity is dangerous when the lights in the sky start moving wrong. A group of friends in Mexico had gathered outside one evening warm night. Nowhere to be, easy conversation. Then someone looked up and pointed. Lights in the sky. moving in a way that didn't match aircraft. No navigation blinks, no consistent altitude, no flight path that made sense. They drifted slowly across the sky, and then, without warning, dropped straight down into a stretch of forest nearby. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then they started walking toward the trees. Looking back, they couldn't fully explain why. The rational choice was obvious. But there's something about lights landing in the dark that bypasses rational thinking. Thought and the need to know overrode everything else. They reached the tree line and stopped. The darkness inside the forest was dense, absorbing most of the ambient light from the sky. For a moment, nothing. Then someone saw the first face, not quite describable in familiar terms, but forward-facing, visible, and looking directly back at them.
No hagan ruido, no hagan ruido. No hagan ruido, no hagan ruido. No hagan ruido, no hagan ruido. ¡Ey, morro, morro! Es uno de esos macetones. Es un macetón. Es un macetón. Hay que agarrarlo, güey. Es uno chiquito, güey. Es uno chiquito. Míralo, míralo. Miren, amigos, miren, amigos. Mira, güey, sí lo estás agarrando, mames. Sí. Se está moviendo, se está moviendo. Sí. Vente. No mames, güey, mira, güey. Mira, güey. No mames. Amigos, ¿cómo le hablamos a estos güeyes? Se está moviendo. Y se está moviendo. Sácate a la verga. Mira. Ahí viene. Ay, hijo de su puta madre. No mames, vete a la verga, güey. ¿Qué es esa mamá? Esa mamá está más grande. ¿Qué es esa mamá? Está más grande. Se está moviendo. ¿Qué agarrarlo, güey?
Then the second figure rose. Slowly, from somewhere behind the first, something stood to its full height. The group had a second or two to register the shape of it, the scale of it, the wrongness of it, standing in that forest at that hour. Then it turned and walked deeper into the trees, unhurried, silent, without once looking back at the people frozen at the edge of the dark. The group ran. They didn't stop until the forest was far behind them. No investigation ever followed. No explanation was ever offered. Just two figures in a forest in Mexico, and people who went looking for something and came back changed. If you had watched those lights come down, would you have walked toward them? Not everything that watches you announces itself. This short clip was posted on Boise Bigfoot's Instagram without setup or context. Just a person standing in a wooded area during daylight, camera pointed at a wall of dense green brush. At first it looks completely ordinary, sunlight through the canopy, the quiet visual noise of a healthy forest in full leaf. But the camera is pointed with clear intention at one specific section of the brush. And the longer you watch, the more you understand why. There's movement in the foliage, faint at first, easy to dismiss. But as the camera slowly zooms in, the movement becomes something harder to explain away. Too deliberate for wind, too controlled for a small animal shifting in the undergrowth. Then the shape begins to resolve.
Look, dude, she couldn't find her way over there, so now she's over here. She's back in here trying to find a way into my property. You see her? Look at that face. Oh my god. It's right there staring at me.
Low in the brush, partially framed by leaves and branches, something is crouched and watching. What becomes visible or close to visible is the suggestion of a face. Not clearly, not definitively, but with enough structure and depth that the interpretation is difficult to shake once you've arrived at it. And it's moving. Slow, careful repositioning. The kind of minimal movement something makes when it's managing its own concealment, staying low, keeping still, but holding its line of sight. That behavioral detail is what stays with you. It's not frozen in fear. It's not fleeing. It's choosing to remain hidden while the camera is pointed directly at it. Patient, aware, in control of the moment. The clip ends before anything steps out. No answer. No follow-up footage ever posted. Whatever was in that brush, it already knew exactly where you were standing. This footage was captured by a hiker near Payson, Arizona, at an abandoned railroad tunnel built in 1883. When he arrived, a group was just leaving and told him the tunnel was completely clear. His dog went in beside him, calm, curious, ears up, totally relaxed, interested in the smells, unbothered by the dark. Then a sound came from somewhere deeper inside. In 1 second, everything changed. Ears dropped flat. Tail tucked. The whites of his eyes showed. Every signal his body could produce pointed in the same direction out, now, without hesitation.
Wow. Yeah, let's get out of here, buddy.
The hiker didn't wait. He turned around and walked out immediately. They didn't go back. Later, he said it wasn't the sound itself that stayed with him most. It was the speed of the transformation. One moment his dog was calm and curious. The next moment, he was terrified. No gradual concern, no cautious sniffing toward the source. Instant, total fear, the kind that doesn't come from imagination. Dogs don't perform fear. They don't spook themselves with thoughts. Whatever his dog heard in that tunnel, it was real, and his dog understood it completely. The tunnel has been standing in those Arizona hills since 1883. Whatever waited in the dark beyond where they turned around, it was there long before they arrived. Would you have trusted your dog? Shot at night with infrared flash, the photo shows trees, leaf litter, standard trail cam composition. And standing near the center of the frame, a figure, upright and bipedal, large, with proportions suggesting significant height and a broad upper body. The surface texture doesn't read as clothing. It reads as something organic, dense, but it's the eyes that end the conversation. Wildlife biologists and experienced hunters can identify animals by eye shine alone. Each species reflects infrared light in a predictable color and intensity. The eyes in this image don't match anything in that catalog. Wrong color, wrong intensity, wrong geometry. Multiple people with wildlife backgrounds have reviewed the image and arrived at the same conclusion. They cannot identify what animal would produce that specific eye shine under those conditions. No follow-up photos were ever released. No location was confirmed. No researcher ever followed up publicly. Just one frozen frame, one figure in the dark, and eyes that glow in a way nobody has been able to explain. What was moving through those woods that night? A homeowner in Pennsylvania, living near a national park, had been hearing unusual sounds from the woods behind his house for several nights before he decided to do anything about it. The night he stepped outside and raised his camera, he found it immediately, standing at the tree line, pale. Visibly, distinctly pale, light enough to stand out against the dark mass of the forest behind it. Upright on two legs, with proportions close enough to human to register as familiar and different enough to register as wrong. It wasn't hiding. It was simply standing there, facing the house, watching. When the light found it, it didn't react. It had been there before he came outside, and it gave no indication that his presence changed anything about its intentions. Then it was gone. Not running, not crashing, just gone. The way things in deep dark can simply stop being visible. Here's what makes it harder to dismiss. Matching sightings in Pennsylvania go back to the 1970s. White-haired, upright, seen at forest edges at night, always gone before anyone closes the distance. Those reports went quiet, then resurfaced around 2008. New witnesses with no knowledge of the older accounts describing the exact same profile. Same pale color, same posture, same behavior of standing at the tree line and vanishing by morning. The full footage was never released. No explanation was ever given. The figure remained exactly what it appeared to be, unexplained, unhurried, and gone before sunrise. If you stepped outside at night and found something pale standing at the edge of your woods, would you raise your camera or quietly go back inside? Nobody expected to see this on a casual afternoon hike. A group of hikers deep in a Central American forest stopped to rest near some old trees. Humid air, total stillness. Then one hiker looked up and went completely silent. High on a thick branch, half hidden by leaves, a capuchin monkey sat perfectly focused, small, dark-eyed, completely unbothered by the people watching from below. In its hands were the remains of a small animal, something young, something that hadn't survived. The monkey didn't rush, didn't startle. It worked with slow, deliberate precision, the calm of something that had done this many times before. Its eyes moved with clear intelligence, fully aware, fully in control. No one below said a word. They stood there long after it was gone, replaying what they'd seen. The footage was posted with almost no caption, because some moments don't need one. Standing in that forest, watching something small and intelligent feed without guilt or hesitation. Would you have known what to feel?
The night of the Beaver Moon, the Flex Tapes, an adventure channel testing eerie legends with no-frills camping, returns to Epping Forest's Hangman's Hill. They roll in to prove the myth, then pitch camp by the old church line and let the woods speak for themselves. The demo starts. The team puts the car in neutral and the car rolls uphill. Laughter turns to nervous energy as the speed increases and they bail out, confirming the slope's unsettling pull.
Right, we're in neutral. I'm ready.
Off the brake.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Let's watch him go up the hill.
Foot off.
Look at that, he's rolling up the hill.
Oh wow, this is dangerous. This is scary. Yep. Yeah, we're moving now. Yeah, it's going very fast. It's going very fast. It's going very fast. Ah!
Right, okay.
Still in neutral.
Can't be bothered riding the car off. Right, you ready? Right, get out. Let's go and find somewhere to camp.
Oh, that is weird.
Minutes later, something breaks the quiet. An animal call or something stranger, when a sharp cry shreds the dark.
Graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the forest.
Is that noise?
Yeah, what the hell was that?
That wasn't a normal fox noise.
Could have been.
It could have been, but it didn't sound like a normal fox. Yeah. How do we get through there though?
Already, so
we walk right through the graveyard?
We'll walk through the graveyard, we'll go right to the back.
Yeah.
They set 2 fires, one for heat, one for cooking, and try to relax. But even dinner turns weird when a slip of the blade leads to a bloody mishap over the steak.
Oh, so that's the other problem.
Oh, bro.
That's the other problem. We've got genuine blood now.
Oh, come on, you've just bled all over the steak.
It hasn't gone on the steak, it's on the fork.
Oh, dear.
That's how sharp the knife is.
There you go.
Oh. But, I mean, to be honest,
Perfect.
it's good. Apart from that, we've got an injury.
Flex has just bled all over the steak. He's just cut his finger open and bled all over the steak.
It didn't go on the steak.
Sometimes.
We'll be fine.
Well, luckily I think it ran your steak.
It didn't go on the steak.
The night deepens, and with the lights out, tension spikes as distant movement circles the site. Sticks snap, leaves crunch. Then, close by, footsteps begin to pace the tent.
What was that? Bryce, what's happened?
Up here for a bit, we haven't heard anything like that all night.
Just in case you didn't hear it, there's a lot of
footsteps, and a twig just snapped down there. We've not heard anything like that all night. It's been very nice, very quiet. Lights out, I think.
Hours later, rain fades and dawn arrives with chills. One camper reports hearing pre-dawn steps prowling around camp. The forest looks pretty in the morning, but the ground near the church feels colder, heavier, as if last night's watcher simply slipped back between the trees. On an overnight in Witchwood Forest in 2024, Exploring with Fighters Extra, a channel that camps in haunted places and tests paranormal gear, heads into the UK's most notorious woods. They enter the forest as the vibe turns strange. Rain slams down. The camp struggles to stay dry while a fire fights the wind. The mood shifts when a sudden downpour hits hard.
No, it's alright. It's just cold. Yeah.
Oh, camera's soaking wet. It's not a good first start. But it didn't seem like a great first start. It is pouring down. It's about 2 degrees. It's cold, but it's not too cold. Luckily, we got the fire going. But that rain came out of nowhere. Didn't expect rain tonight. Hopefully this doesn't impact the paranormal investigation. But right now we're going to try and keep dry and survive. Obviously, we've not got sleeping bags at the moment.
To keep morale, they cook quick toasties before the investigation and push on. At Dawn's Edge, history of Amy Robsart and the Phantom Coach is shared, then the team launches a spirit box session. Voices seem to answer. A mention of a horse aligns with the coach legend as they ask for signs.
Robert, or Rupert, Robert. It's said that if we see you, or we come in contact with you, that we will suffer the same fate. We will die 10 days after we've witnessed you. We are here now. If you'd like to show yourselves or make yourselves known, now's your chance. If you can, say Amy through this device, please. Before I heard it say the horse is here, and there's a legend of a horse with pulling a coach, right, that goes through here, and there's 2 sobbing children in the back of it.
Maybe ask on that.
Well,
I struggle to see with the smoke.
if there is anyone else here other than Amy, feel free to let yourselves know. We can hear the sound of galloping hooves, or if you want to make the sound through this, let me know. Yeah. Are you afraid of us? Sounded like it said not of these.
They set devices, REM pod, EMF, and a music box. After calibrating, the music box reacts, then falls silent. The team demonstrates the trigger and resets. Moments later, something briefly interacts again as they call out to any spirit. With rain returning, frustration grows until a chilling break. From the tree line comes a laugh in the dark, like someone mocking their flooded camp.
Please tell me you heard that as well.
I did. Hello? What was that? Any animals?
Daylight creeps in. They prepare to leave when a last jolt arrives, a final sharp sound from the woods.
This place has been on my radar for so long. I mean, you guys who are hardcore, how many times I've mentioned about Witchwood Forest, but I am slightly disappointed. But then again, we've not had much time to do it because of the rain. Oi. Well, I hear that hum again. Look out over there. Do you hear that like a scream? Yeah. Oh fucking hell, what is that? What? The fuck was that?
The forest stays quiet. but not empty. On this night at Brown's Folly near Bath, 333 Ghost Hunting, a channel that documents light-hearted but serious paranormal explorations, returns to the legend of Sally. The team hikes in, reaching the haunted tower where reports of voices and apparitions linger. Inside, a candle is lit, a call is made, and the candle goes out. Moments later, a loud thud inside the tower spikes the tension and sends nerves up.
Classic Baxter thing. What, I heard a thump. Like immediately after I finished, I heard a thump.
Is there anyone there?
There's a spirit here. Can you whistle back to me? Classic. You okay?
I'm just trying to listen, see if there's anything. There's like a tapping from over there, but I don't know.
Should we go and investigate?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard that.
What happened?
It sounded like a bird flap.
God, I love carrying a candle. Oh no.
What the hell was that?
It's probably fine.
EMF still in there?
No, stop.
Can we just check if the feather's still there? Be happy if the feather's still there.
They press deeper into the woods, following older reports toward the quarries. After a tense search through creaking trees, they find the muddy hole, the entrance to the mine network. Edges crumble, whispers ride the wind, and common sense holds them at the mouth as faint taps echo in the dark. Back near the tower, the group kills the lights to listen. In the silence, branches tick, breath tightens, and then a lights-out sequence in the woods turns into a flurry of noises. A very loud noise to the left cuts through like a step or a knock before the forest settles again.
Oh, it's me moving the branch myself. Let's move away from the trees. Okay.
I heard like a weird, it sounded like running water from like directly.
We heard that last time. Maybe there is running water.
Maybe.
Yeah, but now it's
Big noise behind you.
That's fine. That's just Bert. Don't worry about him.
Bert.
Yeah. Bert of the bush.
Bushy Bert.
Oh no, what is that?
What?
Fuck that. That was really what is that?
What?
Oh, it's...
What?
Just heard loads of things, like someone was just like full on just...
What? Next, this way.
It's alright, it's just a train.
No.
Yeah. Let's go out to the tower where it feels nice again. I feel like the tower is a bit of a protective space, you know?
They wrap on the path out, crossing other investigators and even a viewer who recognizes them, an uncanny nod to the night's energy, a chance meeting by the trail. The tower watches. The woods hold their breath. Sally's story remains. On a cool evening in May 2024, the channel Touring 360, known for raw outdoor camping and immersive travel experiences, decided to test courage in England's most haunted forest. In this video, the creator sets up camp deep inside Daring Woods in Pluckley, a place listed in the Guinness Book of Records as the most haunted village in the UK. From the very start, the decision is made clear. One night alone among the ghosts of legend. At this moment, the tent is pitched and the woods feel strangely calm. But as the sun sets, the mood changes. By this point, silence takes over and the weight of the forest presses in. The narrator speaks of movements between the trees, shadows that vanish when focused on. Later, the fire refuses to hold, smoke lingers, and the temperature drops. Then, the night truly shifts. At this haunting timestamp, with only darkness surrounding the camp, loud banging echoes through the forest. Each strike is sharp, disembodied, and closer than expected.
It's so dark, I can't see anything at all. All I can hear is that banging.
I don't know who he is or where it's coming from. Well.
Hours later, the night ends in silence. The camper survives until dawn, but the memory of the noises remains, leaving an unsettling truth. Some forests are alive with more than just trees. On a cold night in 2020, the YouTube channel The Modus Projects, known for fearless exploration and raw urban adventures, entered England's most haunted woodland, the Daring Woods, also called the Screaming Forest. They arrive in darkness, voices echoing against the silence, when the first strange sign appears. A torchlight flickers as if answering them, and they speak directly to what they believe could be a ghost. Suddenly, Travis begins bleeding from his face, heightening the sense of dread.
Airbed has manifested this.
Should we do it again?
You're actually scared?
Our torch started flickering. So then I started talking to the torch or the ghost saying, oh, if you want us to leave, then just flicker. And it fucking...
No way! No way! As if I'm
going... I've got to go outside, get the tissues. Probably will never return. Oh God, so much coming out. Oh, see you guys.
Suddenly, Travis started bleeding from his face.
Oh.
Determined to push further, one of them ventures alone toward the beheading block, where legend says a huntsman was executed. The woods press in, and the sound of movement sparks fear as they recall the massacre of 20 villagers, 11 of them children, whose lives ended here on Halloween night. The tension builds when they notice a figure in white crossing the trees, too fast to be human.
We're here to recreate the scene.
Oh, mate. That's kind of hard, you know.
So in there, right?
You're telling me how much you love those crocs.
Behind that tree, I saw like something go like that as I was taking a piss. And I think we're actually standing. Yeah, look, that's where I weed.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, basically, something ran across all that, which definitely wasn't possible. So it was definitely a ghost.
Blatantly chatting ass.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What?
You tripped, Dad.
What?
What, through there?
What are you looking at?
Imagine if we just moved.
No, like between the tree.
It starts running towards us.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Hang on.
I can't tell if it's a tree or a woman in a white dress.
Why don't you go and
Let's
ask
go
her a question?
I don't want to go over there.
Ask her out on a date.
The faint but terrifying words, leaving behind proof that the Screaming Forest holds voices of the past. October 31st, Haunted Finders, a UK channel that documents real overnight investigations in haunted woods and ruins. The team enters Cannock Chase, and early on the spirit talker mutters, "Pray for you," as the REM pod lights up.
So we put it down there for now.
Pray for you. Huh? What did you say? Did you say pray for you? Yeah.
Oh, what's the point?
Well, what's the problem?
Oh, what's the point?
No donut. Who's that? Are you around us?
So I've proceeded.
So I can see you.
Wait,
The air grows tense when a faint voice says, "I'm a child," freezing the group in place at the forest edge.
I'm a child.
Oh. I'm a child.
Is that why? Are you scared? Don't be scared.
Just moments later, a whisper of thanks slips out right beside Kev, followed by a chilling groan from the darkness. They push back, daring whatever is out there to shout, and the recorder answers with a sharp "oi" that snaps the silence.
Oi! He says, yeah.
Is that oi?
Sure yeah, shouted. You told him to shout, didn't you?
Soon, footsteps circle them in the leaves, pressing closer with each second, until the EMF spikes violently into red. Then a name comes through, Harry, while the atmosphere thickens around them.
It's walking. This is what I'm saying.
He's getting closer.
So
That's what he wants.
There's been about 3 EVPs where you can hear someone
That's
breathing
crazy,
and walking.
that.
What are the odds?
My name is Harry.
Hello, Harry.
My name is Harry.
Harry.
That's what I've been asking
yeah.
for.
Come on, Harry.
Hi, Harry.
Did something happen to you in these woods?
Red hair.
Red
I
hair.
heard that before, you know.
He said ginger, didn't it, earlier?
Yeah.
I bet it's him describing himself.
Yeah.
Spiking again.
Basement holds darkness.
Basement holds darkness.
I wonder if that's where he took him.
Jesus, what's going
What
on
if they just
here?
take kids to a basement?
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Kill them and then bring them here and bury them.
Good, dude.
God, we've got to find out this, you know.
Find my body. Basement holds darkness.
May 16th, Exploring with Fighters, a channel that pushes the limits of overnight urban and wilderness investigations, sets camp in Cannock Chase under a full flower moon. To provoke activity, they hang raw meat from the trees, letting blood drip into the soil. Soon after, strange snapped branches catch their eye, as if something huge forced its way through the forest.
This is going on. This tree here. Let's dangle it here on this one.
You're absolutely mad.
Here as well. I've got the K2 meter there. Now this area is where the reports of witchcraft have taken place, so see what we can come up with. Hi, my name is Dan. Been here before. Is any
Feel.
Feel?
The team spreads out, and their devices spike with chilling phrases like life and arrest, pulling them deeper into the history of Raymond Morris, the man tied to the black-eyed children legend. As they listen, a set of glowing eyes stares from the trees, vanishing and reappearing, keeping them on edge.
See, let's go and have a look at that. What?
Is there not, or is it a tree? Am I tripping?
I'm gonna need to try and zoom into that. That's a pair of eyes.
Camera.
I just don't know if it's like a fox or something.
Well, he keeps looking at us.
Don't know, it's moved.
Hang on.
That's moved. Yeah, wait.
There.
Hang
See? That's definitely a pair of eyes.
Gone off again.
No, they're just...
Yeah, he keeps peeping in and out.
Right, I tell you what, keep shining that.
Oh, there's two. You can see both of them, look.
Where?
Then the Alice box drops the words, "He holds me down," at the campfire, sending a wave of dread over the group. The night escalates when multiple REM pods and a music box trigger in unison, as if something unseen steps directly into their perimeter. What should have been a quiet night of camping instead becomes a chilling reminder of why Cannock Chase is feared. Late summer, Cursed Urban, Dan's solo channel where he treks into haunted woods and dares to camp alone. Deep in the Skinwalker Forest, the night begins with Spirit Talker spitting out 2, then pointing to the torch as the fire flares. Moments later comes the chilling message, "I am dead."
Hello? It says I know I am dead. Hello? Dude, it sounded like something just whispered right behind me.
Dan freezes when a faint whisper brushes past his ear, followed by a sharp snap from the tree line. The box names Edwards, then calmly states, "I'm here." He invites conversation, and the reply lands clear, "Sit and talk." A name follows, Virginia. The temperature drops. As Dan sits, something invisible grazes the back of his neck, matching the device's eerie mention of a touch.
I'm stroking your hair. I don't have any hair. I do not have any hair, Virginia. Oh! Whoa. Yo. I take it that was you, dude. I felt something brush. It felt like they took their fingers and just brushed them along the back of my neck. Like as soon as I sat down, it was like this. Scare you. I can scare you. It says I don't like that. You don't need to scare me.
Then the night twists darker. Commands come next. Step forward. Find a grave. Hear my voice. The fire burns low as silence presses heavy. No sudden attack. Only the steady, intelligent weight of something unseen circling just beyond the glow, close enough to reach out at any moment. I came across this story on a YouTube channel called Adventure Outdoor, and honestly, it plays out like something straight out of a horror film. He set out early in the morning on the North York moors. The mist was so thick, even his truck faded into the fog. His plan was simple: ride the ancient Rutland Rig Road, cross the old railway line, and loop back before dark. But the deeper he went, the more unsettling things became. The mist refused to lift. Landmarks disappeared. At one point, he reached an old stone marker dated 1888, where he stopped to eat. But the silence around him wasn't natural. It felt heavy, as if he wasn't alone. Later, he arrived at Anno Cross, built on top of a Bronze Age burial mound. Locals say artifacts and bones were found there. He thought about camping, but even he admitted he'd be too terrified to try. Some paths on the moors feel ancient, guarded, and maybe not meant for the living.
What I'm standing on is a Bronze Age burial mound. I was reading about it online. I think they found Bronze Age artifacts and that here as well. Keep thinking about coming and camping here, but I ain't gonna do it on my own. Be terrified.
But what do you think? Would you spend the night on a burial mound? Here's another strange encounter that will leave you questioning everything. Ghostier, a YouTuber best known for sharing his frightening and chilling encounters, uploaded this video. In the quiet town of Willow Creek, an old barn stands among the cornfields, its shadow long, its reputation darker. Locals whisper about missing children, strange noises, and an evil presence said to linger inside. Tonight, they went in. The deeper they drove, the heavier the air felt. A crumbling house appeared, its windows like hollow eyes watching them. The barn sat behind it, massive, silent, and terrifying. The kind of place that feels alive, even in stillness. Inside, it was worse. Pitch L-back halls. Floors are ready to give way. Whispers of knocks, footsteps, and shadows. At one point, a mist-like figure drifted past the stairs, clear as day on camera.
Oh, I saw something going to the other side of me, like a mist. Hello? Like literally right behind the stairs, right here, that door.
Did you
oh
catch
my
on
God, please, hopefully I did.
Did you catch on?
Yes.
Was it human or something else? The further they explored, the stranger it became. Objects moved on their own. A child's name, Jenny, appeared on the wall, then echoed through the spirit box.
Oh my God, what you said? You said Jenny?
Jenny.
Come here. Look.
Yo, no
Jenny.
way.
Yo, now that is creepy.
No way. Look, it's had a hard life. But look, it says Jenny.
Yep.
Right here.
Dude, Jenny P. Oh,
No
Wait, is that
way, dude.
coincidence or what, bro?
No way.
Jenny, this is your room, your bathroom, whatever this was? It has to be a little kid.
That's when they knew they weren't alone. That was it. They had to leave. Whatever haunts this place didn't want them there. And trust me, after what they saw, I don't think anyone should come back. But if that shook you, the next encounter might haunt your dreams. Arms Family Homestead is one of those YouTube channels that feels easy and comforting to watch. Most of the time, it's about country living, fishing, hunting, and the simple outdoors. In this particular episode, Daniel, the dad, takes his son Houston out for a hunt on their own land. Nothing intense, just father and son time in the woods. At first it's calm. They're quietly watching deer move through the trees, enjoying the peace. But that quiet doesn't last long. Out of nowhere, two men with rifles step onto Daniel's private property. They aren't just trespassing, they're sneaking up, trying to take a shot at the deer right in front of them. Then, a gunshot rings out. The bullet misses the deer, but passes so close to Daniel and his son that the danger becomes very real.
Mother.
You stay here.
Hey! You better run, you piece of crap!
Daniel jumps up, confronts the strangers, and they immediately bolt, crashing through the woods. It could have ended tragically, but luckily, both father and son walked away safe. What happens next is the kind of thing that keeps people awake at night. The YouTuber Rice and Beans Adventures shared a chilling encounter he experienced while out camping. Morning was supposed to feel calm, but instead, it carried the weight of last night's horror. The YouTuber admitted that last night was rough. A sudden windstorm ripped through camp, snapping the tent's legs like twigs. They tried fixing it, but by midnight, everything was in ruins. Chairs blown away, the campsite destroyed. With no shelter left, they crawled into the back of the truck. Just the stars above, and the howling wind. Imagine lying there, in the vast emptiness. Every sound outside could be something moving in the dark. He says he eventually fell asleep.
14 hours to get here, set up camp, and then a windstorm come in and decimate it. So the drive took a little bit longer because we ended up stopping at the Prada store in Marfa, and then a couple of art installations nearby. It's let me look up the name. I'll let you guys catch the sunrise too.
But really, how do you sleep knowing your camp has been torn apart, and the desert night hides things you can't see? That storm wasn't just rough, it was terrifying. And maybe he didn't tell us everything that happened out there. Things take a darker turn in the next clip I came across. This video comes from Midwest Ghost Hunter, well known for capturing some of the scariest investigations online. This time, he's in Wisconsin, heading toward an abandoned factory with a dark reputation. Locals whisper about endless paranormal activity inside, shadows that move, voices that answer, doors that slam without warning. And tonight, he's stepping into that place completely alone. He pushed through the tannery's yawning doors and felt the air change, a pinprick of cold that crawled up his spine. Every footstep echoed like a warning. He felt a pressure brush his back, his breath hitched, and the darkness answered with a whisper that wasn't human. Doors slammed shut by themselves. Mannequins began to rock and slide without touch, staring with glass eyes that knew his name.
What? That door just shut. Oh, oh no. Oh, no. I am not going to be stuck in here. Please. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
From the black beneath the catwalks, a cart rolled out on its own, creaking like a funeral march. Props flew off tables as if invisible hands had grown bold.
If there's anyone over here, could you? What the hell was that? It sounded like something moved over here. Did you just move one of these mannequins? Could you move one right now? Any one of these. No. Oh. Dude! That thing just freaking started rocking! Oh, no. Are you freaking serious?
Would you step into that maze when the lights flicker and things move without touch? Things only grow darker from here. Brace yourself for what comes next. This chilling video comes from Harry Chris Rain, a YouTuber well known for sharing his eerie camping adventures in the rain. He set out to camp deep in the forest, and at first, everything felt perfect. Calm air, fresh breeze, just the kind of weather that promised a peaceful night. He began pitching his tent, believing it would be a simple, relaxing trip. But then the skies shifted, the wind grew sharp, and raindrops started to fall, soaking the ground beneath his feet. He stayed. He finished mounting his tent in the pouring rain, determined to stick it out. Later, when the storm finally eased, he thought he could enjoy his camp. He made dinner, sat down to eat, and suddenly, the rain returned, heavier than before. Imagine sitting there trapped in darkness, every sound of the forest drowned out by relentless water hammering the canvas above your head. All through the night the storm raged, and he sat in that tent alone, cold, and listening to every creak of the woods around him. Could it have been just the weather? Or was something else hiding in the storm, waiting for him to close his eyes? What happens next is the kind of thing that keeps people awake at night. This video was uploaded by Camper Vibe, a channel run by two girls who share their love for camping, but this time, only one of them decided to head out to this place, alone. This video begins with her searching for peace after the relentless weight of the holidays. She heads to Daring Woods, a stretch of forest she thought would offer quiet solitude. But little did she know, this woodland lies just outside Pluckley, Britain's most haunted village, which holds the Guinness World Record for having over 14 known ghosts. The camp is set, just before the skies grow darker. Dinner seems simple enough, but the forest begins to whisper. Then, strange noises echo. Some sound like children screaming, others like gunshots, and she can't explain where they're coming from. The owls fall silent, and the woods take on a heavier tone. Then it happens, a sound drifts through the trees, unnatural. Not deer, not fox, not anything she recognizes.
Anyway. Sounds like kids screaming.
That's just a train. Is it a bird or is it kids screaming? That's a bird. That's a gunshot. I don't know if you're able to hear a lot of this, it's pretty distant, but it sounds like kids screaming. There's so many strange noises. It's not just your normal birds and stuff and planes, there's a lot of planes. There's like this weird... Oh, I don't really know how to describe it, but I'm tired, so I'm going to let this burn out in a bit, sit here and enjoy a fire for a little while and then, yeah, head to bed. The hammock's really comfy, thank God, so I should sleep well, I would think. Where's my big beam? What was that noise?
After some time, she swears it's footsteps circling the tent. She doesn't dare turn on the light, terrified it isn't an animal, but a person. The night drags on. Every second feels endless, and she admits it's the most scared she's ever been in a tent. After she later discovered the horrifying truth, the woods where he spent the night are known as Screaming Woods, where anguished cries echo through the trees. Paranormal tours are hosted here. Ghost hunters have filmed here, and the number of hauntings has earned it a permanent record in history. From eerie to bone-chilling, this next clip drags us even deeper into fear. Grizzly Gaz, a well-known wild camper whose page is dedicated to sharing his camping adventures, posted this chilling experience. He strolls into the woods on a school night, joking at first. Rumor has it pagans meet here. He finds a clearing that looks like a ritual site. It gives him the chills, but he decides to camp anyway. His tent is up. It's pitch black. The forest closes in. Then he decides to go for a walk when he sees a tree that looks like a skeleton.
Oh, it doesn't half look creepy down here. Tree looks like a skeleton, and we're all like bivvies in it and stuff.
The shadows begin to breathe. Then, after some while, he notices some voices and sounds in the trees. He knows he's not alone. The footsteps, whispers, someone circling the campsite terrified him.
I hope there's no widowmakers following us. That'd be no good, would it, mate? Oh, dear. Get this pillow. Oh, fuck! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! Fucking hell. Where the fuck? Fendi! Fendi! Come here, mate. Oh, you're alright. What the fuck was that? Fucking flies. Mate, come on.
He decides to turn off his light immediately. Then he decides to pack up. But as he gathers gear, the woods erupt. Dozens of distant voices scream and thunder toward the tent. Who are those figures racing through the trees? A prank, hunters, or something older? A ritual that didn't want witnesses?
This creepy video was uploaded to Pinguim LD on YouTube. Deep in the dense forest, a group of explorers stumbled upon something chilling. A wild animal appeared suddenly, an unknown creature lurking just beyond the trees. Panic and confusion rippled through the group as they realized the forest held more dangers than they imagined. They approached the river, only to discover a wild boar, fatally attacked, its carcass swelling unnaturally.
Guys, what did you see? I don't understand. Hey, gringo. Hey, gringo, seriously, let's go to the other river over there. Deep, guys, there's a pig over there, bro. A wild boar was attacked over there just now. What is it? A wild boar. It's a wild boar. Oh, I saw that animal over there. It's edible, bro. Let's bring it back to eat. Sure, huh?
As they debated whether to harvest it, the chilling discovery of massive snake-like eggs sent shivers down their spines. These were no ordinary eggs. They were enormous, likely belonging to a deadly anaconda, hidden in the murky waters.
Oh my god, bro. Wow, it's even deeper, faggot. Oh, what's this here? What's that over there, faggot? Faggot, that's an egg, faggot. That one over there is a snake's egg. What snake's egg? Anaconda. What the hell is that? It's a big egg, right, bro? Snake's egg. Look at the size of that egg, faggot.
One slip, one wrong step, and the horror became real. A massive snake struck, wrapping around a leg, cutting through flesh and leaving blood in the icy water. Chaos erupted as the group struggled to pull their friend free, the fear of the unknown pressing down like the suffocating darkness around them.
Man, the water's over there, dude. Go on, get up. Damn, water, water. It's
a snake. The snake comes out. Get out, pull, pull. It's a snake. Go, go, go, go, go. Pull, damn, pull it, oh.
Pull, pull. Look there, man. The color of the water is bleeding, faggot. Go on, get.
Injured and shaken, they fled the forest, vowing never to return. The memory of the river, the eggs, and the shadowy predator would haunt them forever. One question lingered. What else still waits in the darkness, watching just out of sight? From one frightening moment to the next, this story might be the scariest yet. This story comes from Paranormal Discovery, a channel well known for its camping adventures and chilling encounters with the paranormal. They stepped into the woods, where the path simply ended, and the air shifted, heavy and wrong. Every step he took through the overgrowth grew louder, their breath ragged, shirt drenched in sweat. Ahead, a lake appeared, pitch black, still as glass. The trees around it seemed to swallow every sound. That's when he stumbled across something strange. A bridge that didn't belong there, and hanging nearby, a hockey net swaying like a mockery of reality.
Oh, this is completely different. What the? How does that happen? Like, actually, so the video I put in the description, go to that video. This bridge was different, man. It's like, this is not human made.
What?
Bro, when I came here, this was a totally different looking bridge.
Oh, really?
So like, there's no way a human made this like this. Like, it doesn't make sense.
They came the thud. A movement in the bushes, sharp, deliberate, freezing the blood in their veins.
What happened?
I don't know, something like big moved in the bush.
Something big?
Like fell, or it almost sounded like something like moved really quick, like through the bush.
Holy shit. Okay.
Hours later, inside an old cabin, the silence was shattered with a metallic bang echoing from within the walls. A woman's laugh followed, but no one was there. Dogs began to howl in the distance, and something unseen ran alongside them through the dark woods.
So, perfect timing, but still. What the Hello? Bro, I just heard a woman laugh, like actually. I just heard a woman laugh. Like, like from somewhere in here.
I wasn't recording, but you should have recorded that.
Yeah, I was recording.
By morning, the cabin told the truth. The table was toppled, and an X had been carved into the wall, deliberate, waiting. So, I ask you, what would you have done? Would you have stayed after hearing the laugh? Or would you have run before the mark on the wall claimed you too? But things don't calm down for long. The next story proves that. This video was uploaded by Tiago Furacão, a creator whose channel is known for exploring and investigating haunted places. The team's flashlight began to flicker, its weak glow cutting through the suffocating dark. One of them joked nervously, but fear already lingered in their voices. They reached what locals call the House of the Entity. Whispers claimed the land was cursed, though no one knew the full story. A sudden noise shattered the silence, The team froze. Something moved in the shadows, circling them. The sound of running footsteps grew louder, as if unseen figures closed in from every side.
What was that? I don't know, man. It sounds like it came from here. Look. It
sounds like it came from under. Look, that tree of something. There's. What's that? Oh my god. Back off, guys, back off a little.
Inside the house, the terror grew worse. An unseen hand grabbed one of them, pulling at his arm. Clothes, bags, and strange relics littered the place, evidence that someone, or something, had lived here.
There's a lot of stuff. Hey, something grabbed my arm. Come on in, come on in, come on in, come on in. Something grabbed my arm here. Come on in, come on in. He put his hand on my arm, man.
Calm down, stay close.
Then a light bulb exploded above them. The team panicked, certain they were no longer alone. Strange scratches appeared on the doors, and whispers spread through the air.
You blew the light bulb over there.
What?
A light bulb blew over there.
Calm down, calm down. Did
you see? Bursting, bursting, bursting. Leave the items. No, no, no, no, no, dot. The light bulb was where in those things? Oh, there. Oh my god, Foggo is swinging over there.
So, what do you think? Would you dare step inside this place? Just when you think it can't get stranger, wait until you see this. This story comes from Straight Explorer, who ventured into the ruins of an overgrown fortress. Surrounded by a moat 8 meters deep and 11 meters wide, its walls still hold secrets that nature could never bury. Hidden tunnels stretch beneath the trees, their silence broken only by echoes that sound too much like voices. Locals whisper that shadows still move inside, trapped souls bound to the fortress long after it was abandoned. Inside, footsteps echoed in the darkness, though no living figure was seen. The deeper he went, the stranger it became. Bones scattered across the floors, all the same shape, all arranged as if someone or something had placed them there. Knocks and whispers followed, rising from unseen rooms.
I can hear rumbling. Hello? What is rumbling? Big bone. Hello?
You're next, a voice finally warned through the static of his spirit box. Later, another name came through. Catherine, followed by Patricia. Were these restless spirits, or something darker, calling out? By the end, he wasn't alone. The equipment lit up on command, answering questions no human could hear. So the question remains, who still walks this fortress, and what waits for those who dare to enter after dark? From eerie to bone-chilling, this next clip drags us even deeper into fear. This video was uploaded by Jesse's Drone Adventures. The journey begins in a remote canyon east of Phoenix, Arizona, an area fenced off with barbed wire, almost as if something inside was never meant to be disturbed. From above, Jesse spotted several caves carved into the canyon walls, dark, hollow, and untouched. They seemed to whisper secrets of what could be hiding inside. The deeper he explored, the stranger it became. Markings scratched into stone, walls that seemed to breathe with silence, and caves that stretched further than expected. Though dismissed as vandals' work, anyone watching could sense something older lurking beneath the surface. But the most chilling moment came when Jesse reviewed drone footage of one cave. A shape appeared, arms bent, hands covering its ears, a distorted face frozen in silent agony.
After analyzing this photo, it definitely does look like it could be a figure of some sort that has their arms bent and slightly raised with their hands covering their ears. At least, that's what I see. I could also see a small mouth here, a nose, and where the eyes would be. But as much as I would like for this to be something and tell you we just unearthed a fossil of some sort, I believe it to be nothing more than a bunch of mud that dried in a very careful way that resembles the upper body of the human figure.
Was it dried mud, or the fossilized figure of something that once lived? Then, as he rode deeper into the canyon, something darted across the trail, too fast, too shadowy. At first glance, it seemed animal. But on closer review, it appeared wrong, almost human-like in its movement.
The sun was getting low, and there was one more stop I wanted to make, but on my way out of there, something darted across the trail in front of me so fast, I almost didn't see it. Pay very close attention to the red arrows on the screen. Now at this point, I had no idea what the heck I just saw. It all happened so fast, and all I really knew was I saw something. So I got off the trail for a second to see if I could find out which direction it went and tried to identify it.
So the question remains, what truly hides in those Arizona caves, and are they watching anyone who dares to get too close? If your skin wasn't crawling already, it definitely will after this. This video was posted by Exploring with Bear, a channel usually known for camping adventures. But this night, it turned into something much darker. It began with strange signs, tree arches, and markings believed to be evidence of Bigfoot activity. He explained that this very forest had a history: tents slashed, cinder blocks thrown, and glowing eyes watching from the darkness. A place haunted not only by Bigfoot, but also whispers of Dogman. As daylight faded, the atmosphere shifted. At the lake bed, he discovered massive paw prints, too large for any ordinary wolf.
Check those out, dog prints, or wolf or coyote. They're big though. Dogman as a wolf.
Then came the noises. Movement in the woods, rocks clanking, and the sense of being stalked from every direction. Screams echoed in the distance, followed by knocks and howls that seemed to answer one another. By nightfall, glowing eyes appeared beyond the firelight, vanishing as quickly as they came.
All right. Get your nerves back. Oh no. Was that my light that did that? I don't think so. I think something's moving back there. I couldn't hear it though. I just seen it. Oh, I heard that though.
The most terrifying moment came when a beam of light, like a flashlight, flashed deep in the trees. But he was alone. The night dragged on, filled with whistles, shadows, and an overwhelming feeling of being surrounded.
There was a howl. Just a minute ago. I didn't say none at first. My hair's standing straight up, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just seen a flashlight out in the woods. There is somebody down there. I want you guys to see it. Somebody's down there with a flashlight right now.
By 4 a.m., he abandoned the camp alive, but shaken. So tell me, was it Bigfoot, Dogman, or something far worse lurking in those woods? The last clip was chilling, but this next one feels like pure nightmare fuel. This story comes from Staffordshire Paranormal YouTube channel, which is known for conducting real paranormal investigations. In this video, they ventured into an abandoned care home with a dark history. Though it only dated back to 1950, countless lives had ended within its walls. The building shut down in 2023, but some say not everyone ever left. It began in the lounge, where investigators called out for spirits. The room seemed quiet, until a deep groan echoed through the halls. Then came footsteps, loud and deliberate, pacing the upper corridor as if someone or something was still patrolling the home. The tension spiked when the metal railings shook violently, as if an invisible figure was climbing the staircase. Cold chills swept over the investigators as they realized no human could have made that sound.
Oh my god, what the flip's going on here? There's just one bang.
Happy.
Oh my god, what the flip's going on here? There's just one bang.
Happy.
Oh my god, what the flip's going on here? That's right in front of me, could you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
It's like someone's holding onto the banister.
Even the spirit box spat out chilling words: incorrect, museum, singer, as if unseen residents were still trying to speak.
The building.
Him.
Him. Yeah, I am talking. Maybe you could try and move that door. Or interfere with the black box on the floor. I don't believe it'll hurt you at all.
Museum.
By the end, the investigators admitted the building felt too big for two people. They left uneasy, convinced the care home's corridors still belonged to those who never moved on. Things only grow darker from here. Brace yourself for what comes next. This video was posted by Haunted Finders. Tonight, their investigation led them deep into Shield Forest, an area with decades of ghostly sightings, unexplained screams, and sinister activity. From the very beginning, he described the strange feeling of being surrounded, footsteps circling them, as if unseen figures were stalking their every move. The equipment began spiking in ways it never had before. EMF readers blazed with energy in the middle of the woods, followed by the sound of sticks being hurled through the darkness. No wind, no animals, just something unseen, throwing objects to prove its presence.
What was that? What was that?
What was it? A stick? Whoa.
Sounded like a stick got thrown at us, yeah.
I missed talking. I went crazy.
I missed talking, I said.
Then came the voices. A chilling message came through. The bad man's here.
Healing. Healing.
Healing. Healing.
Ooh.
I've been here 400 years.
I've been here 400 years.
Blimey, that's a long time, isn't it? What's your
The
name?
bad man's here.
The bad man's here.
The bad man. Is he?
Soon after, growls echoed from the trees, deep, guttural, and inhuman. But the most disturbing moment was when the devices warned of something darker. Words like, disguises itself, skinwalkers around.
He doesn't like what we're doing. That's why he's got his eye on her. What the shit was that? That's why he's got his eye on her.
You hear that? Yeah, I did.
That was a flipping growl.
protection.
They realized they might not just be speaking to restless spirits, but something far older, far more dangerous. So the question here is, what exactly hides in Shield Forest? Spirits of the dead, or shape-shifting creatures watching from the shadows?
Now, drop a comment with the scariest thing that's ever happened to you outdoors. And if these clips genuinely creeped you out, hit like. Subscribe too, because your story might end up in the next compilation. This footage was recorded by a worker employed by Pemex, one of Mexico's largest industrial companies, during an ordinary shift near the town of Cebadilla. He was going about his work when something in the distance caught his attention. Something that did not belong in the landscape he had looked at countless times before. He raised his camera and began recording. At the top of a tall tree, standing completely upright against the sky, was a figure. It had the shape and silhouette of a woman. It was not sitting. It was not crouching. It was standing, at the very top of the tree, in a way that no person should be able to stand. The worker was visibly shaken, but he kept the camera steady long enough to capture what he was seeing. The figure barely moved. It simply stood there, on high above the ground, with a stillness that felt less like stillness and more like waiting. There was no wind strong enough to explain its balance. There was no structure, no platform, nothing visible beneath it that could support a human body at that height. Cebadilla is a small town, but it carries a long reputation for strange and unexplained events. Locals who have lived there for years say that sightings of this kind are not entirely uncommon in that area, and that the land itself seems to hold something that resists ordinary explanation. The worker eventually lowered his camera and moved away from the spot. The figure remained where it was unmoving, unbothered, still standing at the top of that tree as the distance between them grew. The footage was shared online and drew attention from people who had no easy answer to offer. No investigation followed. No official explanation was given. The tree stood in the same place it always had, in a town that had seen things like this before and would likely see them again. If you had been standing in that field during your shift and looked up to find a figure watching silently from the top of a tree, would you have stayed to keep recording? The image came from a lone traveler hiking along a remote trail, a path that a camper passing through the same area had once described as deeply isolated, with dense forest pressing in from every direction. At some point along the trail, at eye level, and positioned directly facing the path, something had been attached to a tree. It was deliberately arranged, and nothing about it felt natural or accidental. The structure was built entirely from animal bones, carefully placed in a way that felt immediately threatening, like a warning that had been left there specifically for whoever came next. The precision of its placement made it impossible to dismiss. It wasn't scattered or fallen. It was assembled, and it was meant to be seen. Yet not every discovery like this points directly to danger. Some researchers and investigators have noted that similar displays occasionally trace back to macabre art individuals who use found bones and natural remains to create symbolic expressions deep in the wilderness, arrangements built from personal ritual or artistic intent rather than any desire to cause harm. But knowing that changes very little when you are standing alone on a trail, far from any help, staring at something you cannot explain. The identity of whoever placed it there remains unknown. The reason behind it remains unknown. and that uncertainty is what lingers long after the image fades from your screen. If you found something like that watching over the trail in silence, would you keep walking, or would you turn back? This footage comes from a Ring doorbell camera mounted outside a private home, recording the front yard through the darkness of an ordinary night. The camera captures everything clearly: the stillness of the grass, the shadows along the edges of the yard, the quiet that belongs to late hours in a residential neighborhood. Then, without any warning or sound, a pale white shape appears in the center of the frame. It is translucent, soft at the edges, and unmistakably large, nothing like the small specks of dust that sometimes drift close to a lens. This was something different entirely. The figure has a human-like height and stays low, hovering just above the surface of the grass. It does not walk, it does not step. It moves slowly and smoothly from the left side of the yard toward the right, gliding across the open space in complete silence. Its form is misty but deliberate, holding its shape as it travels, unlike any insect or airborne particle the camera had ever recorded on previous nights. There is a stillness to the way it moves, unhurried, unbothered, as if it belongs there, more than anything else in the frame. It crosses the yard without pausing, and eventually fades quietly into the dark shadows at the far edge of the property. The camera continues recording. The yard returns to stillness. Nothing else moves for the remainder of the night. The homeowner reviewed the footage the following morning and found no explanation for what had passed through. No weather event, no equipment fault, no visitor. Just an empty yard, a running camera, and something pale that came and went without a sound. If that camera belonged to your home, and you watched this footage alone late at night, would you feel safe stepping outside? This footage was captured late at night and shared online by someone who had been standing outside when the stillness of the evening was broken by a faint, slow sound. The wind was almost completely absent that night. The leaves were motionless. The surrounding area was quiet in the way that deep nighttime hours often are not peaceful, but empty. Then came the sound of branches, barely audible, like something brushing slowly against wood. The person holding the camera looked up and pointed the lens toward the tree above. What appeared in the frame was a white figure, motionless and tall, positioned high among the dark branches. It did not move. It made no sound. It stood between the branches the way something stands when it is not concerned about being seen. Still, upright and fully present. The camera remained on it for several seconds, and during those seconds, the figure did not shift, did not sway, and showed no response to the light or the person below. There was a quality to its stillness that felt less like an object at rest, and more like something that was fully aware and simply choosing not to move. The branches around it were dark and bare. Nothing else was up there. When the camera shifted slightly, the figure was still in the same position. It had not moved during the entire time the lens was on it. The person recording did not speak. The night remained silent around them both. The footage ended without resolution. No closer look, no explanation, no follow-up from anyone who might have climbed up to investigate. Just a white shape, high in the branches, on a night when the wind had stopped and the leaves had gone completely still. It was quiet and overcast, the kind of morning where the light barely reaches the forest floor. Somewhere along the deeper stretch of the trail, her dog suddenly stopped and refused to move forward. The woman looked up from the path to see what had caused it. What she saw between the trees was a full human-shaped figure, hovering silently just above the ground. It was pale, still, and attached to nothing she could see.
Imagine being on your trail run and then seeing this.
It drifted gently in the quiet air, as if it had been there long before she arrived and had no interest in her presence. She slowly backed away and did not return to that trail for several weeks. When she finally went back, she stopped at the same spot and saw it again and recorded it. Just trees, silence, and the memory of something shaped like a person floating quietly in the morning air. If you were walking alone that morning and your dog suddenly stopped, would you have looked up? Trail camera placed deep in the woods was suddenly triggered. A camper staying in the area had mentioned how unusually quiet the forest tends to be at that hour. No wind, no movement, nothing to disturb the stillness. So when the user later reviewed the footage, he wasn't expecting to find anything worth a second look. But something near a tree in the frame immediately gave him pause. A strange shape was visible just beside the tree, subtly different from the surrounding darkness, slightly out of place against the natural background. He couldn't immediately identify it, and that uncertainty was enough to push him to share the image online. The post gained attention quickly. Viewers began offering explanations. Some argued it was simply a tree stump, natural forest growth, or an odd arrangement of branches caught in the camera's flash. Others pointed to pareidolia, the well-documented tendency of the human mind to find familiar shapes within random patterns, particularly in darkness. A few commenters suggested he return to the same spot in daylight and take a comparison photograph to settle the debate. But one question stayed with him long after the thread went quiet. If that shape was nothing more than part of the tree, if it was only wood and shadow and the mind playing tricks, then what exactly walked through those woods that night and triggered the camera in the first place? The image came from a Ring doorbell camera installed at a home situated along the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina, a region surrounded by dense forest and very little nearby activity. A camper passing through that same stretch of trail had once described how unnervingly quiet and isolated the area feels once darkness sets in. At first glance, the photograph appeared completely ordinary, just another routine doorbell capture from a quiet night. But the longer you studied the frame, the more something felt wrong. Near the entrance of the home, a small upright figure could be seen standing in a position that didn't clearly match any recognizable shape or form. The user described it as resembling a little person, though its exact outline remained difficult to define. Without any motion to reference, the still image left far too much open to interpretation, making it nearly impossible to determine what was truly standing there. As the image spread across the platform, viewers began offering explanations. Some suggested it could be an animal caught mid-movement, a cat, a bird, or small wildlife distorted by the camera's exposure. But without video footage, there was no way to confirm how it moved, how tall it actually stood, or where it came from. If something appeared that close to your front door in the dead of night and no explanation ever came, would you feel safe staying inside? It began with a man hiking deep inside a national forest, well beyond any marked trail, the kind of place where, as a camper exploring the same region once noted, there are no signs of other people, and the silence feels total. Moving through the dense woodland, the hiker came across something he had no reason to expect: a small, man-made cabin sitting quietly among the trees. It looked abandoned. It looked forgotten. And yet something about it felt deeply out of place. What he found inside made the unease immediate. A hole had been cut into the floor, unpacked with sandbags and covered in flies. Around the exterior of the structure, makeshift arrangements of bottles had been placed, with clear intention positioned to produce noise if disturbed, as though designed to alert someone of an approaching visitor. But the most deeply troubling discovery waited outside. On a nearby tree, objects had been nailed directly into the bark photographs of people: belt buckles, bottle caps, keychains, and rings, all arranged with a deliberateness that felt less like decoration and far more like a collection. Someone had been gathering these things. Someone had been keeping them. No one was found at the site. No explanation was left behind. After the hiker shared his discovery online, the response was nearly unanimous: leave and do not return. Whatever that cabin was built for, it was not built to be stumbled upon by a stranger passing through. If you found yourself standing in front of a place like that, hidden where no one was ever supposed to look, would you stay to understand it, or walk away without ever looking back? The woman sharing a disturbing experience from an evening walk in a quiet forest. A camper staying nearby had also noticed how empty the area had become that evening. For months, she had seen the same man sitting on the same bench almost every day. He never spoke, never interacted, and simply stared ahead. At first, it felt unsettling, but nothing more. That evening, as she walked past the bench, the man stood up moments later and began following her. Sensing something was wrong, she turned around and walked back the way she came, but the man stopped, turned, and followed her again. Realizing the situation was serious, she sat down on a bench and kept pepper spray hidden in her hand. The man walked past her and sat on another bench nearby, remaining within view. She quietly opened her phone camera and noticed his behavior change in a way that made the situation even more disturbing. When he realized he was being recorded, he quickly tried to hide, returned to the bench, adjusted himself, and then walked away. Shaken, she ran and contacted forest guards, but even after searching, the man was never found. The experience stayed with her long after. If someone watched you in silence for days, would you ignore it or trust your instincts? With a photo taken back in 2020 that was recently rediscovered, the person who captured it doesn't remember why the photo was taken in the first place. A camper visiting the home at the time had also taken a few random pictures, adding to the confusion. At first, the image seemed ordinary, with nothing immediately standing out. But when he showed the photo to his girlfriend, her reaction was immediate. In the image, just above a chair, a strange face appeared to be watching. What made it more unsettling was the location. It was her childhood home, a place filled with familiar memories. The person who shared the photo admitted he did not believe in anything paranormal, yet something about the image felt difficult to ignore. He later shared it online, asking others for their opinions. Some suggested it could be burnt wood or damaged material reflecting sunlight in an unusual way. It might have been nothing more than a trick of light and texture. Still, the image left an uneasy feeling behind. If you saw a face like that in a place you once called home, would you try to explain it or quietly look away? With a Reddit user who shared an experience after witnessing the brown mountain lights from Wise Man's View in North Carolina. A camper standing nearby had also been watching the vast darkness stretch beyond the viewpoint. Below them was a steep cliff, and beyond it, miles of dense wilderness disappearing into the night. The area felt quiet and distant, with no visible signs of human activity. According to the user, more than 15 bright lights suddenly appeared across the mountainside. They seemed to hover and move in areas where no roads are known to exist. The sight was unusual, especially given the isolation of the region. Reports of these lights go back over a century, with some of the earliest accounts dating to around 1910, and many witnesses have described similar glowing movements in the same area. Over the years, different explanations have been suggested, including natural causes like geological or mineral-related activity. Still, no single explanation has ever been universally accepted. The lights continue to appear without warning, leaving those who see them searching for answers. If you stood there in the dark and watched those lights move across the mountains, would you try to explain them or simply watch in silence? After a group of campers shared footage from a trail camera they had placed in Dry Fork Canyon, one of the cameras was placed only a few feet from their tent. At around 3:50 in the morning, While the entire camp was asleep, the camera suddenly activated. The figure that stepped into view appeared strangely human, but something about it didn't feel right. It moved upright near the camera, its shape pale and unfamiliar against the darkness of the trees. The movement was slow and deliberate, almost cautious, as if it knew the camera was there. For a brief moment, it lingered in front of the lens before continuing past the campsite and fading into the shadows of the forest. The campers later said the location sits only about 30 miles from the mysterious Skinwalker Ranch, a place long connected with unexplained sightings. When they reviewed the footage the next day, the quiet night suddenly felt much less peaceful. Whether it was a person, something unknown, or something that simply didn't want to be seen. The camera never recorded it again, but knowing something passed only a few feet from their tent while they slept raises an unsettling thought. If your trail camera caught something like that outside your camp at 3:50 a.m., would you go back there again? It begins in a small desert town at night, a Tesla driver sitting alone in his car. Nearby, a camper had parked for the night. The entire area was completely silent. Then, without warning, the car's system started detecting people around him, even though no one was visible outside. At first, it seemed like a simple glitch, but then he saw it. A pair of glowing eyes staring from the darkness ahead. No body. No figure. Just eyes, yet the car's sensors showed a person standing in that exact same spot. The precision was impossible to dismiss. It was as if something unseen was being detected by the system. The driver didn't wait to find out what it was. He left fast, and he's not alone. Other Tesla drivers have reported the same thing, sensors triggering, and phantom figures appearing where nothing should exist. Some recordings even capture brief flashes of light with no explainable source. So here's the question. If your car detected someone standing in the dark, but you couldn't see them, would you stay or drive away? He shared pictures taken during a trip to an old mine shaft about 70 meters from the nearest town. The area was quiet and completely isolated, surrounded by dry land and distant hills. A camper traveling through the region had joined the trip, documenting the entire visit through photos. At the time, nothing unusual was noticed in any of the images. Everything appeared completely ordinary. No sign of anything out of place. No, but then, while reviewing the pictures later, they saw it. A shape standing on a nearby hill. Faint, but clearly there. It appeared to resemble a human figure upright, still, and completely separate from the surrounding landscape. Some viewers believed it looked like a cowboy. Others weren't so sure. The camper who took the photo could not remember seeing anyone standing there at the time. Explanations started to surface. A rock, a cactus, a bird, a trick of perspective. But no other photos from that same spot were ever shared to confirm what was captured. The image remains unclear, and the figure remains without a definite explanation. So here's the question. If you found something like that hidden in the background of your own photo, would you be able to ignore it? It begins in Chile, late at night, where a stray dog can be seen walking calmly near a quiet restaurant. A camper passing through the area had also noticed how still the street was as the camera recorded the moment. At first, everything appears completely normal, the animal moving in a slow, natural way. Nothing about the scene suggests anything unusual. But then, just seconds later, something strange begins to happen. The dog's shape starts to shift. Its form changes in a way that doesn't match any natural movement. Gradually, it appears to transform into something more human-like, leaving the moment nearly impossible to understand. The transition is unclear, almost distorted, making it hard to tell exactly what is being seen. Viewers online have shared different theories. Some believe it could be something paranormal. Some others suggest it might be an illusion or simply a camera trick. No clear explanation has ever been confirmed, and the video remains open to interpretation. So here's the question. If you saw something change like that right in front of you, would you try to explain it or look away? The group of young girls testing a camcorder they had just received as a Christmas gift. A nearby camper had suggested the tunnel as an interesting place to record. The area was quiet and dim, with echoes carrying through the narrow space as they started filming. At first, it felt like a simple and playful moment. But then, while still recording, one of the girls suddenly became frightened. She had noticed something deeper inside the tunnel. Her reaction was instant, and she stepped back as if she had seen something clearly.
Oh, yeah. Get me up right now. Get me up right now. No, get me up. Get me up. No, there's something else. I'm fucking kidding. What's the one entire life? Watch back the thing. Watch back the thing. Watch back the thing. I swear to God. No, it wasn't.
The camera, however, failed to capture it in any way that could be easily understood. Whatever was there remained completely unclear, leaving only her reaction as the strongest clue. The footage ends without ever revealing what she saw. Viewers are left watching closely, trying to spot what might have been hiding in the shadows. And that uncertainty is exactly what makes it so unsettling. So here's the question. If you were standing there and saw something the camera couldn't capture, would you trust your eyes? It begins in July 2021, when a man and his girlfriend were hiking along the Lover's Lane Trail in Olympic National Park, near the Sol Duc River. A camper staying in the area had also been exploring nearby trails that same day. The surroundings were calm and natural, nothing out of the ordinary at first. But then, while enjoying the hike, they noticed something unusual in the distance. A dark figure, standing far away, too far to approach. After watching it briefly, they assumed it might just be a fallen tree or a shadow blending into the environment. Later that day, the man reviewed the photo he had taken and decided to run it through Google's image search. The result caught him completely off guard. The system suggested the image resembled a blurry figure, one commonly associated with Bigfoot. Curious, he shared the photo online to hear what others thought. Most viewers weren't convinced. They pointed out that the shape lacked any clear features and could easily be explained by distance, lighting, or natural objects blending together. Some called it a classic case of pareidolia, where the mind interprets vague shapes as something familiar. In the end, the image remained open to interpretation. No clear conclusion, no definite answer. So here's the question. If you saw something far away that didn't quite make sense, would you accept the explanation? Or keep wondering? It begins in Ecuador's endangered Chaco rainforest, where a lone camper had set up for the night beneath dense, shadowed trees. Hoping to document the sounds of the forest, he kept his camera running near his camp as the light faded. The area is known for its immense biodiversity, much of it still unexplored and poorly understood. But what his camera captured that night was something few had ever seen before. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than moss clinging to a branch. Then, the shape began to shift, almost imperceptibly, revealing thin extensions that resembled legs. The creature blended so perfectly into its surroundings that its outline was difficult to follow, even while moving. Biologists who later viewed the clip noted similarities to stick insects, but its texture and form appeared far more complex. What unsettled viewers most was this. It remained completely still every time the camera adjusted, as if it knew it was being watched. The camper slowly backed away. The camper, keeping his camera fixed on the branch until the figure seemed to merge once again with the moss. By morning, he returned to the same spot. Nothing remained, not even a trace of disturbance. The footage ends without explanation, leaving only questions about what might still be hidden in that forest. So here's the question. If something can stay perfectly concealed just a few feet from where you rest, would you ever truly know what's around you? Inside an abandoned hospital once used for tuberculosis patients. Late at night, a small group of friends, including a camper who often explored isolated places, entered the building to film their surroundings. The halls were empty, the walls worn, and the silence carried a weight that felt older than the structure itself. As the camera moved slowly through a dim corridor, nothing unusual appeared at first. But within seconds, something crossed directly in front of the lens. The movement was quick, almost too fast to process in real time. But the camper filming claimed she saw it clearly as it passed.
What the fuck was that?
Did you hear that noise?
So Mike just went right in front of my camera and blocked it.
Did you take a video?
I'm actually video now.
Yeah, I need to have a pee, but I'm too scared to. Come on, just have a pee. Right, right inside there.
I'll slow it down, I'm hearing voices from there.
There's something around that corner. We were at the other side. I'm going to pee here then.
None of the others noticed anything, until they reviewed the footage later and slowed it down. In those frames, a faint figure appeared. Tall, draped, shaped in a way that resembled traditional clothing, almost like a nun's habit. What made it truly unsettling was not just the form, but the way it moved with purpose, as if fully aware of the camera's position. Records of the hospital mention no nuns, only a sister, a title given to a senior nurse, leaving the figure without any clear explanation. The group left shortly after, unsettled but unable to fully understand what they had captured. The footage ends abruptly, with no further sightings and no clear answer as to what moved through that hallway. Whatever passed in front of that camera did so silently, leaving only a brief trace behind. It begins during a quiet neighborhood night watch in a small residential area. A few locals, including a camper who often stayed overnight in nearby open fields, were making their usual rounds under dim street lights. The roads were empty, with only the sound of insects and soft footsteps filling the silence. As they passed near a waste disposal area, one of them casually turned on a camera to record the surroundings. At first, everything appeared completely normal, but then just beyond the reach of the light, a figure slowly became visible. A woman, dressed in red, long hair falling straight down, standing near a pile of discarded waste. She did not move, did not react, made no sound. What unsettled them most was the stillness, as if she had been standing there long before they arrived. The camper filming quietly adjusted the camera. The figure remained unchanged, distant, but clearly there. Moments later, they chose not to approach. They kept walking, leaving the figure behind without a word. When they looked back, the area seemed empty again, as though nothing had ever been there. Since that night, those who pass by say the place feels different after dark, quieter in a way that's hard to explain. The footage ends without answers, holding on to that single moment of uncertainty. So here's the question. If you were the one walking that road at night and saw her standing there, would you dare to get closer? It begins during a hike on one of Colorado's 14ers, where the user captured a photo near the mountain peak. A camper traveling through the area had also stopped nearby, taking in the quiet surroundings. At the time, nothing unusual was noticed. The moment felt completely ordinary. The sky was open, the air still, and the landscape unchanged. But later, while driving away, the user looked back at the photo and noticed something unexpected. In the clouds on the right side of the mountain, a strange shape had formed. It appeared to resemble a human face, faint, but distinct enough to stand out. The image was shared online and quickly drew attention from many viewers. Most people believed it was simply a natural cloud formation. Others pointed to pareidolia, the tendency of the mind to find familiar shapes in randomness, likely just a coincidence, with no explanation beyond perception. But still, the shape was there. So here's the question. If a face appeared in the sky when you weren't looking, would you ever see that place the same way again? A man driving through a wooded area at night, a place he wasn't familiar with. The road was quiet, surrounded by dark trees, with no signs of movement anywhere around him. Then, something by the roadside caught his attention. Without fully understanding why, he slowed down. A human-shaped figure stood near the road, wrapped entirely in white cloth, completely still, facing toward the road. No movement, no reaction. The stillness made the driver assume it might be a prop, something placed there intentionally. But the way it stood silent and unmoving made it impossible to ignore. In the comments, some suggested that figures like this are sometimes used to scare animals or warn strangers, similar to scarecrows or trail markers. But without any clear explanation, the sight felt deeply unsettling, almost as if it were a real person, just standing there, waiting. So here's the question. If you were driving alone at night and saw something like that by the road, would you stop or keep going? It begins with a Reddit user reviewing photos taken at an abandoned gold dredge in a remote area. A camper exploring the site had been capturing images of the rusted structure and its surroundings, nothing unusual noticed at the time. The place felt quiet, still, and undisturbed, like many forgotten locations. It wasn't until later, while going through the photos, that something unexpected appeared. On the left side of one image, a strange shape, something that looked like a face. It wasn't visible during the moment the photo was taken. None of the other images showed anything similar. No reflections, no dust particles, no obvious explanation for what appeared in that single frame. The user admitted it stood out enough to share. Viewers were asked to zoom in, and many saw the same unsettling detail. Some believed it was just a trick of light or shadow. Others weren't so sure. The image remains unexplained. No clear reason why it appeared in only one photo. So here's the question. If you found a face staring back from a place you thought was empty, would you brush it off or look closer? It begins in rural Sweden, where a woman's mother had stepped outside late at night to watch the northern lights. A camper staying nearby had also come out to witness the glowing sky. The area was isolated far from any town, with no footpaths or signs of people anywhere around. As the aurora lit up the sky, she decided to take a photo, capturing what first appeared to be a beautiful and peaceful moment. But when they looked closer, something unsettling appeared. Beneath the glowing aurora, a dark, human-shaped figure could be seen standing in the frame. What made it more disturbing was the distance. The photo wasn't zoomed in. Whatever was there had been just 1 or 2 meters away, close enough to be clearly visible in real life. Yet no one had seen anything at the time the picture was taken. The image was later shared on Reddit, where viewers debated what it could be, offering different explanations, but reaching no clear answer. No nearby paths, no reason for anyone to be there in the middle of the night. The moment remains completely unexplained, leaving only that single image behind. S/O. Here's the question. If something stood that close to you in the dark, and you never saw it, would you believe the photo or your own memory? It begins with a user named Phantom Freak Official, who shared trail camera footage recorded deep in the woods at night. A camper had placed the camera in the area, hoping to capture wildlife activity. The clip was discovered the next day while reviewing the recordings. At first, everything seemed completely routine. Nothing unusual expected from the footage. But then, in one segment, a figure appears, moving across the frame in a smooth, almost unnatural way. Its motion doesn't match any typical animal behavior. Its faint presence makes it difficult to clearly identify. The way it glides through the scene without any visible effort, without any sound, is what unsettles viewers most. It doesn't react to anything around it, as if it exists completely separately from the environment. After the clip spread online, different theories began to emerge. Some believe it could be a ghost, based on its faint appearance and fluid movement. Others suggest it might be a cryptid connected to forest folklore. And there are those who think it could simply be a glitch in the recording. With no clear explanation, the footage remains open to interpretation. So here's the question. If you saw something move like that in the dark, would you try to explain it? Or just walk away? A couple was hiking through a remote trail when they noticed something strange in the sky. Unidentified objects moved in ways that didn't match any known aircraft. At first, it seemed random, but soon the pattern of sightings and unexplained encounters started to feel deliberate, like controlled disclosure. One day, a person was driving home when they saw a strange figure on the road. It was moving on all fours, like a dog, and making sounds just like a dog. Its movements were unnatural, and it seemed fully aware of the approaching car. The figure crawled slowly, calling out like a dog, as if trying to attract attention. Every step was deliberate, and even in the calm daytime, the sight felt unsettling and eerie. The driver froze for a moment, unsure what to do. As the car passed, the figure disappeared into the side of the road, leaving only questions behind. Even in broad daylight, the encounter was chilling. If something like this appeared in front of you, would you dare to look or just drive away? While walking through the Palpa Desert near Nazca, Peru, a camper was searching for geoglyphs to film for a YouTube channel when they stumbled upon something unexpected. Scattered across the sand were human skulls, each one more disturbing than the last. One had a rope threaded through a hole in its forehead, and another still had hair attached. The sight made the quiet desert feel suddenly heavy and eerie. What had happened here? The area no longer felt like an empty stretch of sand. It resembled an unmarked burial site, holding secrets that no one had explained. The camper stood there, frozen, unsure whether to move closer or step back. The discovery left more questions than answers. If you found something like this in the middle of a desert, would you dare to investigate it further? Begins with a camper's night vision trail camera placed near a quiet, isolated swamp. The footage shows still water, heavy darkness, and no signs of movement at first. Then, without warning, a small glowing orb appears in the frame. No sound, no disturbance, just a faint light hovering above the surface. What makes the moment unsettling is how the orb behaves. It drifts slowly, almost with purpose, before lowering itself toward the water. The camper who shared the clip never explained what happened next, but the footage clearly shows the light slipping beneath the surface without a ripple. It does not flicker or fade like a reflection, and it does not return. The video ends as quietly as it began, with the swamp returning to complete stillness. No location, no date, and no explanation were ever provided by the camper. The clip continues to circulate, leaving viewers to interpret what they saw on their own. If something can move through darkness and water without a trace, would you be certain it was ever meant to be seen? She believed she was completely alone. The area was silent, and there was no visible movement. She set out to capture the image, thinking it would only show the empty surroundings. But when the photo was processed, a detailed human-shaped figure appeared. Night mode records light over several seconds, meaning any movement during that time can appear solid in the final image. Still, the figure remained visible long enough to be captured and then vanished without making a sound. Had they really been alone? To this day, they don't know how to explain it. The image leaves questions unanswered, leaving viewers to wonder about the presence that appeared so silently. If something like that appeared near you, would you trust what you saw? One night, a camper walking through a quiet rubber plantation decided to record the dark path while heading out before dawn. The forest was silent, with only faint footsteps and the distant sound of insects breaking the stillness. While reviewing the footage later, something disturbing appeared in the frame. High on one of the trees sat a woman-like figure, completely motionless, watching from above. There was no wind moving the branches, and no one else was supposed to be there. The moment lasted only a few seconds before the camera turned away and the figure faded into darkness. Yet every time the camper replayed the clip, the same silent presence remained in the tree. If you were walking alone near your camper and suddenly noticed someone watching from the branches, would you keep walking or stop and look again? Two men captured a strange gate hidden deep in a dense forest, somewhere unknown. The footage is clear, yet the location and details are completely secret. What makes it even stranger is the short caption: a bunker that could reveal the true history of humanity. There are no other videos, no clues, just this one mysterious clip. Experts have looked at it and can't explain it, and it's definitely not AI or fake. The passage itself is small, almost too tight for a person to enter easily. Could it really hold lost history, or evidence of a different civilization? The video ends without answers, leaving more questions than ever. If something like this exists, would you dare to explore it? A camper couple trekking through the woods in the Appalachian region. Many believe these forests hold mysterious forces, something often whispered about, but never fully explained. And as they walk deeper, the silence around them feels unnatural, almost watchful. Legends in this area speak of the Fae, or forest elves, said to live in ancient forests like these. It is believed they set traps for humans, portals that can pull unaware hikers into another dimension. The couple seems to come across something unusual along their path, something that doesn't belong.
Is it just me? Or when there are two trees like this on a path? That's a portal. I'm gonna go. I don't know if that's gonna be, I don't know where that takes me, but I'm not trying to find out on this hike.
The footage ends without revealing what happened next, and the camper never posted again. Some say those who step into such places don't always return. If you found something like that in the woods, would you keep walking? About a year ago, a camper moved to the high desert in Southern California. One early morning while having coffee, he noticed someone walking behind the property line, under which stretched across about 5 acres. From that distance, he couldn't make out any clear features, but the figure looked enormous, around 7 to 8 feet tall, and moved with a heavy, stomping gait. Curious and cautious, the camper went outside to get a better look and grabbed his phone. At that moment, the entity seemed to notice him. It turned around and stared directly at him. Nervous but determined, he managed to capture a picture of it before going inside to call his partner. When they both came out, they saw the figure walking away toward the hills. The camper never asked anyone to share the footage, but the encounter was too bizarre to ignore. The image shows the moment the entity looked at him, leaving more questions than answers. If you saw something like this in your backyard, would you dare to step closer or stay inside? This video shows a real pokong, unusually tall, appearing in an unknown location. The footage is raw and unedited, capturing the eerie presence of this supernatural figure in full view. Its movements are slow but deliberate, creating a sense of tension that is hard to ignore. The pokong's white shroud and towering form make it impossible to mistake for a human. Its silent presence dominates the scene, and every frame seems to hold an unsettling stillness. Even watching it from afar, viewers can feel the heaviness of the moment. The video ends as quietly as it began, leaving more questions than answers. Has anyone ever encountered something like this before? If you saw a figure like this standing silently nearby, would you dare to get closer? While driving through the desert using night vision goggles, driver noticed something unexpected. He was heading home, traveling a few miles along a quiet paved road. The area was dark, isolated, and mostly empty. Then suddenly, he saw a man standing in the middle of the road. The man appeared to be doing karate moves, striking and fighting at something that wasn't there. There were no other people, and no vehicles nearby. The driver stopped and watched for several minutes, but the man just kept moving, kicking, punching, and fighting in the empty lane. The driver mentioned he didn't have an SD card in his recorder, so the video quality was poor. Still, he shared the footage as proof of what he saw. Even with low-quality video, the strange behavior is chilling and unexplained. If you saw someone like that in the middle of a deserted road, would you stop and watch or drive away? One night, a camper heard a strange sound outside his camp. Curious, he went to check and saw something unusual near a fallen coconut tree. At first, it looked a little like a human, but its movements were strange and unnatural. The figure climbed up and sat atop the tree, silently watching him. Its posture and stillness were deeply unsettling, making the camper freeze in fear. The night around him felt heavier, and the quiet presence of this being made every sound seem louder. After a few moments, it simply stayed there, watching without moving. The camper slowly retreated, unsure if what he saw was real. So if something silently observed you in the dark, would you dare to stay and watch back? Visitor was exploring an old graveyard in the middle of the Chilean desert, about 200 kilometers from Ike, when they came across something unusual. They didn't disturb any graves. It was simply lying there. The cemetery contained graves that were more than 100 years old, making the discovery all the more puzzling. Confused by what they found, the Reddit user posted the image online, unsure why a symbol like this would appear in such a remote place. One commenter explained, "The land once sat near Colonia Dignidad, a sealed German settlement with a dark and well-documented past. German migrants and sympathizers were present in Chile long before the colony was officially founded, and the symbol was commonly used by Nazi supporters in the early 20th century. Colonia Dignidad later became Villa Bavaria after its leaders fled justice, but the history tied to the land remains unsettling. The symbol in the desert, untouched for decades, leaves more questions than answers. If you stumbled upon something like this in an isolated graveyard, would you dare to get closer and investigate?" This chilling video was uploaded on Real Dark Clips' TikTok by a camper staying alone in a remote cabin. Around 1:27 a.m., he noticed movement in the trees and aimed his flashlight and camera. A pale figure appeared between a tree and a fallen log, motionless but unmistakably there.
fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I can't zoom in, babe. Look at that. Wait, I lost it. There it is, there it is. You see that shit right in the middle of the camera? What the fuck is that? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, nah.
By 1:44 a.m., it slowly rocked and rose, showing faintly human proportions. Days later, glowing eyes watched from outside his cabin. The enhanced footage revealed a head, shoulders, and torso still unexplained. Shaken, he retreated inside, leaving the figure in the woods. The images remain, quietly unsettling viewers. And if something was silently watching just outside your door, would you feel safe? This footage was captured by a camper using a drone while exploring deep in a Brazilian jungle. As the drone hovered above the dense canopy, one tree appeared to shift and move on its own, standing out unnaturally among the still forest. Experts later confirmed there were no signs of editing. The footage seemed completely genuine. Some scientists suggest it could be an optical illusion or a trick of light. Yet many ufologists remain skeptical, believing the tree may truly be moving. From the camper's aerial view, the motion was deliberate and eerie, completely out of place in the quiet, shadowed jungle. The phenomenon remains unexplained, leaving only questions for anyone who sees it. And if a tree can move deep in the jungle, what else might be quietly alive, or just beyond our vision? While hiking in Southern California, a lone camper came across something that immediately caught his attention. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a rough gray rock. But from a certain angle, a human skull shape became clearly visible in the stone. The features didn't appear carved or added later, which made the discovery even more unsettling. Curious, the camper decided to take it home and later shared the images online. Reactions came quickly, with many warning him to return it, claiming objects like this are often linked to bad luck or something unknown. What happened after that remains unclear, but the image continues to raise questions. If you found something like that deep in the wild, would you take it with you, on or leave it exactly where it was found? A couple was outside their home late at night, smoking on the porch, when something in the distance caught their attention. Near the edge of some thick bushes, they noticed a dark, human-shaped figure standing completely still. The faint rustle of leaves and the quiet night air only added to the unease. Startled, they quickly snapped a photograph before retreating inside, unsure of what they had just seen. According to the person who shared the photo, they had lived in that house for over 15 years and had never encountered anything like it before. The figure's posture and size seemed unnatural, and it did not move or make any sound, almost as if it were studying them from afar. The way it lingered, silently and deliberately, it gave the impression of intelligence rather than randomness. Even in a quiet neighborhood, its presence felt profoundly out of place. The image remains unexplained, leaving only questions for those who view it late at night. Was it truly someone or something quietly observing from the shadows? Or could it be nothing more than a trick of the mind, a fleeting case of pareidolia? If something that's still and deliberate can appear in your backyard unseen, how would you respond if it were watching you? This chilling clip was uploaded on at 5050 Fishing's YouTube. A camper was staying by a river, fishing and enjoying the quiet of the outdoors. While moving along the riverbank, they noticed something unusual, a human foot partially submerged in the water. Shocked and unsure what they had found, the camper immediately contacted the local police to report it. Authorities arrived to investigate, but details remain limited.
Bro, what the f? Shut the f up. What is that? Why the hell is there a foot right there? It's in a damn sandal. That's a foot. Okay. I hear freaking sirens already.
The foot's presence raises questions about how it ended up there and whether there could be more nearby. The camper has not returned to the same spot since, and no official explanation has been shared publicly. The discovery remains a chilling mystery, leaving a lingering unease over that quiet stretch of river. And when you think of the solitude of nature, what would you do if something so unexpected appeared just steps away? A camper walking along a quiet road late at night. Behind a utility pole, he noticed a small, pale figure briefly appear, moving in an unnatural way. Curious and uneasy, he aimed his camera to record it. As soon as the figure realized it was being watched, it slipped silently behind the pole, disappearing from view. The brief glimpse left the camper shaken, with no clear explanation for what he had seen. The encounter ended as suddenly as it began, leaving only the recorded image behind. And if something small and silent can vanish so quickly in the night, would you dare to keep looking? A wildlife photographer flying a drone along a remote stretch of coastline. Around 12:44, the drone captured a waterfall spilling directly into the sea. As the camera moved closer to frame the scene, something unusual appeared in a small cave beside the falls. By 12:59, a strange shape could be seen inside the cave. The photographer described it as resembling a prehistoric creature, with a head roughly the size of a small car. The figure remained motionless, and its presence felt entirely out of place, unlike anything known to inhabit the area. No additional footage was recorded, and no follow-up checks were made by authorities or locals. The drone's brief recording leaves the sighting unexplained. The cave and whatever lurked inside remain untouched and mysterious. And if something that enormous could exist in a hidden corner of the coast, how many other secrets might the sea be hiding? Recorded on a trail camera in Red Hook, New York. Around 3 a.m., temperatures hovered near 24 degrees, and the camper was in swamp hunting land, thick mud mixed with patches of snow. Expecting only ordinary wildlife, the camper set up the camera near his campsite before going to sleep. What appeared on the footage was anything but ordinary. In a split second, a dark figure darted between the trees, covering roughly 40 yards in just 1.5 seconds. It moved upright, with 2 arms visible, and for a fleeting moment, a strange flash or beam of light glinted along its side. The camper later confirmed that no known animal or person in the region could move that fast, especially through freezing mud and snow. The trail camera captured the event unedited and untouched, yet the figure remains unexplained. And when something moves faster than anything you know is possible, would you believe your own eyes, or convince yourself it wasn't real? While walking among the historic ruins, they sensed something following them. One of them claimed to see movement just beside the other, prompting a quick snapshot. The image captured a shadowy figure partially hidden among the stones, its shape unclear, but undeniably present. There was no sound, no disturbance, just the sudden feeling of being watched. The friends later reviewed the photo, but it offered no explanation, only questions. What the camera caught remains a mystery. And if something unseen can move silently among the stones, where history lingers, would you feel alone in that place? Late one night in Florida, a woman named Stoney was getting into her car when something unusual caught her attention near a nearby donation bin. Clothing bags were being pushed out from inside, one after another, despite no one being visible. Assuming someone might be trapped or in need of help, she pulled out her phone and began recording. The quiet parking area only made the moment feel more uncertain. As she approached, she carefully checked the bin, expecting to find someone inside. But there was no one there. No movement, no sound, nothing to explain what she had just witnessed.
These 2 bags just popped out by themselves. there someone in there? I think there's someone in there. Is there someone in there? Can't even see. At this point, I think I'm just crazy because how the fuck did the bag get out?
It wasn't until later, while reviewing the footage, that something unsettling appeared. For a brief moment, a shape emerges from within the bin, something that closely resembles a hand, pushing outward with intent. The detail had gone completely unnoticed at the time, leaving only the recorded evidence behind. The video offers no explanation, no clear presence, and no resolution to what was inside. If something truly reached out from within that bin without being seen, what exactly was there that night? And where did it go? A camper was about to enter a forest in Sweden when they noticed 2 old baby strollers placed side by side near the path, like something a lone camper might quietly come across. The area was empty, with no adults or children anywhere nearby. The strollers appeared aged, possibly from the 1990s, which made the scene feel even more unusual. Some believed they were left as a prank, while others thought they had simply been forgotten. Still, the way they were positioned felt too deliberate to ignore. No explanation has ever been given for who left them there or why. The forest remained silent, holding on to its quiet mystery. If you found something like this alone, would you stop or keep walking? While walking, he felt vibrations under his feet and turned toward the mud volcano. Suddenly, mud and gas erupted violently. Cracks formed along the roads, and the earth itself seemed to shift and breathe. Houses trembled, tiles broke, as if something enormous stirred beneath the village. The hiker captured it all, silent and unsettled, unable to explain what was happening. No one can say for sure why the ground moved or what lay beneath. It remains entirely unknown. The footage ends as the earth quiets, but the unease lingers. And if the ground beneath you could suddenly tear itself apart, would you dare to stay or turn and run? This eerie photo was taken by a couple visiting Gettysburg on Halloween 2024. While walking the historic battlefield, the wife snapped random pictures, capturing the quiet landscape and old monuments. It wasn't until they returned home to Ohio that they noticed something strange in one of the images. The photo shows a faint, shadowy figure among the trees and gravestones, pale and indistinct, yet clearly present. There was no movement or sound at the time, only the ordinary stillness of the battlefield. The couple has no explanation for what appeared, leaving the image haunting and mysterious. The figure remains unexplained, quietly unsettling anyone who sees it. And if something from the past can appear so clearly in a single moment, Would you trust your own eyes? This terrifying video was uploaded on Big Toe Time's YouTube, July 2012, in the Sierra Nevada mountains. A camper traveling in an RV reportedly broke down late at night, close to Convict Lake, while waiting hours for roadside help. Surrounded by darkness, the campers began hearing deep screams echoing through the trees. One of them started recording as the strange calls continued in the distance. As the minutes passed, the sound seemed to move around the camper's location. Sometimes the screams were far away, then suddenly much closer, as if something large was circling the stranded RV.
What the fuck is that? I hear a dog down there barking.
Even the family dog stayed completely still beside the camper, refusing to bark. After nearly 20 minutes, the noises slowly faded back into the forest. The campers said the sound stopped shortly after they turned off the camera on, and they never uploaded another update. If you were alone in a broken-down camper and heard something screaming from the dark forest, would you stay and keep listening? The group sat together around the fire, unaware of the darkness just beyond the glow of their lanterns. Suddenly, a pale, humanoid figure appeared behind the boy on the red stool, moving quickly across the shadows. The entity stayed low to the ground, its motion almost blurring as it darted to the left, before vanishing completely. Its appearance was unnatural, with strange proportions that made it clear this was no ordinary creature. Despite passing just inches from the family, none of them noticed its presence, adding to the eerie nature of the encounter. The forest remained quiet once more, but the memory of that fleeting figure lingers in the footage. No explanation has been offered for what moved so fast and silently. If you were watching this late at night, alone in the woods, would you dare to stay by the campfire? This terrifying video was uploaded on Shadow Hollow's YouTube. A lone camper was settled in the forest late at night when he heard unusual noises just outside his camper. The sounds were soft but deliberate, echoing through the dark trees in a place where no one should have been. Grabbing his camera, he stepped out to investigate, circling the area carefully. As he scanned the shadows, he noticed a dark figure moving quickly in the distance. Nearby, a distant animal cry added to the unsettling atmosphere, emphasizing how alone he was in the remote forest.
Here it is. Just gonna have to cross over this. The fuck? Just a minute. I saw something. Scared, guys. The fuck was that?
The camper quickly retreated back to the safety of his campsite, every rustle and movement feeling amplified in the quiet night. The forest returned to silence, leaving only questions. If you were alone in the woods and saw a shadow moving near your camp, would you stay outside to investigate or hide inside? One night, a camper walking through a quiet rubber plantation decided to record the dark path while heading out before dawn. The forest was silent, with only faint footsteps and the distant sound of insects breaking the stillness. While reviewing the footage later, something disturbing appeared in the frame. High on one of the trees sat a woman-like figure, completely motionless, watching from above, when there was no wind moving the branches and no one else was supposed to be there. The moment lasted only a few seconds before the camera turned away and the figure faded into darkness. Yet every time the camper replayed the clip, the same silent presence remained in the tree. If you were walking alone near your camper and suddenly noticed someone watching from the branches, would you keep walking or stop and look again? A camper had set up his cameras around his campsite deep in the forest to keep an eye on the surroundings. It was late afternoon, and the forest was quiet as he walked around, checking each camera to see the area from every angle. As he reviewed the footage, a sudden scream pierced the air, captured clearly on the camera. The sound was unlike any animal he knew, echoing through the darkening woods. The camper froze, realizing that something unseen had passed near his cameras and that he was completely alone in the dense forest. The night grew darker, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Every shadow and distant sound felt amplified, leaving the camper with an unsettling choice. If you were in his place, alone in the forest, and hearing those screams on your camera, would you stay for the night or leave immediately? Camper went on a solo camping trip at Bailey Lake, setting up his tent in a sheltered spot among the trees. The sky was overcast, and rain seemed possible, but he was determined to spend the night there. Earlier, while hiking around the lake, he found many animal tracks in the mud, but none of the unusual prints he had hoped to see. Later in the afternoon, while sitting beside his tent and talking to the camera, he suddenly heard a loud knock echo from the hillside. Seconds later, another knock came from a different direction, followed by a sound like a rock hitting a tree somewhere in the forest.
Hiking around Bailey Lake, looking for any kind of tracks. Tons of tracks, just tons of animal tracks. I don't know if the camera picked that up, but I just heard what sounded like a knock. Ooh, second one. That way. Anyways, tons of animal tracks around the lake. But not the tracks that I was hoping for.
Because the noises were so unusual, he kept his digital recorder running. When night came, he chose to sleep in his car while leaving his cameras on. Nothing appeared on camera, but he couldn't stop wondering if those strange knocks came from something unseen in the woods. When night fell, he decided to sleep inside his car instead of the tent, leaving his cameras and recorders active through the night. Nothing clearly appeared on camera, but he couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that the knocks and rock strikes might have been caused by something unseen in the forest. If you were camping alone beside a quiet lake and heard those mysterious knocks echo through the woods, would you stay and listen through the night? While exploring the Balar ruins, a visiting camper took a photo without noticing anything unusual at the time. It was only later, while reviewing the image, that something unsettling appeared between the bushes and broken stone walls. A faint, translucent humanoid figure could be seen standing quietly among the ruins. No one present remembered seeing anything there in real life. The location itself, uncovered during the Maya train construction, it already carried a deep and forgotten history. Disturbed by what he found, the camper shared the image online, searching for answers. Some claimed it was edited or filtered, but he insisted it was untouched. Even now, no clear explanation exists for what appeared in that photo. If your camera captured something your eyes never saw, would you trust the image or your memory? A lone hiker ventured deep into the forest, following a narrow stream. The canopy above was dense, and the path was quiet except for the soft sound of water trickling along the rocks. As he walked, he noticed the forest seemed unusually still, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. Along the edge of the stream, he spotted something unusual, a single footprint pressed into the mud. Its shape was unmistakably human-like, far too large to be ordinary, and nearby he discovered a small tin box left on the ground.
I think I see a footprint. Yeah, that looks like a footprint. I don't know, I might be crazy, but that looks like a human footprint. So there's someone out here. There's a box right there. Ew.
The realization that he was completely alone in this remote place, yet clearly not the only one there, sent a shiver through him. The hiker froze, listening to the sudden quiet around him. Every snap of a twig or distant rustle seemed amplified in the dense forest, making him aware of just how isolated he had become. He slowly backed away, but the questions lingered. If someone or something was here before him, would it still be watching? A group of friends were spending time outdoors in Arizona when they noticed something unusual in the sky. A bright light appeared overhead, clearly standing out against the darkness. The friends began recording, but unsure of what they were seeing. As they watched, they reacted in confusion, trying to understand the strange sight. At one point, it seemed like fire, but they still couldn't explain what it was. The object remained unclear, leaving them questioning what they were witnessing.
What is this? We are out here in Arizona trying to figure out what is going on. We're gonna see if we can get it dialed in with the phone. Oh, it's actually fire.
Oh, wow. That's insane, dude. They're here. I don't know what else to say.
What in the world is that?
They're here, and they're here.
Aliens.
After the video was shared online, viewers started debating possible explanations, including drones, flares, and atmospheric effects. So far, no official confirmation has been given about the true source of the light. If you saw something like that in the night sky, would you believe it has a simple explanation? A lone camper exploring a remote forest came across something unexpected along a narrow trail. An old, abandoned truck sitting deep among the trees. The vehicle looked weathered and silent, as if it had been left there for years. Curious, the camper walked around it and began recording the strange discovery. The forest was completely still, yet the truck's doors were slightly open and the interior looked disturbed, as though someone had recently been there. No footprints, no nearby camps, and no sign of the driver anywhere in the woods. After a few uneasy minutes, the camper stepped away and returned to his campsite, leaving the truck behind in the quiet forest. But if you discovered an abandoned vehicle like that far from any road, would you dare to look inside or walk away without touching it? While hiking alone in rural Appalachia, a camper noticed something beneath a large rock. Unsure if it was real, he questioned it, and suddenly, a feral human lifted its wild, disheveled face and began moving toward him. Frozen in fear, the camper could only watch as the figure approached, its presence silent but threatening. The forest around him seemed unnaturally quiet, heightening the tension. Overcome with terror, the camper ran from the spot, fleeing as fast as he could toward his campsite. If a feral human started moving toward you in the woods, would you stay or run without looking back? Early in the morning, a lone camper heard noises outside his tent in the forest. When he unzipped the flap to look, a bear was standing right in front of him. Panicked, he quickly zipped the tent closed, heart racing as the bear lingered nearby. Alone in the quiet forest, the camper realized how vulnerable he truly was, even in daylight. The forest returned to calm, but the memory of that morning encounter lingered. If you saw a bear right outside your tent at daybreak, would you dare to step outside or stay inside frozen with fear? After a group of campers shared footage from a trail camera they had placed in Dry Fork Canyon, one of the cameras was placed only a few feet from their tent. At around 3:50 in the morning, while the entire camp was asleep, the camera suddenly activated. The figure that stepped into view appeared strangely human, but something about it didn't feel right. It moved upright near the camera, its shape pale and unfamiliar against the darkness of the trees. The movement was slow and deliberate, almost cautious, as if it knew the camera was there. For a brief moment, it lingered in front of the lens before continuing past the campsite and fading into the shadows of the forest. The campers later said the location sits only about 30 miles from the mysterious Skinwalker Ranch, a place long connected with unexplained sightings. When they reviewed the footage the next day, the quiet night suddenly felt much less peaceful. Whether it was a person, something unknown, or something that simply didn't want to be seen. The camera never recorded it again, but knowing something passed only a few feet from their tent while they slept raises an unsettling thought. If your trail camera caught something like that outside your camp at 3:50 a.m., would you go back there again? Father who was filming a quiet afternoon while playing with his young daughter near a wooded park. Sunlight filtered softly through the trees as the child laughed and moved across the grass. Suddenly, the little girl stopped and pointed toward a cluster of bushes beside the trees, as if she had noticed something there. The father kept recording, assuming she was simply pointing at an animal. But the camera briefly captured something strange in the background. Between the trees and bushes, a pale figure could be seen standing for a moment. It appeared unusually white against the darker forest, almost blending with the light between the branches. The shape moved slowly, slipping between the trees before fading behind the brush. It didn't move like a person walking or an animal running, and it made no sound at all. Curious, the father walked over to the bushes where his daughter had pointed and looked between the trees. But when he checked the area, there was nothing there. No movement, no person, and no sign that anything had been standing there moments before. The forest was quiet again, as if nothing had happened. But after seeing that pale figure in the footage, if you were standing there, would you go looking for it too? A lone camper who had spent the night near an old, forgotten cemetery deep in the countryside. Sometime after midnight, he launched his drone to capture a quiet aerial view of the graveyard, resting under the darkness. The camera glided slowly over rows of weathered tombstones, many of them leaning with age, surrounded by thick trees and heavy silence. For several moments, nothing unusual appeared, only the stillness of a place long left undisturbed. Then, as the drone drifted lower above the graves, something began to move where no one should have been. Between two rows of headstones, a strange shape seemed to form in the darkness. It did not walk like a person or move like an animal. Instead, the figure shifted slowly, thin and pale against the ground, almost as if it were fading in and out of the night air itself. For a few quiet seconds, it glided across the graves, pausing briefly in the open space, as if aware of the camera above. The camper later said the entire area around him was completely silent, with no footsteps, no wind, and no sign of anyone else in the cemetery. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the shape seemed to dissolve back into the darkness between the graves. The drone continued forward, but the camera never captured the figure again. The rest of the recording showed nothing but still tombstones under the dim glow of the drone's light. The camper ended the flight not long after, left wondering what exactly his camera had seen that night, and if something truly was wandering through that graveyard in the silence. Would you want to know who or what it was? This terrifying video was uploaded on Man Dog Wild's YouTube. In the footage, the YouTuber follows his dog along a strange trail deep in the mountains, not far from the infamous Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. The forest appears quiet at first, but the deeper he walks, the stranger things become. For at one point, hidden beside the trail, he discovers an old stroller with a worn-out doll placed inside it, sitting alone in the middle of the wilderness.
No idea. Wow. That's just scary, huh?
Nearby, more strange markers can be seen, objects arranged in ways that don't seem natural for a remote forest. As the video continues, unsettling moments begin to stack up. During the night near his tent, the camera captures unexplained sounds in the darkness, heavy breathing, branches snapping, and movement just outside the campsite, while the forest remains unseen. Later, a strange dark shape appears high in a tree, sitting silently, as if watching something deeper in the woods. At another point, a distant voice seems to cry out for help from the dense forest, even though no one is visible anywhere around him.
It's quiet for a while, and nightfall comes, we go to have some dinner, and while I'm eating my dinner, that's when I hear what sounds like a voice. And a voice is, of course, is coming from the woods. Get some pack members that aren't going to just abandon me. So, legit, I'm sure I heard someone say, help, or help me. I'm pretty sure it's coming from those woods. I don't see any eye shine.
The deeper he explores, the stranger the trail becomes. His dog later returns with wide scratches along its side, and he eventually discovers a hidden area scattered with animal skulls and remains gathered in one place. Strange symbols, crosses, and hanging objects appear tied to trees, as if someone, or something, had marked the trail long before he arrived. By the time the recording ends, the forest feels far from empty. And if you were standing in those mountains and heard a voice calling from the darkness, would you go looking for it? Or a woman shared footage she recorded while walking her dogs along a quiet forest trail in the late afternoon. As she moved along the path, she noticed strange stick effigies placed beside the trail branches, carefully arranged into unusual shapes that didn't seem natural. So feeling slightly uneasy, she continued walking while recording the surroundings. The forest looked calm, but the strange structures left her with the feeling that someone or something had been there before.
Oh my actual God.
While her dogs moved ahead on the trail, the woman suddenly noticed movement far off in a dense part of the woods. Behind the thick trees, a tall figure appeared to be standing and watching them from a distance. The shape was unusually large, and some viewers later estimated it could have been close to 7.5 feet tall. The moment it seemed to realize it had been seen, the figure quietly stepped back and slipped behind the trees, disappearing deeper into the forest. The woman stopped walking and kept her distance, choosing not to approach the area. Within seconds, the woods looked still again, as if nothing had been there at all. But if something that large was quietly watching you from the forest, would you keep walking that trail? A hiker shared a terrifying experience in the wilderness while shed hunting with family. Early in the day, they had rescued a young elk calf tangled in a barbed wire fence. After carefully freeing the animal and rolling it to the opposite side, the calf staggered a few steps toward them before running back into the forest. The situation felt tense, but they thought the ordeal had ended there. About 25 minutes later, strange, haunting sounds echoed through the trees, low, mournful cries that seemed to carry the calf's pain. Hours later, as the hiker continued alone on the trail toward his parked van, the eerie noise intensified. The sound of a pack of wolves feeding on the elk calf emerged from the dense forest nearby, only a couple hundred yards away. The pack moved quietly but deliberately, and the chilling reality of being that close to predators hunting a fresh kill made every step toward the van nerve-wracking.
Kimber. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's fucking wolves. I'm not shitting you. I'm not fucking shitting you. There are fucking wolves right here. Oh my God. Right.
The rest of the hike was filled with unease, the sound of the wolves fading only as he reached safety. The forest returned to its quiet, but the memory of the pack feeding so close remained vivid. And after hearing wolves devouring a live animal just yards away, would you keep walking toward that sound or turn back into the dark? A man who had gone camping alone deep in the woods. At first, he planned to explore the forest during the day, believing no one else would be out there. But after returning again later that evening with his camera, the forest felt very different. As he walked slowly between the trees, he mentioned in the recording that something about the place made him feel like he wasn't alone. He began looking around, quietly scanning the forest, as if trying to confirm the feeling. Then, in the distance on a slightly higher patch of ground, the camera captured movement inside a thick cluster of bushes. For a brief moment, a figure seemed to shift and quickly move out of sight, almost as if it had been watching him, and suddenly realized it had been noticed.
The fuck? The fuck? Fuck that.
The movement was silent and fast, disappearing deeper into the trees before the camera could focus clearly. The man immediately grew uneasy and backed away from the area, deciding he had seen enough for one night. In the video, he can be heard saying he regretted coming back into the woods alone. The recording ends shortly after, as he leaves the forest behind him. But after seeing that shape slip away in the bushes, if you were alone out there, would you stay and find out who was watching you? MT Paranormal Life. The team often visits quiet locations at night to document unexplained activity and search for signs of the paranormal. During this investigation, they set up cameras and recording equipment at one of their research sites after dark. The forest around them remained silent as they began asking questions into the night. After a while, faint sounds and subtle movement around the area began to catch their attention. The team believed something unseen might have been reacting to their presence just beyond the reach of their cameras. Although nothing clearly appeared on screen, the atmosphere quickly became unsettling.
Pull over. Yeah, listen, there it is again.
The recording ends without any clear explanation. For the investigators, moments like these are part of their effort to understand what may exist beyond the living world. But if something in the darkness could hear you calling, would you really want it to answer? He began recording as he walked, capturing the quiet wilderness and the fading light of late afternoon. At first, everything seemed peaceful, trees swaying gently and distant bird calls filling the air. But as he continued recording, he suddenly heard a deep, echoing howling. Though he couldn't see them, he realized that many animals were moving together nearby. Fear rose as he noticed he was completely alone on the mountain. The calls echoed all around, filling the slopes with an unsettling presence.
Oh, heck no. Look at this beautiful view. Oh, heck no.
The sounds were overwhelming, yet the source remained hidden somewhere in the forest. Alone in the mountain wilderness, he felt the weight of the forest pressing in as the howls continued. He slowly tried to back away towards safety, every step tense and careful. And hearing so many unseen voices around him while being completely alone. Would you dare to stay? Or would you run? While exploring near a dense patch of trees, he noticed something unusual beside a thick bush. At first, it was only a shadow, but then he realized it was a dark figure with two glowing eyes staring from the darkness. The camper froze, the forest silent except for the faint rustle of leaves around him. The shape remained still for several tense moments, its eyes reflecting the dim light, making it impossible to tell its size or form. Every instinct told him to stay very quiet, unsure of whether it was watching him or waiting. After a short while, The figure slipped silently behind the bush and vanished into the forest. The rest of the night passed in uneasy quiet, but the memory of those glowing eyes lingered. And if something with eyes like that appeared in the shadows beside you, would you stay and watch or run? A traveler shared footage from a Randonautica exploration near a creepy, abandoned house. The structure had clearly been left untouched for decades. Inside, chains hung from the walls, random objects were scattered across the floor, and an old suitcase sat in the corner, unseemingly forgotten by time. Curiosity got the better of the explorer, who carefully approached the suitcase to see what might be inside. What was revealed was strange and unexpected, adding to the already unsettling atmosphere of the house. Shadows moved strangely across the room, and every creak of the floor made it clear the place had a presence of its own.
Look at this freaking place, man. So I put the bag down. We are on grass. Here's the house right here. Look at that. Look how scary that looks. Let's open it and see what's in there, right? What is that? Why is there a screen in there? This is like a window. Look, this is a window. This is literally a window. What the hell is this? Hold on. That is a screen right there. And that is glass. Yeah, that's weird. Alright. Let's head out. Wow. Look at that. There's a door up there that's open and broken. I didn't even notice that last time. Look at this. Right up there. What a house. Let's bounce out. Say goodbye to this house for good.
The video ends without fully explaining the mysteries of the house, leaving much to the imagination. Even from the safety of the footage, the sense of abandonment and hidden secrets lingers. And after seeing what could be hiding in a forgotten place like that, would you dare to open the next suitcase? A traveler shared footage from a recent family trip. At first, they thought they were seeing a patch of fur lying on the ground. But as they got closer, it became clear that it wasn't just fur. It belonged to something moving, something alive, hidden just out of full view.
Oh my god, do not poke it.
And those just run everywhere? Yeah.
Do not poke it.
Oh god.
That is freaking terrifying.
The closer approach made the figure's size and shape more unsettling, yet still difficult to fully make out. Shadows and the dim light of the surroundings added to the eerie feeling, as if the creature was aware of being watched. Every instinct told them to be cautious, but curiosity kept the camera rolling. The footage ends before revealing exactly what it was, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. And after realizing that what seemed harmless at first could be something alive, would you dare to get closer? The video appears to be recorded from inside a moving car while driving along a dark, empty road late at night. According to the caption, there were no houses anywhere nearby, only long stretches of forest with tall trees lining both sides of the road. The headlights cut through the darkness as the car moves steadily forward. For several seconds, the road looks completely deserted. Then something unusual appears at the edge of the headlights. A pale figure can be seen moving quickly along the side of the road before briefly crossing into view. Its movement seems strangely fast and low to the ground, but not quite like any animal normally seen near highways at night.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
The shape is difficult to identify, yet its speed and direction appear deliberate. Well, what unsettles many viewers is how silently it moves through the beam of light before slipping back into the darkness between the trees. The driver continues forward, but the camera keeps turning toward the roadside as if trying to catch another glimpse. Nothing else appears, and the forest quickly returns to stillness beyond the reach of the headlights. With no buildings, no lights, and no other cars around, the road looks just as empty as before. If something ran past your car like that on a lonely road surrounded only by trees, would you convince yourself it was just an animal? Two locals were walking through a quiet forest in the Middle East at night when something unusual appeared. A figure stood ahead, its head glowing faintly like fire, and a soft, echoing sound seemed to radiate from it. The surrounding darkness made the sight feel even more unreal, with shadows flickering across the trees as the men quietly filmed. The figure didn't move like an ordinary animal or person. Its glow pulsed slightly, and the sound it made resonated strangely through the forest.
Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, sit. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Subhanallah. Subhanallah, la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
The two men remained frozen, unsure whether to approach or step back. Every second stretched in tense silence, leaving an uneasy sense that whatever they were seeing was not entirely of this world. After several moments, the figure slowly disappeared into the shadows, leaving the men alone once more in the still forest. The footage ends without any explanation, the forest returning to its quiet, empty state. If you were standing in a dark forest and saw a glowing figure like that, would you stay to watch or turn and run? A lone camper filmed the evening sky while resting near his campsite. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the clouds shifted and the entire sky slowly took on a deep, golden red hue. The color stretched across the open sky, fading the usual blues and grays, and the surrounding forest and mountains were bathed in the strange glow. The light didn't behave like a normal sunset. It seemed to linger longer, spreading unevenly across the horizon, with some clouds glowing more intensely than others. The camper quietly adjusted his camera, capturing the surreal, almost unnatural shades as they reflected off the trees. There was no wind, no movement in the air, only the strange, still brilliance of the sky above. As the golden red light gradually dimmed, the sky returned to its normal colors, leaving the camper alone under the darkening evening. The brief, vivid display left him questioning what he had just witnessed. If you were standing alone under a sky suddenly painted in such otherworldly colors, would you believe it was just a sunset? A woman documented a moment she experienced while kayaking along the coast of New Zealand. She had paddled a fair distance from shore and was completely alone on the water. As her camera faced the surface beside the kayak, a dark shape slowly passed beneath her. Within moments, more shapes began appearing around her. Several orcas could be seen quietly circling the kayak from different directions. Their large black fins surfaced one by one, rising and disappearing with slow, controlled movements. None of them rushed or splashed. Instead, they moved with calm precision, gliding around her as if studying the small boat in the water. Surrounded on every side, the woman remained still, listening only to the sound of the ocean and the occasional breath of the whales.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's okay. Hi. I'm just saying hi. I'm just saying hi. He's okay. He's alright. Fuck. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. Oh god. It's alright. Hi. Hi, buddies. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright.
After several tense moments, the orcas gradually drifted farther away, their fins disappearing into the open water. The sea returned to the same quiet calm as before, leaving the woman alone once again in the vast ocean. The video ends with the horizon empty and still, as if nothing had happened at all. If you were alone on the open sea, and a group of silent giants began circling beneath you, would you stay calm enough to keep watching? A camper recording near a remote hilltop captured something extraordinary just as the sun began to dip behind the trees. A massive figure emerged, walking upright across the slope. Its long, powerful arms swung with deliberate motion, and its size towered over the surrounding shrubs and rocks. The figure moved with a confidence and grace that seemed almost intelligent. Each step was steady, purposeful, and silent, leaving only faint impressions in the soil behind it. The camper stayed hidden, filming quietly, unsure whether the creature was aware of being watched. Its proportions and movement did not resemble any known animal in the area, making the moment feel eerily unreal. After several tense seconds, the figure disappeared behind a ridge, leaving the hilltop empty once more. The camera lingers on the spot, the landscape returning to stillness. If a towering creature with arms like that crossed your path on a lonely hillside, would you believe your eyes or assume your mind was playing tricks? A group of anglers shared a moment from an ice fishing trip on a frozen lake during heavy winter winds. The camera sits inside a small fishing tent as the men quietly wait over their lines. Outside, powerful gusts sweep across the empty ice, pushing snow in thin sheets across the surface. For a while, the tent trembles, but holds. Then the wind begins to rise even louder against the fabric walls. The straps connecting the shelter to its anchors suddenly snap, one after another. The metal anchors, still buried in the thick ice, slowly bend under the force of the wind before finally tearing free. The tent jerks violently, lifting and twisting as the gusts grow stronger. In seconds, the shelter is ripped loose and dragged across the frozen lake, disappearing into the white distance while the wind continues to roar. After the moment passes, the lake returns to a strange quiet. The anglers left standing in the open cold, where their shelter once stood. Nothing remains but scattered gear and long tracks carved into the snow by the wind. The footage ends with the empty horizon stretching across the frozen lake. If you were alone on the ice, and the wind suddenly decided to take everything with it, would you stay or quietly head for shore? It was a cold, quiet day when strange sounds began echoing across the frozen shoreline. At first, it sounded like distant cracking, but the noise kept growing louder. When the camera turned toward the lake, massive sections of ice could be seen slowly shifting toward land. The frozen surface didn't break apart all at once. Instead, the ice moved in slow, heavy pushes, grinding and stacking against itself, while deep cracks echoed across the lake. The sound was constant and hollow, like something enormous slowly pressing from beneath the frozen water. The camper kept recording as the ice continued creeping closer to the shoreline and nearby houses. Even 2 hours later, the movement hadn't completely stopped. The ice kept shifting in slow silence, inch by inch, while the strange cracking sounds carried across the frozen lake. The clip ends with the shoreline still under pressure, the lake refusing to return to stillness. If you stood beside a frozen lake and heard the ice moving like that for hours, would you stay long enough to see what happened next? a camper recorded an unusual moment deep in the wilderness. As the camera focused on a tall tree, a large grizzly bear suddenly began climbing the trunk. The sight caught the camper off guard, especially because many people believe adult bears rarely climb trees. Slowly and carefully, the massive bear pulled itself higher using its powerful claws. Its size made the movement seem almost impossible, yet it climbed with quiet confidence. The branches creaked under its weight as it moved upward, pausing occasionally to look around the forest below. For a moment, the scene felt almost unreal, watching such a large animal move through the tree like it belonged there. After reaching several branches high above the ground, the bear eventually climbed back down and disappeared into the trees. The forest returned to silence, leaving only the memory of something many people never expect to see. If a creature that large suddenly began climbing a tree right in front of you, would you believe what you were watching? A couple experienced a near disaster while camping and hiking near Mount Tai. While trying to navigate the rocky slope, the woman lost her footing, and both began sliding dangerously toward the edge. The surrounding cliffs rose sharply, with little room to stop their fall, and the moment felt impossibly tense. In a remarkable display of quick thinking, the man managed to grab a safety wire anchored to the mountainside. Wedging his body into a narrow crevice, he stabilized himself while holding tightly to the woman's leg, halting their slide. Every second was critical, the rock slippery and uneven, leaving no margin for error. The struggle lasted only moments, but the suspense is palpable in the video as the camera captures the precarious positions of both climbers. Eventually, they regained their footing and carefully climbed back to a secure trail. No emergency services were needed, yet the footage circulated widely as a stark reminder of nature's unforgiving terrain. Watching the video, it becomes clear how quickly adventure can turn dangerous. If you were alone on a narrow cliff and someone slipped beside you, would you have the presence of mind to hold on? A camper filmed the evening view near Annapurna Base Camp. As the sun began to set behind the Himalayan peaks, the camera slowly turned toward Macha Picchu. From the eastern side of the base camp, the entire peak slowly began to glow with a deep golden color. The surrounding mountains faded into shadow, while this single summit continued to shine. For several quiet moments, the mountain appeared almost unreal against the darkening sky. The golden light spread across the sharp ridges and steep faces, making the peak stand out like something carved from light itself. Campers nearby stood silently, watching the color shift as the sun dropped lower behind the horizon. In the stillness of the high mountains, the glowing summit felt strangely timeless. Then, just as slowly as it appeared, the golden light faded and the mountain returned to a cold gray silhouette. Darkness settled across the base camp and the peaks blended back into the night sky. Moments like this remind visitors how unpredictable and powerful the mountains can feel at dusk. If you watched a silent peak suddenly glow like that in the fading light, would it feel like just a sunset or something more mysterious, capturing a Polish mountaineer's near-fatal fall on Rysy? From above, the footage shows him losing his footing on the icy slope and sliding uncontrollably down the jagged rock face. Each second stretches in terrifying slow motion, the mountain seeming to rise like a wall ready to claim him. As he tumbles, several other climbers can be seen cautiously making their way down the same ridge. Their presence adds to the tension, yet none can intervene, as the man struggles to stop his fall. The slope is steep, unforgiving, and silent except for the scrape of boots and rock, making the scene feel eerily isolated. Finally, the mountaineer comes to a halt against a ledge, bruised but alive. The other climbers continue down, their shadows passing the empty, dangerous slope that moments ago seemed ready to swallow him. The clip ends without resolution, leaving only the haunting image of how close disaster came. If you were alone on a narrow, icy peak and suddenly slipped, would you survive the fall? Rhonda Hainaut recorded an intense hailstorm striking the small town of Leakey, Texas, near Rio Frio, and the quiet hills surrounding Lost Maples State Natural Area. It was daytime when dark storm clouds suddenly rolled over the town. As the rain began, large chunks of ice started crashing down from the sky. Within seconds, the ground was being struck by hailstones nearly the size of softballs. The camera captures the heavy ice pounding rooftops, vehicles, and the empty streets. Each piece falls with a deep, solid thud, bouncing off the pavement with surprising force.
Look how big, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
The size of the hail looks almost unnatural, far larger than what most storms usually produce. For a moment, the scene feels less like rain and more like the sky dropping stones from above. As the storm slowly passes, the hail begins to thin out, leaving the streets covered in scattered chunks of ice. The sky lightens again, but the ground remains marked by the sudden storm. Videos like this leave many people wondering how a quiet afternoon can change so quickly. If ice that large began falling from the sky around you, would you believe what you were seeing? A tornado-warned storm was slowly rolling across the open plains as evening approached. The sky darkened beneath a massive rotating cloud structure stretching across the horizon. As the storm moved closer, a strange glow could be seen flickering inside parts of the clouds. The light appeared briefly, then faded, then returned again from deeper within the storm. It wasn't bright enough to fully illuminate the clouds, but it was strong enough to outline the swirling shapes above the fields. The air remained strangely quiet for a moment, broken only by distant thunder and the low rush of wind moving across the land. Watching the storm approach, the glow seemed to shift within the clouds, as if something unseen was moving through the darkness. Eventually, the storm drifted farther away, and the strange light disappeared with it. The sky slowly returned to its normal darkness, leaving only the photographs and video behind. No clear explanation was ever given for what caused the glow hidden inside that massive cloud formation. If you were standing alone on an open plain and saw a storm carrying a silent light inside it, would you keep watching the sky? A father kneels beside his children, guiding them to place their hands gently on the bark of an ancient tree. At first, the scene seems tender and ordinary, a simple lesson in nature. The sunlight drifts through the canopy, and birdsong punctuates the stillness. Then, faint sounds begin to emerge, subtle and almost too soft to recognize. The whispers grow just audible enough to stir unease, as if the trees themselves are responding. They are not words, but tones and rhythms that feel deliberate, almost intelligent. The children glance around nervously, and the father's calm demeanor does little to settle the strange tension.
Right, Daisy and Deacon, make the noise, see if the tree will talk to you. Did you hear that? Right, say it again, see if it'll talk to you again. Right, shh. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think it's a tree herder.
It's a tree herder.
Yeah.
It's doing it again. Make a noise, Daisy. See if it talk to you. It did. Do it again. And again.
It did.
Go on, make a noise. Say hello.
I think it's tree beer.
Say hello in tree language. Right, shh. He said hello back.
For several long moments, the forest seems to hold its breath, the line between imagination and something otherworldly blurring with each subtle shift of leaves. Finally, the sounds fade, leaving the family still in the clearing, the trees returning to their silent watch. The footage ends without explanation, the forest's presence lingering in the quiet. If the trees can respond in ways we cannot understand, have they been listening all along? A man is trapped waist deep, the surrounding rock pressing tightly against his chest. The light from his headlamp barely reaches the walls, casting long shadows on the stone. Every movement he attempts seems measured, cautious, as though the rock itself resists his efforts. The space is impossibly tight, leaving almost no room to shift or adjust. His breathing echoes faintly against the hard walls, and the camera captures the tension of each strained attempt to free himself.
Hey, you okay? I'm here. Don't panic. I can't breathe. Please don't leave me here. Stay with me. You're doing great. Just breathe.
Even small movements feel perilous, the confined environment amplifying the danger. The sheer weight and closeness of the stone create a sense that the crawlway could close completely at any moment. After several tense moments, he remains stuck, the rock surrounding him silent, yet oppressive. The clip ends with the faint glow of his lamp against the narrow walls, emphasizing the precariousness of his position. If the stone can hold him so completely, leaving no escape, would you dare to move even a single step inside? A man stands near the icy edge of the water, filming what at first appears to be a motionless alligator, its snout barely breaking the frozen surface. The chill of the morning is palpable, and the surrounding marsh is still, reflecting the pale winter sunlight. For a moment, the creature seems lifeless, blending with the ice and reeds around it. Then, subtle movement confirms it is very much alive. The alligator slowly shifts, its cold, dark eyes barely visible, revealing the brumation state, an eerie, frozen stillness that allows cold-blooded animals to survive extreme temperatures.
All right, we're out here this morning on the edge of the river. We just found a small 4-foot-ish gator that was frozen, but this is by far much larger. This gator's nose across the tip is about 6 or 7 inches, and look at these teeth under there. This is one big, gigantic, prehistoric beast.
The camera captures each careful adjustment, the creature's body almost indistinguishable from the ice, yet unmistakably alert. For seconds that feel much longer, the quiet marsh becomes a stage for nature's silent endurance, a reminder of life, persisting in the harshest conditions. After several tense moments, the alligator remains in place, its presence both calm and unsettling. The video ends with the icy water and reeds returning to their quiet routine, leaving viewers with the haunting knowledge that this predator endures, even in the cold. If something can survive frozen, motionless, yet fully alive, how closely do we really understand the world around us? 2 Salvadoran truck drivers were filming their usual route when a tiny figure suddenly appeared in the distance. At first, it seemed like a trick of light or shadow, but the figure moved deliberately across the road, drawing immediate attention. The figure's short height and unusual, almost deliberate gait made the scene unsettling. It walked calmly and steadily, showing no fear or hesitation despite the passing vehicles. For those watching, the movement felt unnatural, hinting at something beyond ordinary. The forested surroundings and fading light added to the eerie sense that the figure might not belong to the world the drivers knew. After a few tense moments, the figure disappears from view, leaving the road empty once more. The clip ends with nothing to indicate what it was, sparking mystery and debate among viewers. If something so small and strange can appear out of nowhere, would you dare to follow it or simply step back? Two friends exploring the edge of a seemingly dry lake. One of them stood on a wooden platform and jokingly asked, "Where is the lake?" Thinking the muddy ground ahead was solid, she stepped forward and in an instant vanished into thick, deep mud. From above, the surface looked completely dry, but beneath it was a hidden trap, pulling her down almost instantly.
Jackie, I need answers. Where's the lake? Where is it? What? Let me just... Whee!
The camera shakes slightly as the other friend watches in shock, capturing only the slow, eerie movement of the mud around her. The surrounding area is silent, still and foreboding, emphasizing how easily appearances can deceive. The footage ends before any harm occurs, leaving the viewer unsure how close disaster truly came. Even though she was likely rescued, the moment feels haunting and unpredictable. And if the ground beneath your feet can hide danger so perfectly, would you dare to step forward again? Two young men are exploring the muddy edge of the water when one of them notices a large crocodile resting near the shoreline. While his friend records, the other picks up a thin branch and cautiously tosses it toward the animal. At first, the crocodile barely moves, lying still in the sun. Then the moment changes instantly. The crocodile suddenly lunges forward with explosive speed, rushing straight toward the man who threw the stick. Panic breaks the calm as he turns and begins running along the riverbank, clearly terrified by how fast the animal closed the distance. The camera shakes as his friend tries to keep filming while shouting warnings.
Shit's crazy as fuck. Oh shit, nigga! Oh shit! That nigga's dead ass dead! Oh shit! Oh shit, nigga! Oh my gosh, nigga! Oh my gosh, nigga! Oh, yo, they're different, nigga.
Within seconds, the chase ends, the crocodile stopping near the water's edge as the men retreat further away. The river returns to its quiet surface, as if nothing had happened at all. But if a creature that patient can explode into motion without warning, would you ever stand that close to the water again? A young woman is seen climbing onto a fallen tree while walking through the forest. Sunlight filters through the branches, and the woods appear calm and ordinary. As she balances on the trunk, the camera slowly turns toward a nearby tree where a hollow opening can be seen in one of the branches. At first, it seems like nothing more than an empty space in the woods. Then, a sudden sound bursts out from inside the hollow. The noise is sharp and forceful, almost like a warning from something hidden within the tree. The woman immediately freezes, clearly startled by the sound that seems to come from just a few feet away. It does not sound like a bird call or the rustling of small animals. Instead, it carries a strange tone, as if whatever is inside the tree has become irritated by her presence. After a few tense seconds, she carefully climbs down and begins stepping away from the tree. The camera briefly points back toward the hollow branch, but nothing emerges from the darkness inside. The forest soon returns to its quiet afternoon calm, leaving the moment unexplained. But if something hidden inside a tree suddenly voiced its irritation at your presence, Would you stay long enough to discover what was living inside that hollow? While driving through a remote, snow-covered pass in the Beartooth Mountains, a traveler pulled over to film a mother bear and her 3 cubs struggling to scale a massive, frozen snowbank. The setting is quiet and pristine, with the towering white walls of snow creating a natural trap for the small family as they try to reach the safety of the upper forest. The mood shifts instantly when the smallest cub fails to find its footing, sliding helplessly back down the icy slope. As the cub cries out in distress, the mother bear suddenly stops her climb and fixes her gaze directly on the vehicle filming them from the road. Her behavior changes from protective mother to focused predator in a heartbeat, her body tensing as she realizes they are being watched at their most vulnerable moment. The intelligence in her eyes is clear and terrifying, suggesting she views the car not as a machine, but as a direct threat to her struggling young.
Oh. Yo, dude. Oh my god. Oh.
The encounter ends in a blur of motion as the mother bear turns toward the car, letting out a low, haptic warning that vibrates through the frame. The driver quickly stops filming and accelerates away, leaving the bears behind in the freezing silence of the mountain pass. Though the footage was captured in broad daylight, the feeling of being targeted by a 1,000-pound predator remains long after the screen goes dark. If you were trapped between a mother's instinct and an icy mountain road, would you trust the thin glass of your car window? A man standing near the shoreline somewhere in the Pacific. In the footage, he calmly lifts a slender, yellow and black sea snake from the water, holding it as if it were harmless. The animal is a yellow-bellied sea snake, a species known for living its entire life in the open ocean. At first, the moment appears strangely casual, almost routine. But the creature in his hands carries one of the most potent venoms found in the sea. Sea snakes like this possess powerful neurotoxins designed to immobilize fish almost instantly. Their bodies are built for ocean life, with paddle-shaped tails and the ability to drift across vast stretches of water. Despite their calm appearance, even a small mistake could trigger a defensive bite. The man eventually lowers the snake back toward the water, and the encounter ends without visible harm. The ocean surface closes again, hiding the quiet predator beneath the waves. Moments like this leave viewers uneasy about how easily curiosity can cross into danger. If something so venomous can be held so casually, would you ever trust the calm of the sea again? The recording shows a woman standing carefully at the edge of the deck stairs, while something moves inside the cabin behind the closed door. Moments later, she slowly opens the door, fully aware of the risk. The camera captures the tense silence as she makes a sharp noise from the doorway. Whatever is inside suddenly reacts. A small American black bear appears from inside the cabin and rushes toward the exit. For a brief second, the animal and the woman are only a few steps apart. The bear hesitates at the doorway, then quickly moves past her position on the deck. The entire moment unfolds in seconds, yet the tension is impossible to ignore. The bear then heads straight down the wooden stairs and disappears into the surrounding forest. The woman remains on the deck as the woods grow quiet again. The recording ends without any clear explanation of how the animal entered the cabin in the first place. But if you realized a bear was inside your home, would you be brave enough to open the door and face it? Filmed from the edge of a shallow, moss-covered airboat in the heart of the Florida Everglades, the footage begins with the deceptively calm surface of the tea-colored water. At first, the setting appears to be a peaceful, sun-drenched wetland, but the heavy silence is broken only by the low hum of the boat's engine as it drifts near a dense patch of sawgrass. Without warning, the glassy surface shatters as a massive American alligator, Or alligator mississippiensis lunges directly toward the vessel with terrifying explosive power. Measuring nearly 4 meters in length, the apex predator displays a level of opportunistic aggression that is rarely seen without direct provocation.
Look at this, yeah. It's coming, bro, it's coming. Yeah, pull it. Oh shit. Oh shit, man. This is so close, man. Come on. Watch out. What the fuck with this bunch? Man, what the fuck, man?
The unsettling part is not just its sheer size, but the calculated speed and silent approach it maintained until the very last second, showing no fear of the large boat or the humans on board. The encounter ends with the camera shaking violently as the boat quickly retreats, leaving the massive reptile floating defiantly in the wake, its dark eyes still fixed on the retreating visitors. Though experts remind us that such strikes are rare, the raw power of a 2,000-kilogram bite force snapping inches from the hull is a memory that doesn't easily fade. It serves as a stark reminder that in the deep swamp, we are merely guests in a world ruled by ancient, cold-blooded patience. If you were sitting on that deck and saw those jaws closing in on you from the dark water, would you still feel like a spectator? A group of people stands beneath a large tree, pointing at something that, at first, seems to blend perfectly with the trunk. The sunlight filters through the canopy, highlighting the bark, and everything appears still until a subtle shift catches their eyes. Then, the object moves. The contours of what had seemed like part of the tree reveal themselves as the massive body of a python, coiled high among the branches. Its length and girth are striking, and the creature's slow, deliberate motion emphasizes its silent power. For several tense moments, the onlookers remain frozen, unsure how close to approach or whether to retreat. Eventually, the python adjusts slightly and settles again, blending back into the tree's texture as if nothing had happened. The clip ends with the forest returning to calm, leaving only the memory of the giant creature above. If something that huge can wait silently above you, would you dare to move closer or step away and let it watch? A lone observer drove toward the park after receiving a tip that Pele might be active. As the car approached, volcanic debris began raining down, striking the windshield and scattering across the road. Steam rose from vents nearby, the air thick with ash and smoke, and the park entrance barely allowed the visitor to shelter inside the vehicle.
It's really scary, and I don't know what to do, but I feel like I just need to keep driving and get through it and get to the other side of it. Oh my god.
The eruption intensified quickly, lava fountains visible in the distance, glowing ominously through the ash-filled sky. Winds shifted unpredictably, carrying molten fragments and hot debris in random directions. People walking nearby without protection seemed unaware of the danger, highlighting the raw, unpredictable power of the volcano. Each pulse of lava felt like a reminder that nature moves on its own terms, unconcerned with human presence. The clip ends with the car parked safely, the glowing fountains still erupting in the distance, and the ash settling slowly back to the slopes. The footage leaves a haunting sense of both awe and danger, a reminder of the living power beneath the earth. If Pele can shape the land so violently in an instant, would you dare to step closer or remain safely in the shadow of her fury? This unsettling clip was uploaded on r/TrueCryptozoology's Reddit by a long-haul truck driver who said he had pulled off a quiet highway to rest for the night. The driver had parked his rig in a gravel turnout surrounded by tall, dense trees and switched off the engine to sleep. As the cab settled into silence, a strange call echoed from deep within the forest. Curious and uneasy, he began recording the sound through the open window. At first, the noise resembled a distant howl, but it soon shifted into something far more unsettling.
Absolute fuck is it? I gotta go and stick my arm out the window.
The call stretched longer than any normal animal cry, deep and resonant, carrying through the trees with unusual strength. What made the recording more troubling was the pattern of the sounds. They arrived in slow intervals, followed by long moments of complete silence, as though something was moving carefully through the darkness between each call. Even through the phone's microphone, the sound seemed close enough to make the quiet forest feel suddenly smaller. After several minutes, the calls stopped just as abruptly as they had begun. The forest returned to the stillness of a roadside night, and nothing else appeared in the recording. The trucker remained inside the cab until sunrise, and later shared the clip online, where listeners struggled to explain what they were hearing. But if you were resting alone beside a dark forest, and those sounds began echoing through the trees, would you stay in the truck or try to see what was making them? While moving along a narrow trail, they discover a dark cave and spot a leopard inside. One member bravely steps closer to get a better look, while another keeps the camera trained on the scene. Suddenly, the leopard lunges at the approaching person. The camera shakes as he narrowly avoids the attack, stumbling backward. The rest of the group reacts quickly, firing shots toward the animal to drive it back. The leopard hesitates, then retreats into the shadows of the cave, while the camera continues recording the tense moments.
Okay, we can see him nicely. There you go, I'm good.
The footage ends with the man safe, the forest returning to quiet stillness, and the group visibly shaken. The reason the leopard was there remains unexplained, leaving the encounter mysterious and chilling. And if something so powerful can strike so suddenly, would you ever dare approach it again? While trekking deep into the Appalachian wilderness for a midday camping trip, two friends noticed a sudden, heavy silence fall over the forest. The footage starts as they navigate a dense thicket, where a tall, matted figure is seen crouched in the shadows of the brush, watching them with a chilling stillness. The tension breaks instantly when the figure stands upright, revealing a massive, gaunt frame covered in layers of dark, tangled hair. Instead of retreating, the wild man begins to move toward the hikers with a fast, jagged stride that feels disturbingly human. Its proportions are unsettling, and it shows no fear of the two men, closing the distance between the trees and the trail with terrifying speed. The encounter ends in a blur of motion as the hikers turn and run, their heavy breathing filling the audio as they flee back toward civilization. The camera catches one final shaky glimpse of the figure standing in the middle of the trail, watching them retreat before it melts back into the green labyrinth of the mountains. They left their gear behind and never looked back, leaving only this footage as proof of what they found. If you were miles from the nearest road and realized you were being hunted in broad daylight, would you ever go back? Two women driving through a remote forest in Russia. As their car moves along a narrow dirt road, the camera captures movement among the trees ahead. A tall, dark figure, standing upright in a clearing. Its posture and size immediately seem unnatural, clearly distinct from any known animal in the area. The figure remains mostly still, watching the car for several seconds, before shifting slightly and disappearing into the forest.
Посигнали ему, чтобы он сюда пошел. Да как не посигнали? Можно он сам сидит на измене. Что это? Надо уезжать. Давайте, пожалуйста, позвоним кому-нибудь, ментам или кому им честно звонить. Позвони, набирай. Меня
The camera shakes as the women react in surprise, their voices barely audible over the quiet of the woods. The forest seems to swallow the figure instantly, leaving nothing but shadows and rustling leaves behind. The video ends without revealing the figure again, leaving viewers with only the brief glimpse caught on camera. No explanation accompanies the footage, and the forest returns to its normal silence. But if something that large can stand silently among the trees, do you think Bigfoot could really exist? A small group of hikers who were exploring a remote mountain trail near the border region of the Hindu Kush. The video was recorded late in the afternoon as the group followed a narrow path through snow-covered terrain. The wind could be heard moving through the rocks as the hikers quietly filmed their surroundings. At one point, the camera turns toward a motionless figure lying partially buried in the snow several yards away. The group slows down as they approach, speaking softly while the camera keeps its distance.
From
what can be seen in the clip, the person appears to have collapsed along the trail, far from any road or shelter. The hikers seem unsure how long the figure had been there, and the cold mountain air hangs heavy in the silence. One of them mentions that the nearest village is hours away by foot, making the location feel even more isolated. The footage ends shortly after the group backs away and decides to contact local authorities from the nearest settlement. No further information was shared in the original post, and the identity of the person was never discussed publicly. The mountains returned to their quiet stillness as the hikers left the trail behind. But if you came across something like that in the middle of a silent mountain path, would you ever forget the moment you first saw it? This clip was first uploaded on wildsphere.world's Instagram, and it has since become a viral warning for wildlife photographers across the country. While deep in the wilderness to capture shots of rare animals, a photographer set up a secure camp high in the trees. During the bright daylight hours, the quiet was shattered when he looked down and saw a large, powerful bear climbing the ladder, leading directly to his platform. The peaceful forest setting instantly turned into a desperate struggle for survival as the predator closed the distance with terrifying speed. As the bear reached the top, nearly face to face with the man, the photographer acted on pure instinct and sprayed his water-based repellent directly at the animal. The creature, which showed an unsettling lack of fear toward humans or the height of the ladder, was momentarily blinded by the sudden blast. Losing its grip on the rungs, the massive weight of the animal caused it to slip, sending it plummeting several feet down to the forest floor below. The encounter ends with a heavy thud as the bear hits the ground, but to the photographer's shock, it stands up almost instantly. Shaken but seemingly unhurt, the animal turns and sprints away into the thickest part of the woods, disappearing within seconds. The photographer remained frozen in his stand for hours, knowing that his only exit was the very ladder the predator had just climbed. If you were trapped 20 feet in the air and saw a pair of eyes rising toward you, would you have the nerve to stand your ground? While resting on a chair outside his tent deep in the forest, a solo camper was enjoying a quiet afternoon, completely unaware of his surroundings. The tension builds as a massive black bear calmly wanders into the campsite, moving so silently that the man doesn't even notice its presence at first. The predator walks right up to the side of the chair its powerful frame standing just inches away from the seated camper. In a heart-stopping moment, the man turns his head slightly and catches a glimpse of the dark fur. But his brain doesn't immediately register the scale of the threat standing beside him. The bear remains curiously calm, showing an eerie lack of aggression as it sniffs the air around him. The encounter ends abruptly when the bear finally loses interest and wanders back into the thick brush. It is only after the animal has disappeared that the camper fully realizes what just happened, springing from his chair in a state of pure shock and sprinting towards safety. He left his camp exactly as it was, shaken by how close he came to a predator without ever hearing a sound. If you were sitting alone in the silence of the woods and felt a heavy breath on your shoulder, would you have the courage to look back? Couple driving along a narrow mountain road in the late afternoon. As they navigated a quiet stretch, the camera caught something strange above, a pair of small clumps of mud teetering on the edge of the slope. Within moments, they tumbled down, striking the road with a sudden rush of dust and soil. The impact is brief, but intense. A cloud of dirt rises, swallowing the area in a thick haze, and for a moment, everything around the car fades into darkness.
我靠！大地震！对，我赶快先躲到这个。哦，差点GG！啊！哎，不是吧？ What? What? Oh no! 完了，我们要救人了。
The couple's vehicle remains parked just below the slope, untouched. Yet the scene feels far from ordinary. The camera lingers on the settling dust, capturing only silence and the fading blur of mud. The footage ends as the dust settles and the hillside returns to stillness, leaving the moment unexplained. Even after parking safely, the sudden eruption above leaves a lingering unease. And if the mountain itself can shift like that without warning, would you continue down the road or turn back? This footage from Brazil captures a chilling moment where a split-second joke nearly crossed the line into a fatal tragedy. It begins with a man proudly displaying a massive electric eel he just pulled from the river, while his friend stands by, laughing and reaching out to grab the creature like a trophy. They seemed completely unaware that they were inches away from a biological high-voltage line capable of delivering a lethal strike. The mystery deepens the moment contact is made. The electric eel is no ordinary river dweller. It is a living, breathing powerhouse that can discharge up to 600 volts in a single burst. This invisible force is designed to paralyze prey in under 5 seconds. And in the murky waters of South America, it is a silent, specialized killer. The video captures that heart-stopping transition where a light-hearted atmosphere suddenly freezes as the raw, hidden power of nature is unleashed. The encounter ends in a desperate scramble as the fisherman jerks the net away, breaking the electrical circuit just in time to save his friend's life. Though the man escaped a deadly fate, the footage serves as a haunting reminder of the unseen dangers lurking beneath the water's surface. If you were standing on that riverbank, knowing that a single touch could stop your heart in its tracks, would you ever dare to reach into the unknown? The scene begins in total silence. The surroundings are pitch black, with only the narrow beam of a flashlight cutting through the heavy darkness to scan the edge of the woods. In that chilling atmosphere, it felt as though an unseen pair of eyes was watching everything from the shadows. Suddenly, a massive shape materializes within the trembling glow of the flashlight, moving with haunting silence and a majestic, predatory grace. A massive tiger steps from the brush to cross the road. As the light hits its fur, the iconic black stripes flicker momentarily against the dark foliage. It moves with a terrifying calm, completely indifferent to the light or the human presence, as if it knows it is the undisputed ruler of this territory. The mystery deepens as the tiger reaches the other side and instantly melts back into the impenetrable blackness of the trees. It was as if the jungle itself allowed its king to be seen for just a fleeting second before pulling him back into hiding. That brief encounter leaves a lingering sense of awe and dread. If you were walking down that deserted road and saw those glowing eyes appear in the beam of your flashlight, would you have the nerve to take another step? As they move carefully across the sand, the camera catches a small creature moving near the shoreline. In the dim light, its body glows faintly, revealing the unmistakable shape of a scorpion. The person crouches to get a closer look, keeping the camera steady. Its pincers twitch, and the glowing tail arches ominously as it shifts across the sand. The beach around them is silent, the waves muted, making the eerie glow of the tiny predator feel almost otherworldly. The footage ends as the scorpion disappears into a shadow near the dunes, leaving only its faint glow behind. No explanation is offered, leaving viewers with a brief, mysterious glimpse of the creature. And if even a small scorpion can glow in the dark, would you dare step closer? Two people riding bikes along a remote forest road in the middle of the day. As they ride through the quiet trees, the sudden sound of multiple gunshots rings out nearby, startling them. The camera shakes slightly as they realize how close the danger might be, the bright daylight doing little to ease their fear. They quickly take cover behind a small roadside structure, watching as the forest remains tense and still between the echoes of the shots. Shadows of the trees shift, but the source of the gunfire is nowhere to be seen, leaving the encounter unpredictable and unsettling. The noise fades gradually, yet the sense of danger lingers. The footage ends with them crouched in the small shelter, the forest returning to quiet stillness. No explanation is given for the gunfire, leaving viewers with only the brief, tense moment. And if such danger can erupt even in daylight, would you dare to continue along the path? The footage begins with an angler sitting in the pitch-black silence of the night, calmly casting his line into the obsidian water. Everything seems peaceful until the 10-second mark, when the stillness of the surface is shattered by a massive, violent explosion. Something immense and unidentified strikes the bait with such raw power that the fishing rod is instantly jerked into a sharp arc, nearly pulling the angler toward the dark water. The sheer force of the splash and the predatory speed of the attack go far beyond what a typical fish is capable of. This sudden surge of energy transforms a quiet night into a moment of pure, heart-pounding terror. The encounter ends when the line snaps under the extreme tension, and the unseen predator vanishes back into the deep, dark abyss. While some speculate it could be a massive alligator gar, the sheer violence of the strike has left many wondering what exactly is hiding beneath the surface. If you were sitting in that chair and felt a force that strong trying to pull you into the black water, would you ever have the nerve to cast a line there again? The footage was recorded during daylight by a man scouting a new camping area deep in the forests of British Columbia. While walking along a narrow dirt road, he noticed a few large bones lying in the middle of the path. At first, it seemed like something had simply dragged animal remains out of the woods. Curious, he followed the direction the bones appeared to come from. Just a short distance into the trees, the camera suddenly reveals something far more unsettling.
Look what I just found here. Absolute mess of nothing but bones as far as you can see in the forest. I have no idea how many animals are in here, but this is just crazy. Look, it just keeps going and going.
Scattered across the ground is a massive pile of bones, far larger than what you would expect from a single animal. Some appear old and weathered, while others look recently dragged through the dirt. The arrangement doesn't seem random, almost as if the remains were brought together over time. What makes the moment stranger is the quiet stillness around the pile, with no predators or scavengers anywhere in sight. The man films the discovery briefly, before slowly backing away from the area. He later wrote that it was the biggest pile of bones he had ever come across while exploring new forest trails. The clip ends without showing what might have brought the remains there in the first place. If you walked through the woods and found a place where bones seemed to be collected instead of scattered, would you stay long enough to find out why? A wildlife photographer was documenting orangutans in Borneo when a dominant male approached. The forest was dense, and the photographer moved cautiously to capture close-up shots of the animals. Suddenly, the massive male orangutan lunged and pinned him to the ground. The photographer struggled under the sheer weight and strength of the animal. The orangutan's movements were deliberate and forceful, and showing clear dominance over the intruder. Onlookers and other orangutans watched silently as the scene unfolded, heightening the tension.
Oh. No, please. Jose, me va a matar.
Don't fight, Lorenzo. Don't fight, Lorenzo.
Oh. Okay. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, por favor. Me he sentido mal, ¿no? Porque primero cuando he sentido que me ha cogido ya en serio y que ha empezado a jugar conmigo, me ha estado mordiendo por todos los lados, pero sobre todo la fuerza con la que me ha cogido del cuello, que te das cuenta que te lo puedes romper solo con un gesto, ¿no? La verdad que no sé cuánto tiempo ha durado, pero ha sido...
After a tense struggle, the photographer managed to escape and retreat to safety, shaken but unharmed. The orangutan retreated back into the trees, leaving questions about what triggered the attack. If a wild animal could pin you down unexpectedly, would you be able to stay calm enough to survive? So a hiker was exploring a forest in Andes Mountains in the late afternoon when he found a small cave. He had his camera with him and began recording after noticing broken bones scattered near the entrance. The quiet forest and fading daylight made the scene feel unusually tense. As he approached, a sudden sound came from deep inside the cave.
That was a bone I just broke. Bro, is that my fork? What? Hello?
Help.
Why is that?
Help.
Hello? What the hell? Bro, I don't care about my bike. Hello?
A bone fell from within, followed immediately by another, as if something unseen had moved. The noises were slow and deliberate, echoing through the cave and amplifying his fear.
Is anybody there? I don't know, dude. Am I just hearing things? Hello? What the Yep, nope, I'm good. Oh, parkour. Oh.
The hiker's camera captured every unsettling moment. Frightened, he stepped back and kept recording as the cave fell silent again. The source of the movement remained unknown, leaving the encounter unresolved. If bones and mysterious sounds emerged from the dark inside a cave while you watched, would you dare to go closer? A man was wandering deep in the forest of Sundarbans when he spotted a tiger. Curious, he followed it from a distance, camera in hand, trying to capture its movements. The shadows of the trees stretched across the forest floor as he crept closer. Suddenly, the tiger stopped and turned, lowering its body in a clear warning. Its gaze locked on him, still and unblinking, as if measuring his intent. The man's heartbeat quickened. He shouted and stumbled backward, for the forest silent around him except for his own panic. After a tense pause, the tiger slowly retreated into the undergrowth, leaving the path empty and quiet once more. The man remained frozen, the camera still recording the empty forest. If a predator watched you like that in silence, would you dare to move closer? The short video shows a few hikers moving slowly through deep snow in a forest during winter in Alaska. Some of the snow reaches nearly to their waists, making every step difficult. The area appears quiet, with tall trees surrounding the narrow trail. Suddenly, a massive moose bursts through the snow from the trees. It moves with surprising speed, charging directly toward the hikers. For a moment, it looks as if the animal will collide with them. Instead, it rushes past at the last second, cutting through the deep snow without slowing down. The hikers remain frozen in place as the animal disappears into the forest behind them. The camera keeps recording the empty snowy path for a few seconds. Encounters like this are rare, but unpredictable in the wild. If something that large suddenly charged through the snow beside you, would you even have time to move? A group of hikers entered a dense forest in Chobe National Park, carrying a guide with them to observe wildlife. They quietly moved through the trees, spotting various animals along the trail. Suddenly, a massive wild elephant appeared directly in their path. One of the hikers stepped closer with the guide to get a better view. The elephant noticed them and began advancing, its presence intimidating and commanding. The group froze, standing still to avoid provoking it. The elephant's movements were deliberate, showing its strength and awareness. After a tense moment, the elephant paused, turned slightly, and retreated into the forest. The hikers remained silent, hearts racing, unsure of what might have happened if it had charged. If a wild elephant approached silently in the trees, would you have the courage to stay still or move? A group of hikers was exploring the forests near Karaisala when sudden heavy rain caused nearby streams, Eglens Kai, Dokuzoluk, and Korkun Kai, to swell rapidly. The forest trails quickly became slippery and partially submerged, forcing them to navigate cautiously. As they moved deeper into the woods, the water surged with unexpected speed, carrying branches and debris along the paths. The hikers struggled to maintain balance while recording the event on camera, the roar of the streams echoing through the trees. Every step felt uncertain, and the forest seemed alive with the force of the flood. After a tense few minutes, they managed to reach slightly higher ground, watching the water continue to rise below. The clip ends with the trails partially hidden beneath the murky currents. If the forest you were hiking through suddenly turned into a rushing flood, would you have time to escape safely? A group of students was exploring a forest near Lisbon, walking along a narrow path with concrete ledges. One of them accidentally dropped their phone onto the edge of the walkway. The student bent down to retrieve it while their friends watched nearby. Suddenly, they slipped on the wet surface, losing balance, and fell into the water below. The phone tumbled from their hands and was swept away by the current. The friends shouted and reached toward them, but could not stop the fall. The scene unfolds quickly, with no time to react, before the person hits the water. The camera captures the chaotic moment, and then focuses on the empty ledge as the student surfaces. No one nearby interferes in time, leaving the event unsettlingly unresolved. If a single misstep can send you tumbling into icy water while friends watch, would you ever step that close to the edge again? On a sunny afternoon at a beach in Miami Beach, a young Jessica ventured too close to the water. Her friends noticed her struggling against the waves and quickly called for help. The scene began calmly, but the current grew stronger, pulling her farther from the shore. Panic set in as her friends shouted warnings, and the waves tossed her closer to danger. Cries for help echoed across the sand, drawing the attention of nearby beachgoers. 2 lifeguards rushed toward her, trained to handle emergencies like this. The camera captures the tension, showing the urgency of the rescue and the relentless pull of the ocean. Jessica was finally reached by the lifeguards, who managed to bring her safely back to shore. The clip ends with her friends gathering around, relief evident on their faces, but the memory of those few terrifying moments lingers. If a sudden wave or strong current could pull someone you care about into danger, would you know how to act in time? A hiker exploring dense forest in Oregon stumbled across a strange security camera mounted on a tree. The device appeared old, with no visible power source, yet it was clearly positioned to watch the path. Nearby, the hiker noticed remnants of wiring and a small connection box, hinting at some hidden network. The camera's placement felt deliberate and out of place among the untouched trees and fallen leaves.
Okay, so this place is definitely familiar because I remember seeing like a similar security camera in these woods, but this is just attached here on this tree, and it's not the first time that we have found what seems to be a fake security camera in these woods. I think I've found like maybe 4 or 5. This one is kind of like on the other side of this sunshine, and as you can see, it's been here a while.
It did not look like standard trail monitoring. The quiet surroundings amplified the eeriness. The hiker examined it from multiple angles, noting that it had likely been there for some time. Its silent presence and unexplained setup created an unsettling sense of being observed. After a few tense minutes, the hiker moved on, leaving the camera in the shadows of the forest. The device remained, staring silently over the trail with its purpose unknown. The clip ends with no answer as to who installed it or why. If someone, or something, could be quietly watching you in the woods, would you ever feel truly alone again? A group of hikers was driving toward a trail near Cairo when they noticed dark clouds gathering over the city. The afternoon sun struggled to penetrate the thick, swirling dust. The air grew heavy, and the streets and highways ahead were quickly disappearing beneath the sand. Suddenly, a massive sandstorm swept across the area. Visibility dropped almost instantly, and the cityscape was engulfed in swirling dust. The wind tossed debris along the highways, making even standing still dangerous. The hikers watched from their vehicle, capturing the sheer intensity of nature in motion. The footage ends as the storm continues to consume the surroundings, leaving streets and buildings barely visible. There is no sign of the storm easing, and its force remains unpredictable. If a wall of sand could appear out of nowhere and block your path, would you keep moving forward or wait in fear? Late at night, a man was alone near his cabin deep in the woods, the kind of woods that feel alive, whispering in the dark. He wasn't completely alone, though. His dogs were with him, alert, ears twitching at every crack of a branch. Curious and uneasy, he decided to investigate the strange noises he'd been hearing. The closer he got, the louder the sounds became. But they weren't ordinary animal calls. No, these were screams. Long, with piercing cries that sounded eerily like a woman sobbing, echoing through the trees.
What the hell is that? Come on, girls, let's go. You hear that? That thing sounds close. Here it comes. Listen, let's go. Sounds like it's getting closer. What is that, girls?
His dogs growled, refusing to move forward, but something compelled him to step deeper into the darkness. Every step felt heavier than the last, and the forest seemed to close in around him. Shadows moved just beyond his sight, and the cries weren't just behind him, they were all around him. Then, silence. And in that silence, he realized the cries had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't. What would you do if you heard those screams right outside your cabin in the middle of the night? On October 22nd, 1999, experienced base jumper Jan Davis stood at the edge of El Capitan in Yosemite National Park. Base jumping had long been banned there for safety reasons and to protect the environment. But that day, she and her companion Brian Schubert decided to jump anyway. Brian's parachute deployed safely, but Jan's didn't fully open. She fell nearly 3,000 feet in front of horrified climbers and visitors. The tragedy was made even more haunting because it happened on the same day park officials were holding public meetings to consider lifting the ban. Her death became a turning point. She's cementing the prohibition and sparking one of the most cited and controversial moments in extreme sports history on public lands. It's a stark reminder of how quickly thrill-seeking can turn deadly and how fragile life can feel in the blink of an instant. If you were standing there on the edge, would you take the leap, knowing the risks? A strange video coming out of rural Mexico shows what many viewers believe is a small gremlin or gnome-like creature moving through a field late at night. The footage is grainy, distant, but the shape is undeniable. Small, fast, almost child-sized, but not quite human. The farmer who owns the land said this wasn't the first strange thing to happen. For weeks, he had been hearing odd noises outside his home after dark. Not animals, not wind. He described it as sounding like little children running around. Quick footsteps, light giggles, movement circling the house. At first, he ignored it. But when it kept happening night after night, he decided to install security cameras around his property. And that's when he captured it. A small figure darting across the field, pausing near the crops, then disappearing into the darkness. Some believe creatures like this are guardians of nature, said to dwell in forests and remote lands where humans rarely go. Others think it's something far more unsettling. If you saw that shape moving through your field at night, would you assume it's folklore or something watching your home? It was late afternoon, the light soft and warm, as one of the women waded into the shallow water to cool off. A relative stood on the bank filming casually, capturing what appeared to be a peaceful swim. The trees reflected calmly on the surface, and nothing in the scene suggested any threat. The mood was relaxed, the kind of ordinary moment families record without a second thought. As she moved farther into the water, a large shape surfaced a short distance behind her. Within seconds, a capybara broke through the surface, swimming directly toward her with surprising speed. At first, She laughed in confusion and tried to push the animal away, assuming it would retreat. Instead, it remained close, circling her before suddenly lunging upward. The animal climbed against her back and bit at her head, so transforming the quiet river into a scene of panic. The camera shakes as shouting erupts from the riverbank. She struggles to regain her footing while attempting to free herself from the animal's grip. What began as a peaceful swim ended in a way no one expected. If you were standing in still water and something rose silently behind you, would you sense it before it was too late? A climber documenting his team's summit push on Mount Everest. It was filmed at roughly 8,300 meters, high inside the death zone just before dawn. The camera pans slowly across a narrow ridge where several climbers are clipped to fixed ropes, sitting or crouched in place. Their suits are coated in frost, oxygen masks rimmed with ice. At first glance, they appear almost motionless against the pale blue of the early morning sky. The man filming speaks quietly, pointing toward his companions as they remain still for long stretches of time. Some barely shift their heads. Others do not seem to move at all. In the thin air and minus 40-degree cold, even small motions require effort. Yet through the lens, their stillness feels unnatural, almost statue-like, as if the mountain has claimed them in ice. The wind passes over them without interruption, and no one wastes energy speaking. As the light strengthens, a few climbers slowly rise, to adjusting their lines in preparation to move higher. Others remain seated, conserving what little strength they have left. The video does not show a summit, nor a descent, only this suspended moment where time feels stalled. Up there, between exhaustion and ambition, the line between endurance and danger grows thin. When you see figures sitting silently at 8,300 meters, barely moving in the cold, would you be certain they are simply resting? A group of friends who had been camping on a remote island off the western coast of Australia. It was early evening, just before sunset, when one of the women in the group began recording the horizon. The sky was clear, the tide calm, and the others were seated behind her near their tents. No one stood in front of the camera, and no human shadow stretched across the sand. As she slowly zoomed in on the sinking sun, a faint but distinct form appeared within the brightness. It was not a clear, solid silhouette, and it was not a steady human-shaped shadow. Instead, it looked like a fragmented outline, almost pixelated at the edges, suspended directly against the solar glare. The figure did not move across the frame like a bird or aircraft. It seemed to hold its position unnaturally, as though fixed in a place where nothing physical should have been visible at all. She whispered in confusion and adjusted the zoom once more, but the form flickered and dissolved into the light. The final seconds of the clip show only the ordinary descent of the sun into the ocean, with no disturbance on the beach and no trace left behind. Later, viewers analyzed the footage frame by frame, yet no grounded figure, reflection, or secondary source could be identified. So if nothing stood on the sand and nothing crossed the sky, what was suspended inside that fading light? Off the coast of Vancouver, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. The video was recorded from a boat when a bright horizontal line cut across the clouds. It moved steadily, kept a constant intensity, and then vanished without a trace. No defined object, no sound, no flashes of lightning, just a mysterious glow hovering above the water. Some say it could be a rare atmospheric phenomenon. Others speculate it's unidentified technology. The video is shared exactly as it was captured. No edits, no filters, no effects. Nothing was added, nothing removed. So if you were on that boat and saw a bright line silently slicing through the clouds, would you try to follow it or watch quietly, wondering what else might be out there? The man recording stood at the edge of the shoreline, phone raised, and hoping to capture the raw force of thunderclouds gathering over the Atlantic. Lightning split the sky in wide, branching streaks, briefly turning night into daylight. Waves struck the sand with steady force, and wind pressed hard against the microphone. At first, the footage seemed like any other storm video shared online. Then, between two lightning flashes, a concentrated glow appeared above the horizon. It was not bright enough to dominate the frame, but it was steady and distinct against the shifting clouds.
Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that?
Initially, it resembled a distant aircraft light. Yet within seconds, it moved sideways in a sharp, controlled motion, then stopped completely, suspended in place. During a powerful lightning strike, the object appeared to flicker, almost as if responding to the electrical surge around it. The man continued filming, unaware that anything unusual had entered his frame. Only later, reviewing the footage slowly, when did the movement become clear. The glowing form appears several times, shifting position in ways that do not match aircraft paths or drifting debris. There was no engine sound, no visible structure, and no explanation offered after the video began circulating. If something moved through a violent storm with that kind of precision, and you only discovered it after the fact, would you dismiss it as weather, or wonder what shared the sky with you that night? A group of friends who had traveled to the Grand Canyon for a late summer camping trip. It was early afternoon when the video begins, filmed casually near a narrow side canyon not far from Tatahatso Beach. The sky above them appears mostly clear, with only distant clouds gathering beyond the rim. Within minutes, the mood shifts. A low, distant roar begins to echo through the canyon corridor, subtle at first, then unmistakable. What had been an empty wash suddenly darkens as a surge of muddy water rounds the bend, carrying branches, rocks, and debris with startling force. There is no visible storm overhead, no rainfall where they are standing. The water rises rapidly, moving with a speed and weight that feels almost deliberate, funneled through the narrow rock walls with focused intensity. The group scrambles toward higher ground as the once quiet channel becomes a moving wall of brown water. Their camera captures only seconds of the surge before the view turns unsteady and the recording ends.
There's nowhere safe for us to go. Our camp is right there. You see that waterfall? That was our camp. Nothing left. There's our pet bag.
Later, viewers would learn that storms miles upstream had triggered the flood, unseen but powerful. The desert can look calm and permanent, yet it can change without warning. If you were standing in that quiet canyon and heard that distant roar growing louder, would you wait to see it or move without hesitation? The day was bright, and the canyon walls cast long shadows over the water. Everyone was following instructions carefully, except one member. Mahu, confident in his own balance, ignored the ropes and warnings. He stepped forward where the rocks were slick and uneven, convinced he could make it safely. In an instant, his foot slipped. He fell, losing contact with the stable path, and tumbled toward the river. There was no dramatic rescue or exaggerated chaos, just a sudden, uncontrolled drop that left the group frozen for a moment. The camera captures the start of the fall, emphasizing how quickly a single misstep can overturn even the most confident plans. Nature required nothing of him but respect, and that moment of overconfidence was enough to remind everyone. The footage ends with the river still flowing quietly, the canyon returning to calm as if nothing had happened. There is no replay of struggle, no dramatic rescue, only the lingering tension of a lesson learned too late. For anyone watching, it is a sober reminder. When you ignore guidance and underestimate the terrain, the consequences are immediate and unavoidable. If a single slip can change everything in an instant, would you ever risk stepping where the warnings are so clear? The snow was thick in most areas, but patches of loose snow and hidden crevices ran beneath the surface. As they carefully descended, one member stepped onto a weak patch that suddenly gave way. In an instant, he disappeared beneath the snow, leaving only a single hand visible above the white sheet, a chilling signal of the danger hidden below. The camera shakes as the friends rush forward, trying desperately to reach him. Panic spreads, but they work quickly, digging and pulling against the weight of the snow. Shouts and urgent commands echo across the mountain, and every second, stretching as the snow presses down, indifferent to their struggle. The frozen landscape shows no mercy, highlighting how suddenly a playful hike can turn into a life-threatening situation.
Okay, stop here.
The footage ends with the scene unresolved, the hand still barely visible, the rest of the body hidden beneath the snow. Viewers are left to imagine the tension and danger of that moment. If a single misstep can bury someone under cold, or silent snow in an instant, would you trust your footing on the mountainside? It was deep into the night when the recording begins, the only light coming from a small campfire and the beam of a handheld flashlight. According to the man behind the camera, he was awakened by low, inhuman growls and sharp cries coming from beyond his tent. The forest around him was otherwise silent, no wind moving through the trees. He decided to step outside and investigate, keeping his phone recording as he switched on his light. The footage shows the narrow beam cutting through darkness, illuminating tree trunks and patches of undergrowth. The sounds continue intermittently, distant, uneven, difficult to place. As he moves farther from the tent, the breathing behind the camera grows heavier. Then, between two trees at the edge of the light's reach, a tall silhouette becomes visible. It appears upright, narrow at the shoulders, and unnaturally still, its outline briefly defined before shifting slightly deeper into the woods. the man stops walking, the flashlight trembling as he tries to hold the figure in view. For a moment, it seems to remain there, partially concealed, not approaching, yet not retreating. Then the camera jolts sharply as he turns and runs, the sound of hurried footsteps filling the frame before the recording cuts off without explanation. No further footage was posted, and the identity of the shape remains uncertain. If you stepped into the dark woods and saw something standing just beyond your light, would you keep watching, or would you run? A group of friends were out in the fields, just recording a couple of deer, so nothing unusual, until something unexpected darted across the camera frame. At first they thought it was just another deer, but then they realized it was way too big and moving far too fast.
Alright. How do you track them? There's 2 more black dots. Cody. Oh, what the crap? Is that a guy? What the frick? What the fuck? What was that? He's walking creepy. Dude, that was a skinwalker. What? Follow him. I videoed it. What the frick?
The creature was unlike anything they'd seen before. Muscular, looming, almost humanoid in shape, yet covered in shadows that made it impossible to identify. The friends froze, their cameras shaking slightly as they tried to keep it in frame. Their camper sat nearby, oblivious, as if waiting for the chaos to unfold. Every instinct screamed at them to run, but curiosity held them in place. By the time it disappeared behind the tall grass, their hearts were racing. They couldn't tell if it was gone or if it was watching, waiting for the next moment to strike. What would you do if something that big appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of a quiet field? A couple of friends were out fishing late one night in the countryside of Turkey. It was quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear the water barely ripple against the shore. No wind, no cars, just darkness stretching across the land. That's when they noticed something moving near the edge of the water. At first, they thought it was an animal, maybe a stray dog, but the shape stood too upright, too still. Locals in the area have long whispered about a strange creature seen near natural bodies of water, lakes, swamps, rivers, while witnesses claim it watches from the reeds, and sometimes even attacks travelers or wildlife that wander too close. Some believe it's extraterrestrial. Others insist it's a cryptid, something ancient that has always lived in the marshlands. In the video, the figure shifts slightly, then steps closer to the shoreline. The fishermen stop talking. One of them whispers something under his breath, and then, without warning, the figure darts sideways into the tall grass, far too fast to clearly make out. The water goes still again, as if nothing was ever there. So if you were sitting by that water, in the middle of nowhere, and saw that shape watching you, would you stay and keep fishing? Or leave before it decides to come closer? A young guy was spending the night in an old house beside a dense forest. No neighbors, no streetlights, just trees and darkness. In the middle of the night, he hears something outside. Not loud, just enough to make him step onto the balcony to check. That's when he sees it. Deep in the woods, something white, standing still.
Ini loh saudara lo nih, awas kalian ini.
Instead of going back inside, he does something strange. He takes the white cloth in his hand and waves it, almost calling it closer. For a second, nothing happens. Then the white shape moves, not walking, not running. It starts hopping toward the house. Slow at first, then faster. Closer. Closer. He's frozen on the balcony. The thing keeps jumping toward him until it reaches the edge of the yard, and when it gets close enough for him to see it clearly, he breaks down crying. Pure panic. He runs inside and slams the door shut. The camera shakes. The outside goes silent again. But here's the question. If it was already coming toward him, why did it stop right at the house? What do you think that white figure really was? A man was exploring an old forest in broad daylight, swinging his metal detector over the soil, searching for relics from centuries past. The sun filtered through the trees, birds chirped. Everything seemed calm, peaceful, until it wasn't. Without warning, something slammed down on him from above. Hard. He yelps, spins around, but there's nothing. No branches, no animals, just empty space. The metal detector slips from his hands. His heart races. His voice echoes as he shouts in panic.
Oi! Oi! Allah biri izledi mi? Ne yaptı amına koyayım? Siktirip kafama atacak amına. Amına. Hey! İnsan var amına koyayım burada ya. Kim o? Biri izledi mi? Ne yaptı beni ya? Ha?
The forest, once peaceful, now feels alive. Every whisper of leaves, every shadow between the trees seems to watch. Something invisible just hit him, and he doesn't know why. If this happened to you in broad daylight, would you dare to stay or run? A young man was driving alone late at night. The streets were empty, the air thick with silence. Everything seemed normal until he saw it. A dark figure, cloaked and hooded, kneeling by the side of the road. At first, it didn't move. Just a shadow blending into the night, barely noticeable, but wrong somehow. Then, without warning, it begins moving toward the car. Fast. Silent. Unnatural. The driver freezes. His heart pounds. Every second stretches like an eternity. The peaceful night twists into a nightmare. The figure glides closer and closer, its presence heavy, suffocating, like it knows exactly where he is. The fear builds with every heartbeat, every moment filled with dread. He can barely breathe, can barely think. And just when it seems like there's no escape, the figure keeps coming. If something like that was moving toward you in the dark, with no sound, no warning, would you stay or would you run? A young man was exploring an abandoned house late at night. The building had been empty for years, and locals avoided it after dusk. As he points his camera toward a distant window, he sees it a shadowy figure standing completely still. You can just make out the shape of a head, staring from the dark interior, like someone or something is watching. The air grows colder. Every step echoes unnaturally. He moves closer, heart pounding, on trying to capture the figure on camera. But when he gets near, the window is empty. Just darkness. No doors open. No hiding spots. The figure has vanished. Completely.
Guys, ada yang lihat sesuatu nggak ya? Sebentar. Kalian ngeliat sesuatu nggak ya? Tuh. Ya kan? Hilangkan. Astagfirullahaladzim, la haula wala quwata illa billah. La ilaha illallah. Apa ya? Hah? Gak tahu gak? Apa kak? Apa guys?
Locals say the place is haunted by spirits that only appear from afar, vanishing when approached. The silence presses in. The shadows feel alive. If something was watching you from inside an empty house, would you dare to step closer? A security guard was on a routine shift, monitoring the cameras at his remote post somewhere in the mysterious Appalachian Mountains, the kind of place where the wind whispers through the trees and shadows move when you're not looking. Everything seemed normal, until the monitor started showing something that didn't belong. At first, it was subtle faint movements in the distance, shapes slipping between the trees. Then, more alarming sounds began echoing across the footage. Low, the guttural noises that didn't match any animal he knew. His heart started racing as the camera captured something or someone watching from the darkness. His dogs, trained to alert him to danger, began growling off-screen, tense and rigid. And just when he thought it was safe, a chilling scream cut through the night. A woman's cry, desperate and raw, bouncing between the mountains, as if something or someone was tormenting her. The guard froze, staring at the screens, and in that moment, he realized the cameras weren't just recording. They were watching him too. What would you do if you saw that on your monitor and knew the thing behind it was still out there? She was hiking alone on a remote trail in Ohio. Just trees, wind, footsteps on gravel. At first, it's only a feeling, that quiet sense you're being watched. Then she notices movement behind her, deep in the tree line. Something tall, bigger than her, and never fully stepping out. You can hear it never fully stepping out. You can hear it in her voice now. The panic. She keeps saying she wants to leave. The faster she walks, the faster it shifts between the trees. Not charging, just tracking.
Yeah. Hi. Hi. Yeah. I can't go anymore. Please, I'm leaving. What is that?
When she finally reaches the edge of the trail, she thinks she's safe. Then she hears it again. Movement. She turns around. It's still there, pacing back and forth in a way that doesn't feel human. Not lost, not random, intentional. She breaks into a run, hoping anyone will pass by. If it followed her all the way out of the woods, was it really trying to stay hidden? What do you think was watching her from the tree line? A man was walking alone in a city park late at night. The streets were quiet. Street lights cast a dim yellow glow over the empty playground and exercise equipment. Everything seemed calm. Then he notices something strange. One of the exercise machines starts moving on its own. The handles rise and fall, perfectly rhythmic, as if someone invisible is working out. There's no wind strong enough to cause this, no one nearby, just the eerie repeated motion. The camera zooms in. His breath grows heavier. When he stops a few steps away, the movement pauses. A silence. Then suddenly, the machine jerks faster, almost as if it knows it's being watched. The logic says it could be wind or a loose mechanism, but the timing, the rhythm, it's impossible to ignore. The park feels suddenly alive and very, very watching. If you saw an exercise machine moving by itself in the middle of the night, what would you think was there? Deep in the forests of Sweden, there's a place locals quietly warn you about. They say you shouldn't go there. The trees grow twisted, leaning inward like they're watching. Even in daylight, the forest feels darker than it should. And at night, people claim you can hear whispers, soft, distant murmurs, as if the woods themselves are trying to speak. One evening, a local decided to record his stroll through this very spot. At first, everything seemed normal. The crunch of leaves, the faint wind through branches. Then the audio picked up something else. Low, layered, almost like voices overlapping in the distance. He stopped walking. The whispers didn't. The camera slowly turned toward a cluster of trees, twisted unnaturally together. And for a brief second, something shifted between them. Too tall to be a shadow, too still to be an animal. Then silence, complete silence. So tell me, do you think it was just the wind playing tricks on him, or was the forest actually trying to say something? This wasn't at night. It happened in broad daylight. The train was moving through a quiet railway line, far from any houses. The sun was out. The tracks were clearly visible. Nothing about the scene looked scary. Just metal rails stretching across open land. Then the camera captures it. A human-like shadow slowly crossing the tracks ahead. Not running, not panicking, just calmly walking where there is no crossing at all, in full daylight. The shape looks slightly faded, almost blending into the air around it. And just seconds before the train reaches that exact spot, it vanishes. Here's the part that doesn't sit right. The engineer said he never saw anyone, no person, no movement. Only the camera picked it up. So if this happened in the middle of the day, under clear sunlight, and no one was physically there, then what exactly crossed those tracks? Do you think daylight makes something like that less real or more terrifying? An unusual phenomenon has appeared on Lake Baikal, and it's alarming both locals and scientists. A massive flock of black cormorants nicknamed the Black Plague of Baikal suddenly appeared over the lake. But normally, these birds are seen in small groups, and they're even listed in the Red Book as rare. But this time, there were hundreds, maybe thousands, circling above the water. Their sheer number is worrying because these birds are voracious. They feast on fish, a vital resource for the local economy. Scientists suggest that climate change might be behind this behavior, and disrupting the food chain and forcing the birds into unusually large gatherings. It's a chilling reminder that our world is changing, sometimes in ways we can't immediately control or predict. And it makes you wonder if something as small as a flock of birds can shift so dramatically. What else might the changing climate bring next? A man decided to pull off a risky stunt, grabbing an anaconda by the tail. At first, it seemed harmless. The snake, surprisingly full from a recent meal, didn't react aggressively and slowly swam away.
Meu Deus, esse homem é louco da cabeça! Solta, Maria, solta!
Segura, foca, amor, vai ficar bonito. Foca, amor!
Maria, solta! Chega, Maria!
Segura, rapaz, segura!
Tá bom. Cara, esse homem é louco da cabeça!
But imagine if it hadn't been full. A hungry anaconda could have turned that prank into a nightmare. These colossal snakes are capable of swallowing a human in just a few minutes. And this wasn't just any anaconda. It was a giant green anaconda, a rare and highly evolved predator with incredible strength and instincts. The man got lucky that day, but it's a stark reminder. Some creatures aren't just dangerous, they're perfectly designed to be lethal. If you saw a snake that size in the wild, would you dare to get that close? Central Park isn't the Arctic, but someone forgot to tell him. At first it looks peaceful, a frozen lake, a lone skater gliding across the surface. But this isn't wilderness ice, this is city ice. Underneath, the water moves. Warmer currents, weak spots hiding in plain sight. And those red warning flags? They were there for a reason. At 0:03, he hits a gray patch, just a shade darker than the rest. 1 second he's upright, the next, the surface collapses. No crack, no warning. He doesn't just fall, he vanishes, straight down. That kind of drop means the ice was barely 2 inches thick. Suicidally thin, the water swallows him whole. Then something smart happens.
Oh, he just fell through. Oh, snap. Everybody, go. I'm good, man. Everybody's waiting. I'm good. I wish you dumped my gloves before you did. I'm good. Let go of me. Hold on. Here, grab the stick. Grab the stick. Grab the stick. Grab it.
A man in a blue shirt doesn't run. He drops flat on his stomach, spreads his weight, slides forward. If he had walked, he'd be under too. They don't grab the victim's hands. They extend a hockey stick. Reach, don't touch. The skater clings to it, shaking as they drag him onto solid ice. But watch closely. The gray zone is still there. Silent. Waiting. If that rescuer had taken one wrong step, would there have been 2 names in the water? What do you think was going through his mind under that ice? It starts calm. The sky hangs low and gray. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. But then, almost without warning, the storm hits. Huge hailstones start falling, bouncing off cars, smashing windows, and denting rooftops. The noise is overwhelming, like the sound of rocks pounding the earth. Every second brings more chaos.
I've never seen that like that.
People rush for shelter, but the wind howls and hail keeps coming. Cars shudder under the relentless impact. Crops and gardens are shredded in minutes. The storm is sudden, violent, and completely unrelenting. It doesn't just move through, it attacks. It finally passes. You realize how fast calm finally passes. You realize how fast calm can turn into total destruction. If you were caught in a storm like this, with hail smashing everything around you, would you stay or run for cover?